Hello, everyone. We are back, and we're finishing more of the Tim Pool train wreck. We still have 30 minutes to go, almost 40 minutes to go on this first episode. And then there's the second one that I was going back and forth on reviewing, but I went back and watched it. And I'll be honest, I was like, I don't really want to review it because I don't think I did that well. And not because I made like the worst arguments or anything like that, but because I just remember us talking past each other so much more. And don't get me wrong, we do, and we loop a lot, but it's not unwatchable. So I'll probably go through that one as well. And now with more information or whatever about the ICE murder, I only feel more vindicated. Like the big sticking point in that second one is that the example of me being fucking insane is supposed to be me not saying, I really can't tell if the officer was hit or not by the vehicle. That's supposed to be me being insane. But, and this is not an appeal to authority, it is just to point out that I'm clearly not the only one that's struggling with this, because AP, the New York Times, and there was one more outlet that I looked at, maybe it was Reuters, also had and the BBC also had a difficult time confirming one way or the other, because it says it's not clear in all of their publications of those. Okay, and if they don't want people confused about it, release the body cam footage. That is really the most damning thing. If this person had been hit, clipped, struck, whatever word you want to use, by that vehicle, they would have released the footage already, and we would fucking know about it. It would be everywhere. Will Smug be on? No. It's like, I don't know, he lives across the pond. It's like 6 a.m. there for him or something. +5. And I'm in an Eastern time zone, so it's like, I don't know, like 3 a.m. You seem more tame from what I've seen, but I think it was more to your benefit because Tim Pool's audience always relies on the stereotype of crazy lefties. My replies from people from say otherwise, that I seemed more sane or whatever. Even if I seem sane, whatever that means, being argumentative on these podcasts is like a sin in and of itself. And people see that as pedantry. They see it as obstinance. They see it as being argumentative for the sake of being argumentative. And I am argumentative. I am very stubborn. I am very opinionated. But I like to think that I can substantiate all of those things. And I'm used to my opinions on things just not lining up with literally anybody else's. I mean, I've been a vegan for 10 years, so and a communist for basically the same amount of time. So you think that I haven't encountered the majority of people that I interact with don't fucking agree with me like on anything, is what it feels like. If we like we're truly having an honest conversation, not a more practical conversation grounded in like what's going on now. So I'm used to disagreement. I can handle disagreement. I don't have a hard time staying calm in these situations because I feel like most of my life is disagreement with people. These people are in solid echo chambers. They get flustered, it seems, very, very easily when they encounter people that, you know, don't just uncritically accept what they say, that challenge their framing, their understanding of events. But I don't know how else I'm supposed to get to understand their position without asking a lot of questions. So, because that is where debates are won. Debates are won in framing and in snuck assumptions. And so there are times where it just seems like I'm being excessively like debate brained or whatever, but it really is not an attempt to do anything other than make sure I actually understand their argument and can represent it properly before I start to disagree with it. It's not cocky if you can back it up. Yeah, but to these people, again, people that use Grok and ChatGPT AI summaries for, they take that as gospel, don't check or verify the sources, don't know or care if ChatGPT is hallucinating an answer for them because they don't actually verify anything. They took issue with me pulling up my phone to read a paragraph from a Wikipedia article. They thought that was some like big own. And it's like, but there's a winning because it's like, if I try to recall off the top of my head and I get details wrong, oh, you don't even know what you're talking about. If I pull up the New York Times, if I pull up AP, like very few, those articles are just going to be discrete reporting on certain aspects of it. But it's hard to find, like, I didn't know what to search to find like an overview very quickly. So Wikipedia is where I went because that's where information is consolidated. And you can always check the primary sources in Wikipedia. To these people, it's like, oh my God. Checking Wikipedia. Amazing. But I could have checked those primary sources and they'd be like, oh, you believe the liberal media? So there's no winning. Both sources are fed from human data. Yeah, but the sources vary in quality. All right. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where's Smug from again? Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows where Smug is from? Seriously. And okay. Let's get into this. It's going to be a long, long night if I don't start now. And I'll keep it at 1:15. Let's see.
Like they literally are.
The issue I have with it is the issue I have with literally everything is I have no problem calling out literally anybody. I've criticized Megyn Kelly. Tucker, I'm a bit lukewarm on. I have questions, but he's allowed to have his opinion.
Well, he says the Venezuela thing is about gay marriage.
Tucker certainly is allowed to have his opinion. Thank you so much to the anonymous viewer that's gifted a sub to a particular user in Twitch chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
I mean, that's ridiculous, right?
He literally said that. It's about a new term that I had never heard before, global homo. That's why we care about Venezuela.
Global homo is a very old term.
Oh, really?
It means global homogenization.
Really? I thought he was global homosexual.
He did say we went in because he's very culturally conservative, Maduro, and we want to impose gay marriage
Maduro
on
literally
Venezuela.
funded BLM in the United States.
Global homogenization. So the reason why I think
there's no organic protesting in this country ever. Every single time you see a demonstration outside, it is always funded by some shadowy billionaire or millionaire who's off in the shadows, behind the scenes, pulling the strings. There has never been anybody that's ever been moved or inspired to action ever in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I think the Israel narrative has emerged so strongly is that this is a standard intelligence.
Is that guy in the white shirt Tim Pool's Tom from PBD? No, actually. His name is Dave Ehrenberg. He is a former state prosecutor for the state of Florida or something like that. And he was surprisingly based and very, very patient and disagreed with Tim at different points in this and was not really afraid to voice that for the most part. There were a couple of times where he and Tim ran into some disagreement, and then the answer was, instead of Dave kind of defending his initial position, it was like, well, that's why the prosecution for this is going to be so hard because blah, 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 and starts talking about the legal aspect of it instead of giving his own opinion. But he and I kind of I wouldn't say we tag teamed, but there were multiple times where he was like, yeah, I agree with what she's saying, or she's correct on this legal aspect of it and how it's going to be adjudicated. So he's only been on Tim Pool's show. I think this is the second time, he said at the beginning.
Manipulation. So when you're dealing with a group of people and you want controlled opposition and they're on the right track, you need to give them the wrong track. So what I see is happening is over the past 10 years, the right in this country has been heavily focused on the World Economic Forum, the SWIFT payment system, the International Monetary Fund, the what's called the liberal economic order, which was created by the United States and Western powers following World War II. And the right has largely hyper-focused on that. This is really, really bad if you're part of these corporations and these nobility, royalty, House of Lords, things
the liberal economic order is really, really bad if you're a corporation.
That because you basically have a population pointing directly at what you're doing and obstructing you. So what happens when everybody online says the Great Reset is a problem? The World Economic Forum deletes it from their website and deletes it from
It's such a self-report. Everybody online says this thing. No, dude. Everyone in your timeline says that thing. Everybody on your feed says that because you're in an echo chamber and your feed is tightly manicured to everything to feed you exactly what you already believe. So everyone that you know says that. There's actually people that don't think these things outside of your bubble.
On their Twitter. What happens when people say, hey, look, you will own nothing and you will be happy? The World Economic Forum deletes it and they scrub it. What happens when we start talking on the Council on Foreign Relations and the Liberal Economic Order? The reason why we took out Saddam Hussein because he wanted to get off the petrodollar, or Muammar Gaddafi, same reason. The book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman, how the U.S. and Western powers will remove a politician if they oppose the petrodollar system, which is clearly what we are seeing with Venezuela.
Which, by the way, but the question is what's good for the United States.
Right, so the point ultimately is...
That's always the question I keep in mind with everything. Is this good for the United States of America? Not even is this good for me personally? Not is this good for the working class of America? Just, is this good for the United States? And when you're asking that question, what you're actually asking is this good for wealthy capitalists in this country? Is this good for power? Is this good for politicians and their re-elections? That's really what you're asking when you say that. You're not actually talking about improving really any working person's life. You're just talking about, is this good for American hegemony and domination?
Have this extra national group that consists of, it's largely the NATO nations. They have an economic agenda where they create the North American economic bloc, the European economic bloc. We can see the conflicts in the Middle East with Syria up to the conflict in Ukraine, largely predicated upon what's called the liberal economic order. How do you stop these fucking people from pointing at what we're doing and destabilizing it? You promote Candace Owens and get her on the front page to scream the Jews. Now, when someone says something like there is an extra national group that is imposing its...
He can't help but dismantle conspiracism with additional conspiracism. So it can't just be that he and Candace Owens are beefing because they're both two egotistical maniacs that are trying to vie for the same audience. It's all the same audience between these people. It can't be that. It has to be that YouTube is also putting their thumbs on the scale for Candace Owens for some reason. Do we have evidence of this? No. Do we have any reasonable, basis to believe that that's the case? No, just Candace Owens is good for YouTube and YouTube puts her on the front page. And it's not because these things end up having a life of their own, that she has so much momentum from her live viewership because she gets over 100,000 people watching her live that, yeah, that's not anybody. No one needs to manually put her on the front page at that point. on YouTube's back end. No one's chewing on the wires behind the scenes. That is just going to be at the front or at the top of a live tab on YouTube because of how big it is. There's no one doing that. There's no one at YouTube with a personal vendetta against Tim Pool. And if there is, please contact me at straighterade@gmail.com and come on my stream and talk to me about why.
Will on European and the countries and North American countries, they go, you mean the Jews? And I go, no, I'm talking about corporations, oil executives, bank executives.
Actually, I think the actual threat and the people promoting people like Candace Owens and even what Tucker is doing is this evil alliance of regimes, including Russia, including China, including Qatar, including Venezuela, Cuba. The Manolo de los Santos, the guy calling for the hanging of Christy Noam, was trained in Cuba, not in Ukraine or in Germany.
Trained in Cuba.
He was in Cuba.
I think it's a red herring. Okay. I think what we're seeing is Bari Weiss is the voice of reason, and she's pro-Israel, and now she's fixing CBS.
What a quote. Bari Weiss, the voice of reason. And now she's fixing CBS. That's one way to put it.
So the middle-of-the-road people like Elon Musk, where he shows that meme from Colin Wright, where it's like the left went so far left, he's now considered right-wing. Bari Weiss is your exit. She's your point of egress. You can now say, thank you for doing regular news. This
is exactly the function that she's supposed to provide, by the way. She's supposed to be understood as the furthest left you're allowed to be in America, in the American mainstream, and no further than that. Not an inch to the left of Bari Weiss. And Bari Weiss herself is a conservative. She is a Republican. She is MAGA. She's aligned with MAGA. I don't care if she ever opposes Donald Trump or says, no, I'm not. If you create the media atmosphere that she does, you are helping MAGA. You're functionally MAGA, okay? So that is, and Tim Pool going, well, at least we have Bari Weiss over here fixing things or whatever, which is so funny because 2 seconds earlier he just said the left has gone so far in this, in this country that people that used to be considered Democrats and leftists and progressives, now they're centrists and conservatives because the left left them, okay? But that is literally the function of Bari Weiss. She is supposed to be the one that shifts the Overton window all the way to the right and then calls herself the fucking left.
She's going to earn the favor.
And the reason why people fall for it is because she is young. She's young and she gives certain particular platitudes and signals that, oh yeah, I'm more culturally liberal or something like that. But she's not. She's just personally gay herself. But it doesn't change the fact that she's still voting for Republicans.
Favor of all the moderate individuals, and she's a proud Zionist. So it creates a positive political environment for someone who's overtly a proud Zionist. You then promote the most wackaloon conspiracies against Zionists from Candace Owens. So the people who follow her, like a Pied Piper, are going to go out in public and say retarded things that scare people.
Who do you think is promoting her, for example?
Oh, YouTube has her on the front page every single day.
But who do you think is behind that?
YouTube.
Yeah,
no, I think.
Why? Why is YouTube behind that? Why?
I think it's a coordinated.
Is this some sort of psychological mechanism to cope with the fact that she's getting more views than you? How else do you explain the reason why you have to make up this absurd conspiracy theory? I'm not saying that there aren't editorial decisions made behind the scenes at these fucking, corporate conglomerates. I'm sure there is, and I'm sure it goes undetected or it's not in compliance with 230 or whatever the fuck, okay? I'm sure that happens. I don't see that the knowledge of that, that exists, that happens, sufficient enough to say, in Tim Pool's instance, we definitely know. They're putting Candace Owens on the front page. Why? There's no reason to think
effort from what we describe as the establishment in this country. So what happens?
So you think there are rich people who are doing that in the U.S.?
Rich is a bit reductive, but let's just say powerful people from various governments, corporations, or otherwise.
The real question is, how bad were your eyelids twitching during this fever dream rant he was having? They're more glazing over. Because I knew that again, this Daniel DiMartino guy, he was brought on and flown in, I assume, to be the Venezuela guest. And so I was this is not the time to try to have some back and forth or insert myself or whatever. So I could have just let them do their own thing, knowing that he's just spouting off his bullshit. But I'm you know what? What am I going to do? Combat this in the moment? I'll be argumentative and debate about the political topics, but this is literally just conspiracism. So why am I going to push him on that when Daniel already asked him the questions that I wanted to ask, which is, okay, who's behind it? YouTube. No, who at YouTube is behind it? YouTube.
How do they gain from it?
Okay, so let's go back to
how do they gain from it? Okay, we have to go back to 2016 to explain how someone at YouTube right now benefits from promoting Candace Owens over Tim Pool. To get at Tim Pool?
2016, Donald Trump should not have won. In the leaked emails from WikiLeaks,
His answer is, again, he just asked the question, how does YouTube gain from this? His answer is Donald Trump should not have won. How this is going to be the entry point to an answer to that question, I'm sure I don't know.
the Democratic Party said Donald Trump was the Pied Piper candidate. They wanted Donald Trump to march all the conservatives into the sea to their deaths, figuratively. That by having him be the nominee for the GOP, Hillary Clinton would get a slam dunk. Unfortunately, Hillary Clinton is massively detestable, and Donald Trump was actually able to pull off a win. This was largely due to what the Democrats and even the Republicans missed. The Republicans did not want Trump to win. They were fighting against him. The Democrats didn't want Bernie Sanders to win. But the internet allowed for a bubbling up of a generation of populists. On the Democratic side, they used superdelegates to push out Bernie Sanders. On the Republican side, they had no such mechanism, and Trump wins. Well, what happens next? They accuse Trump.
They did have a mechanism. It was called a brokered convention, but they knew it was not going to be a good idea to try to do that because the person who was going to win was Kasich. And they didn't think that Kasich was going to be strong enough to even make it. Kasich or Cruz. But probably Kasich would have won if they had gone to the brokered convention because Kasich wouldn't get out of the fucking race. And neither would Ted Cruz. But they knew that those candidates, if they were struggling this much in the Republican primary, were probably going to struggle at the general, so they just went ahead and went with Trump.
Trump of being a Russian asset, of colluding with Russia.
In reality, it's the worst thing that's happened to
Things
Russia.
that were all just silly and nonsensical. They impeach him, and they wage all sorts of...
And while he's being like, oh, this like crazy Russiagate stuff that, definitely didn't lead to the credible indictments of multiple people following the Mueller report, Dave and I are like looking at each other, and it's a shame that it's like not captured on camera. We looked at each other like, what? The Russia stuff was not fake. Like, yes, there were distortions and exaggerations and things that were wrong about it. But there was like the Russiagate thing was not just entirely made up.
So political. They did impeach him.
Vladimir, I don't think Trump's the worst thing that's happened to Russia.
Oh, I do. I think Russia is very much in trouble. We're seizing their boats, the illegal oil boats.
This cope or whatever, this cope that Vladimir Putin doesn't fucking love that Donald Trump is the head of state for the United States. That's a joke.
They're also. Let me wrap up this chain of thought just so then we can move on to those points. Donald Trump winning was outside of the plan, and it was only possible because of the media, social media, the ability of user-generated content.
Meanwhile, this motherfucker colluded with Russia. He didn't know. His market rate is $100,000 a month. He didn't know.
Which had just for the first time emerged. Barack Obama famously used Facebook in his first two elections, but ubiquity was not there. CNN was still getting 5 million viewers every single night, and social media was in its infancy. But around Trump is when the flip started to occur, which allowed for a media environment where people were promoting Trump, and he actually crossed the finish line. Political lawfare was then waged, trying to stop Trump. He was, again, accused of being a Russian asset. He was impeached. We spent millions of dollars doing it, all of which turned out to be silly. He never had hookers pee on a bed. All just utter nonsense.
Okay, that was not true. That wasn't ever verified, but it was not total nonsense. There were credible indictments. They were communicating with Russia, like Russian nationals, like around the time that his campaign was kicking off, and they were not supposed to be doing that, or they were supposed to be disclosing it if they were doing that. They didn't do that. They were obstinate about cooperating with the investigation into it. Like, that is not lies.
So eventually you get the 2020 election, and he does lose for whatever reason you think he lost. But then something happened.
He lost.
Joe Biden was massively unpopular. His presidency was miserable. The Afghanistan withdrawal was a turning point in which his popularity collapsed, and it's very difficult to maintain Democratic enthusiasm going into 2024 when Trump gets to point the finger and say, I was the right choice. And so what happens? Thanks to the work of Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump wins. And I believe almost entirely Charlie Kirk. Of course, there were many efforts by people like Scott.
Charlie Kirk did not single-handedly win Donald Trump the election. There's literally no individual that you could ever point to for any election that you could say this person single-handedly did it, whether because they took an action that resulted in the other candidate benefiting, or they were an amazing activist that led to, there's no basis for that. Like, Charlie Kirk was instrumental, don't get me wrong, and he was a MAGA mouthpiece till the day he died, but he was not the reason. Like, without Charlie Kirk, it was obviously possible that Trump could have won in 2024.
Pressler, Elon Musk funded a lot of this, but Charlie Kirk's $160 million organization went to high schools and colleges and got a generation of young men to shift rightwards and create these trends. How do you stop an emergent phenomenon? Well, there's a couple ways you do it. First, Charlie's got to go. You cannot have this leadership that is guiding a generation. So he's dead. Whoever did it, whatever it may be, maybe it's progressives. That's what the FBI is claiming. Maybe
he said reductive right before, but like even as like a broad generalization, even if he was acknowledging that, like, yeah, I'm being vulgar with it or whatever, it's still not true. There is too much of an apparatus and architecture designed to propagandizing people in the United States to trick them into voting for Republicans. There's a whole media ecosystem outside of just Charlie Kirk and TPUSA that exists to help the Republican Party, not to mention the money that goes into their campaigns directly. And the fact that Joe Biden, again, very unpopular president by the end of his term, ongoing genocide, vice president that was never very popular, that's not resonating well with the voters that they need to win over for this election. Like, there were so many different ways that, like, no, Charlie Kirk is, like, not the thing that really tips the scales.
Brainwash generation, like this kid who killed him.
The point is, presumably the kid, it's Robinson who killed him. Either it's left-aligned advocates who are like, he's making Trump win and must be stopped, or the deep state, whatever you believe, Charlie being gone is a major advantage to those who never wanted Trump to win in the first place. The next thing we see is the
like, even then, he just, like, implied that, like, somebody was behind Tyler Robinson. I mean, I'm open to it, but where's the evidence?
Demonization of everything he built. Turning Point was one of the most
like,
powerful...
behind Tyler Robinson for the purpose of, like, opposing Republicans.
Organizations making young people vote right-wing, and those young people...
His analysis is reductive is what I was implying. Oh, I thought you were saying that he made the disclaimer, like, what I'm about to say is a bit reductive, and I was like, I guess I missed that, because if he said that, I didn't hear it.
People are entering their 30s. Gen Z is now about to be 30 years old. They're trying to buy houses, and they are leaning rightward. So Charlie Kirk gets eliminated. Then you need to eliminate Turning Point. Well, what do? Candace Owens starts chasing the narrative. Turning Point intentionally killed Charlie Kirk.
Okay, like, then again, like, this is so conspiratorial. This is going to tie back to YouTube somehow. Someone is behind Tyler Robinson to take out Charlie Kirk so that to fuck over Republicans. There's a plot to do that. And then there's also somebody who's now behind promoting Candace Owens, who's sowing instability in the right-wing movement because she's going after Turning Point USA. Why?
Or at least knew about it. So if you are an elite establishment, liberal world order guy, you say she needs to be the most prominent individual for conservatives. Put her on the front page of YouTube.
Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes is banned, but they have on Instagram blasted him out like crazy.
And like the idea that like, yeah, the craziest discourse that exists is like Candace Owens, it's not. Or like ones that can like, you know, reach normies or whatever is Candace Owens and no more. It's not true. Like you said, Nick, if they wanted to do that, if you wanted to make the right look terrible or whatever, you could promote like, or like sow instability. Like Fuentes does that better than Candace.
And so the presumption now is based on what we're seeing. If I was intelligence and wanted to make sure J.D. Vance does not win, well, you've got Nick, who hates J.D. Vance, and you've got Candace, who also hates J.D. Vance. But Candace is accusing J.D. Vance of weird things that are off-putting to a suburban middle-aged woman. YouTube puts her on the front page and makes sure that new users on air-gapped machines are going to get her show, and she gets 120,000 concurrent viewers, making her the biggest live stream in the country. You now are creating the Pied Piper, who's going to lead conservatives, either through a desire for money, clicks, or because they believe her, into sounding like retards. We call this the retard right. Because if you want to win for your world...
This is what Smug called the bamboozlement politics, which is to say you come up with all of these like weird, clunky turns of phrase and like shorthands to describe things. Like, again, the R word effect. Anybody who falls for and believes Candace Owens' lies.
View, going to a person walking down the street and asking them if they believe that Erica Kirk is a literal machine built by the deep state as an actual robot to control the minds of people, and that Turning Point has betrayed, Charlie's behind it, and the Zionists invaded Venezuela, they're going to look at you like you are fucking retarded. And you will earn not a single vote.
And I'll tell you, there are a number of people who believe that it's crazy. You mentioned CBS News and stuff. I did something with the Free Press a month ago that just got published where we talked...
so we got two Bari Weiss shills because I also wrote for that publication. Therefore, you will not hear a single word of criticism coming out of this person's mouth of Bari Weiss or how she runs CBS. That's already determined.
Mandani voters in the street in Washington Square Park, and I'm from Venezuela, socialism. So this kid ends up telling me at the end of the conversation, unprompted, oh, well, but you know, the Jews control everything anyway.
God. And so what do we have now? There was a repulsion towards woke, Bud Light effect, Target. These companies lost massive amounts of money. And the corporate press largely attacked...
Wait, what?
And so what do we have now? There was a repulsion towards woke, Bud Light effect, Target. These companies lost massive amounts of money.
Bud Light effect? Okay, earlier in this, I think he already said it. He said there was an economic crisis because of Bud Light. I'm not kidding. Okay, if I... I just want to find that moment. I have to search the transcript. Because I know he said it. Let's see. If I put Bud Light. There. The Bud Light campaign caused massive economic damage.
So,
picture and everything of Nick Fuentes.
Right.
They want that.
They want the right to be. So for the past 10 years, the left has entertained things that are weird. Child sex changes, tuck-friendly bathing suits. The Bud Light campaign caused massive economic damage.
The Bud Light campaign caused massive economic damage. The Bud Light campaign caused massive economic damage. The Bud Light campaign caused massive, like, how many times, like, it, why say that? It doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about?
And the corporate press largely attacked Donald Trump for years, damaging their credibility. See,
Tuck-friendly bathing suits, they are still hung up on the fact that 5 years ago now, I'm pretty sure, maybe even 6, something like that, Target had a line, it was Pride Month at Target, and they had, you know, queer merchandise, pride merchandise. And one of the things that they included in the line was a bathing suit for adults that also happened to be tuck friendly. Okay. The right lied about this and said that that was for kids or something like that. That was never true. Even if it were, who cares? There's trans kids in this world as well. So that is supposed to be indicative of like the left gone crazy when you're talking about you're talking about rainbow capitalism and you're talking about shareholders and different people in the back rooms and anals of these fucking corporations being like, how can we make a buck off of this? Oh, we can do this shit. Create this merchandise. It'll make money. That's not leftists. That's capitalists and employees that are working on their behalf to make them money. That's it.
I talk about the time when I stopped watching CNN. I used to watch CNN 24/7. It was always on. Because if news broke, CNN would have it. This is true. In 2018, I had a projector.
I thought you were just
10 feet. This is true. No, it's not. A story would break and CNN would be like, breaking news. There's an earthquake in Southern California. And I'd be like, wow. One day, I saw online that there were riots in Iran. And I said, whoa. And then I looked up at the screen and they were talking about Trump. It was a midday panel about Trump. And I said, well, I got to find this story. So guess what? I flipped to the news, Fox News talking about Iran. So I left it on. After the story was over, I went back to CNN, went back to my computer. Then a few days later, there was a hurricane, a big story about a hurricane or something. And I look up at this projector screen, panel talking about Trump. And so I waited for a minute and said, okay, I need to figure out what's going on. So I turned on Fox News, talking about the hurricane. And then I posted a video on Instagram and said, let's play the CNN challenge. At any given moment, if there's breaking news, will CNN be talking about the news or Trump? And I switched between the two and I said, I will never watch CNN again. The efforts here by the...
This is a thing that definitely happened. And then everybody clapped.
The establishment was to create the perception that Trump was bad, but they didn't realize it was a Chinese finger trap problem. The harder they pulled out, the tighter the trap became. They destroyed their credibility, freaked people out, and pushed people to Trump. They finally figured it out. Censorship does not work, and embracing wackaloon bullshit doesn't work either.
Maybe that's why
So they'll understand this, okay? That people were radicalized to support Trump because the left went too woke, too far, too fast. Then normal everyday people rejected this message. And then they decided to embrace MAGA fascism. That's his Just So story. How come you can't use that same Just So story to explain why everybody is supportive of, or like you're increasingly seeing hostility towards ICE, law enforcement, this administration, Democrats, centrist Republicans, to the extent that that exists, it doesn't. They'll never use that sort of analysis. Like, oh, maybe we're contributing to the polarization in this country, and the reason why people are willing to embrace these far left woke, crazy Antifa, communist, socialism, Zoran Mamdani ideas, okay, is because of the right in this country. They'll never run that reverse analysis. It only ever goes one way. Isn't that very convenient?
Need to make them the wackaloons and us the reasonable ones.
Yeah.
So now what do you have? Bari Weiss leaves the New York Times, launches a news organization.
Also, Tim Pool is literally proof that you can have an insane motherfucker with a huge media apparatus and a huge platform and a huge mic plus a megaphone in front of it to amplify their insane bullshit. And it doesn't make the right look bad. It just helps them recruit. It helps them spread their message. It helps them propagandize even further to different corners of the internet. It's not true. Okay? The best, sunlight is the best disinfectant for bad ideas. No, it isn't. All you're doing is blasting it. There's lots of people in this fucking world that have no critical thinking skills, that have no media literacy, that believe anything that they're fucking told, that are emotionally attached to these ideas, these concepts, that they go off vibes, that will believe this shit. So this idea that like pushing crazy people to the front of a movement is like, oh, it's such a gift to the other side. It's the best thing you could have asked for. No, it's not. Have you ever interacted with the American public? It's full of insane people. It's full of insane people that believe shit like this.
It's anti-woke. It's reasonable. and she's very she's overt Zionist. They then give her $150 million.
Yeah, an overt Zionist. We don't have any of that in mainstream media. Zionists actually have a hard time getting their voice out in, in the United States mainstream media.
Is an insane purchase for her organization to put her in charge of CBS, where she has begun to weed out the activism, which I'm a huge fan of. She's done a fantastic job.
I agree.
Now you have someone finally giving us real news at a corporate news outlet, and we're all going to praise it. Elon's going to praise it. I'm going to praise it. And it's all coming from a Zionist who's being
news?
reasonable.
All I saw was the Erica Kirk town hall that was being like shoved down my throat, even though I'm like, why is this being shoved down my throat? This is not even like in the top 100 thing. Like,
so
most
I'm
important
talking
thing that happened
specifically
this
about
week. Like, he's
CBS.
acting like CBS is doing important work and shedding as like a massive media company that is shedding light on overlooked stories, that is breaking news in a way that is interesting or something or novel. No, they're not. And I feel like I didn't articulate it well, but I was trying to use the Erica Kirk town hall because Erica, like, that was literally promoted so much to the CBS news feed. I like to tweet, and I wish I could find it right now off the top of my, just quickly in my likes, but I won't be able to, of all of the different times on their feed where they were promoting that one Erica Kirk town hall. It was supposed to be this massive thing. Bari Weiss tried to give the impression that, like, wow, I'm getting an exclusive interview with the widow of Charlie Kirk, when Erica Kirk has been on a media tour since he died. So it wasn't anything exclusive, and it was promoted as such. And you have examples, and I do bring this up, of them suppressing stories effectively by saying that, like, their editorial standards and journalism standards at their outlet requires them to get input from the current administration before they'll run a story on CECOT. This was the example. They had a 60 Minutes episode that was about CECOT that didn't end up airing, and they said it was because they reached out to the Trump administration and they didn't hear back, so they felt like, oh, we don't have anything new to add. But for one, that's not ever a reason to pull something. I mean, a reason to pull something from the air would be if you made a mistake or you have to retract something or it wasn't factual, right? Or it's like so out of date that it would be useless to air it now. But waiting till the administration comments, why? Then you're basically saying you can't comment on anything unless the government also gives their say. That's not true.
News ran an article about the Somali daycare fraud where they mentioned that Merrick Garland, the Biden DOJ, prosecuted and convicted 62 individuals in Minnesota. And I said, wow.
So watching the VOD from the first part of your react earlier, I see what you mean about how obscene this lighting / color grading is. I mean, it was done by a man. It's very clearly done by a man. But also, I think that they're used to, which is weird because Tim Pool doesn't have this, but like the Mar-a-Lago face and effect and Donald Trump, think Fox News. Fox News has a lot of people on there that are like extremely tan, and they will make people look very, very washed out when they don't have that tan already for that lighting. So what I have to assume is like they've set the lighting up that enough people that are coming out to Fox News basically kind of look like Donald Trump and have too much self-tan on, fake tanner or real tan. And so they overcompensate by like upping the exposure and making it look very, very bright so that there's color balance between their, how orange or like how like warm their skin is against the harsh studio lights. They did that, but for a room full of a bunch of like light complected people. So there was no need to do that.
Pull up CNN. What did they say? Minnesota investigators say daycares are running legitimately. And I'm like, sure, I'm sure they're saying that. But CBS runs a story that says, here's what we know about the fraud. They say Nick Shirley published a video. Biden had prosecuted these individuals. Here's the details of the prosecutions. It was very boring, neutral, and straightforward. Here's what happened. CNN's doing the we're on one side of this thing. So I ignore CNN. But the cherry on top, the final point is,
I ignore CNN because they're too partisan. That's why I get my news from Fox, he says.
A circumstance has been created by a corporation where people like me are going to be happy to once again read the corporate press run by a proud Zionist. At the same time, Candace Owens sounds like a retard, and she's blaming Zionists for literally everything. So the middle-of-the-road people that sway these elections are now going to say Candace is nuts and sounds like she's crazy, and Bari Weiss, the Zionist, sounds reasonable and acceptable.
What did you think of her decision to not run that 60 Minutes episode on CECOT?
It's exactly what I'm talking about. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
They're going to run it. They're just modifying it.
I thought the reason made no sense to me because she said, well, we didn't get it. We reached out to the White House and we didn't hear from them.
That's
so we felt like we can't give like a complete story without. That's not, he says so confidently. This was an example of when I should have just pulled it up because it wouldn't have been hard to find Bari Weiss's statement. I have a Bari Weiss statement, CECOT. Let's see. On like why they didn't run this story. It was literally like a screenshot of a fucking notes app thing that she wrote to herself. Them, but
That's
I
not
think
correct.
that they can obviously run a story if the White House declines to comment.
The story was that they did receive a response from CECOT and the White House, and the editors chose to omit it. She also further criticized them for rehashing old talking points that weren't relevant to the current developments on CECOT. And it's a very neutral thing to do for a news organization to say, guys, this story you're putting in, large chunks of it, already reported. So why are you including it? And we got a statement over here that you can include. I don't understand why you're not doing it. And they freaked out because they're activists. When Tony Dokopol, however you pronounce his name, ran a story saying, on the anniversary of January 6th, Donald Trump claims the Democrats are presenting a false narrative on what actually...
This is what it is. Okay, so this is from the Wrap. CBS News insider Bari Weiss met with 60 Minutes top editors to advance CECOT's story. The CBS News editor-in-chief pulled the Inside CECOT story in December, hours before it was slated to air. Bari Weiss met this week with top 60 Minutes editors in an effort to advance the news magazine's pulled story on Venezuelans being deported by the Trump admin to an El Salvadorian prison, the Wrap has learned. A source with direct knowledge of the discussion told the Wrap that Weiss's intention is to run the piece, not kill it. If it ends up dead, it's not dead now, the individual said. That's not the conversation that's happening now. Conversations regarding the segment titled Inside CECOT are still ongoing, and the segment is quote-unquote actively being worked on. Weiss, who pulled the story December 21st, hours before it was slated to air, met with 60 Minutes executive producer Tanya Simon, executive editor Dragon, I am white, I'm not going to be able to say that, and CBS News president and executive editor Tom Sabrowski on Wednesday for a process meeting where bringing the segment to a publishable state was discussed. The embattled CBS News editor-in-chief has not yet met with the wider 60 Minutes staff for the segment's correspondent, Sharon Alfonsi, as reported by Status earlier Thursday, but the Wrap has learned CBS News still wants to get the story on the air. The continued holdup is the Trump administration refusing to discuss the deportations on record, something Weiss requires to advance the story. Why require the administration's input to advance the story? An administration not commenting is in and of itself a comment. If they declined to comment, if they could not be reached, despite multiple attempts, which these news organizations have the resources to do and have done, there is no reason to think that they're ever going to provide a statement. So if you're always waiting for the current administration's effectively blessing to do this, then all you're doing is hiding behind not airing stories that are not favorable to the current political administration because, they haven't commented yet. All you're doing is encouraging them to not comment on stories and then you won't fucking talk about them. And they're going to be the most likely to not want to comment on the most controversial aspects and decisions of their fucking administration. This is something that he just said, this is great. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Weiss faced blowback last month for her decision to spike the 60 Minutes segment, as she made the decision hours before it was set to air and after it had already been promoted over the weekend. However, Weiss stood by her decision in multiple comments to CBS News staff, saying the piece was just not ready. While the story presented powerful testimony of torture at CECOT, it did not advance the ball. The New York Times and other outlets have previously done similar work, she wrote at the time. The public knows that Venezuelans have been subjected to horrific treatment at this prison. To run a story on this subject 2 months later, we need to do more. And it's so funny that this is another reason why she says the story has to be pulled. It's because, too many news outlets are talking about it. When his foray, so he says in his bullshit story about why he started watching Fox News, is because there was breaking news happening. He turns on CNN, they weren't talking about it. So he goes to Fox News and they were talking about it. So which is it? Do you want multiple outlets talking about the same topic, Tim Pool? Or do you want it to be certain outlets that talk about certain things and other outlets never touch them? And then that's a healthier media environment. Because this is an ongoing story. It should be talked. You would expect it to be reported on by the Times. You would expect it to be reported on by Reuters, the Associated Press, NBC, ABC, PBS multiple times over as the story develops. It's not done. Weiss defended that the piece needed an on-the-record statement from someone within the Trump administration. Why? Why does it need that? Following Weiss's decision, CBS News maintained that the segment, which temporarily aired on Canada's Global TV's streaming service by mistake, would air in an upcoming installment of 60 Minutes. And now, at least because we have this footage from the Canada network that aired it, if they ever air it on the American airwaves, we can compare it and see, did they actually end up adding anything? Did they take stuff out? What did they do?
Went down well. Hakeem Jeffries says that Trump is trying to rewrite history. End of story. They said that he was both sides in the issue. And I'm like, no, he did this normal news report. Trump said this, they said this, more at 11. And they're attacking him as if he's the activist. So I think...
Ben Riley Spider 1962, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. but we're like in a 5th or 6th, 7th degree war or something. It's a deep cut. So those watching that don't know what this chatter is referencing, I went over it not briefly, with Smug in my last VOD, where Tim Pool believes that we are in a 6th and 7th generational warfare, which is what he describes as non-kinetic warfare, like psychological warfare and like technology. Like, he's not wrong that like those things exist, but like he calls it this instead of just being like, yeah, there's like information warfare going on that's being waged like online.
Bari Weiss has done a beautiful job, but more importantly, to break it all down, the real point of this is not to debate the minutia of what CBS is doing, but that my view...
She gave Trump admin a pathway to CBS not airing bad Trump press. If they don't respond to requests for comment, CBS won't report it. Exactly. You're just rewarding that sort of lack of transparency from the admin, which is a feature, not a bug, from CBS run by Bari Weiss.
Of what they're doing is it's a coordinated effort to make people who hate Israel look like retards, and to be honest, a lot of them do look like retards.
They generally are.
And to pull the middle-of-the-road people who feel the media betrayed them back into the fold of supporting the American foreign policy machine.
Very interesting. Well,
that's what I do.
I like Bari Weiss. And
what else is there to say in response to that insane bullshit that he just spewed? Very interesting. Good boy. Good job, Tim. That was a very good, book report that you just did.
I think that we should give her.
She's doing great.
We should give her, time to try to fix things that you're saying it's already fixed, but
Ramsar Art, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. I really, really appreciate it.
Takes time. There's a lot of institutional issues there.
I've been reading. I've been pulling up CBS News articles, impressed that they're actually reporting the news. And I'm glad they hired Bari Weiss. Like,
dude, this fucking shilling and bootlicking for Bari Weiss. Like, are you on her fucking payroll or something? Jesus Christ. Or are you just doing this for free in the hopes that you get cut a check eventually at some point? I mean, it worked for Russia, right?
While I can point out, I think there's a strategy behind everything they're doing. Some might view this as malicious. I'm not saying it's good or bad that they're doing this. I'm saying it appears to be what they're doing. And by they, I mean...
He's a free agent on the handout scene, yep. It's either that or he's getting like a kickback of like $100 every single time that he says that. Or there's like that scene in Idiocracy where he keeps interacting with like random people that keep giving like slogans from corporations, and he's like, why are you saying that? And they're like, because they pay me money every time I do say it. It's the same fucking energy going on here.
Powerful politicians, corporate interests. I think YouTube is intentionally putting Candace Owens on the front page. What I mean by front page is new users who don't follow politics are being...
to you by Carl's Jr.
recommended Candace Owens because they're trying to tell conservatives. And it's a brilliant strategy. There are a lot of people who are conservative who are actually only espousing these opinions because they get views and they make money. We saw this with the emergence of the white nationalists on YouTube years ago, but they got banned.
IDK, you could stand to be in the room with that asshole. He is personally nice. He is also this insane off camera, but he was friendly to me, but I like barely interacted with him. I was talking to other people that were there mostly.
Didn't get rid of their movement. Nick Fuentes is just more popular. But if you can convince people who are chasing an algorithm that sounding like Candace Owens is the way you should bring your career, in 5 years, these people will not have careers anymore, I guarantee you, because they sound like retards. Their views are being propped up by recommendations that won't exist. And there's something to
we're looping on this. He already said all of this stuff. And it's so funny that going back to find where he said Bud Light has caused massive the Bud Light campaign has caused massive economic damage. The next thing that Daniel had brought up, or the thing that he had just brought up, was Nick Fuentes, which was the conversation was looping. It felt like it was at the same point an hour earlier, and it returned to those same points for some reason.
Individuals that I know that are friends of mine that have shifted their narrative from powerful corporate elites and governments are manipulating us and stealing our money like big corporations, and they're not paying their taxes, to now it's actually the whole time it was the Jews. And I'm like,
well, okay, in reality, it's the Somali daycare owners. You mentioned the CBS getting better. I did not find this story on CNN, on CBS, or anywhere really except Fox News, which is Jim O'Neill, and I mentioned this before the show, that I think he's the Deputy Secretary of HHS, that he confirmed that the Somali UN permanent representative, his name is Abukar Dahir Osman, has ties. He's listed for Progressive Healthcare Services in Cincinnati, which is one of the fraudulent daycare.
Everyone is nice. It's almost irrelevant. No, I do get the impression that a lot of people online think that because these people have morally repugnant views and are definitely not having a net positive effect on the world or the media environment that we exist in, that they are like kind of they're assholes in person, and they're not. I mean, like, they still are assholes. You can be civil and an asshole, but they are also very civil to people, and they're polite and friendly and kind, and they like to network, and it makes once you get to kind of observe what goes on behind the scenes with these producers and in these kind of green rooms, it's clear like why they have succeeded.
And it gets better because this is the president of the...
And just on that, it's just like they pour honey in people's ears. They are constantly like, they were very interested in like having me back on, and they wanted me to give them names of additional people to go on the show and like network.
UN Security Council right now, who was calling a meeting to condemn President Trump for arresting Maduro. So we have the immigration story in Minneapolis, the daycares, that's why we have the riots. That's why this person died. We have the Somali daycare itself, the fraud. We have the UN. We have Venezuela, all connected. And I think it speaks to the idea. There is.
No, I just found this on CBS. U.S. seizes fifth oil tanker. Wow.
Oh, yes. And
wow,
they're posting the videos,
News.
which I find really badass.
I will say this as an aside on the Venezuela thing. People need to understand that in 2006, Chavez stole American oil infrastructure to the tune of billions of dollars.
My family's gas station actually was a British Petroleum gas station.
I don't mean even like the gas stations for sure, but there was oil refineries.
Like what he's described, no doubt there was corruption involved, but they consider like nationalizing an industry to be tantamount to theft.
Wells.
Yes.
And these were owned by American oil interests through a legitimate agreement, and Chavez said it's mine now.
That's right. Not just oil, mining,
right.
Car manufacturers, like everything you can imagine was seized.
I think people need to understand that after we had billions of dollars of infrastructure seized by the Venezuelan government, the U.S. did not engage in connect retaliation. We largely just said, man, you mother. And then for 20 years, sat back as they utilized our investment.
And destroyed it, really.
Well, but yes,
it's been destroyed.
That's mismanagement.
Like they make it sound like Venezuela is like a global superpower or something that we just, ignored until now, when it couldn't be ignored any longer. They're not.
Yeah, well, but that's what happens because the government doesn't have the incentive to make profit, only to win elections. Right. And so they give everything for free. They didn't do maintenance. The refiners that you talk about.
You win elections by delivering. That's not unrelated. Like he's not wrong that there is always that incentive that exists, but you win elections with results. People still largely do govern or base their vote off of how somebody governed.
How about exploded?
Guys, just saying, an ad starts in 2 minutes, and if you want to avoid the incoming ad break, you can go ahead and subscribe to me or cross your fingers and hope that somebody gifts you a sub if you're watching on Twitch. You can also subscribe to me using your Amazon Prime sub, and that way you can have access to cute emotes as well as an ad-free experience.
You should look them up. It's called El Palito.
I know, but they didn't want them to.
They didn't want them to. Of course, it's bad for them too.
I think my prediction for the next few years, based on everything we're seeing, is that the right, the retard right, is going to fizzle out and burn out. These are the people who think the Jews are responsible for everything because that worldview.
Yeah, because when Nazism starts to breach the mainstream, it definitely never ends up, appealing to anybody or large swaths of the population. History certainly doesn't reflect that whatsoever. Nobody has ever found these ideas appealing on a broad scale.
Who can't do anything.
Right.
If you genuinely believe the Jews control everything, what is your mission to better this country? Quite literally, there isn't one.
It gets very dark.
And it doesn't stop with the Jews. It always goes to then Western civilization, like what Tucker Carlson's doing. He starts.
What's funny is that he has it backwards to me. It doesn't stop. When you start being conspiratorial about one thing, it doesn't stop there, and eventually it leads to the Jews. He says it starts with it, and then it ends up being other things. Like, no, usually by the time somebody is playing with neo-Nazi ideas and conspiracy theories, they have already done the work of all the conspiracy theories under the sun for literally every other demographic on Earth. But then the demographic behind everything and everyone pulling the strings are Jews. So that's almost inverse how I understand conspiracism and anti-Semitism to be linked.
The Jews, but then now he has a place in Qatar. Now he's saying that we should all. He actually said that there's never been any American killed by Islamic terrorists.
Redolent Thought, thank you so much for resubbing. You're on a 2-month streak. Only 2 months, as you put it. Thank you very much.
9/11, he said, and
since 9/11,
and he had a Daily Caller person who got beheaded by ISIS. Who he founded Daily Caller.
Right. How about the people at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando?
Okay, I love this because they're now circle jerking over how insane Tucker Carlson is. I'm not going to stop this or interrupt this. Never. That's totally fine with me. Totally agree with this. And Tim Pool is dying the entire time. I wish they would show a wide shot or show Tim Pool because you can hear him off camera being like, I don't know about that or whatever. He does not want them to be saying this because he is trying to maintain, and I don't envy him. I actually pity him. This is objectively a very difficult spot to be in. What do you do when you need to make Candace Owens insane? insane, crazy anti-Semite Candace Owens, but Tucker Carlson, who believes everything that Candace Owens believes, but is a respectable as a man who has a more respected media career and has been around in conservative media far longer than Candace Owens. What do you do when you hate one of these people, but you need the other to survive and have credibility on your conservative YouTube podcast? You're about to see how he balances that.
Or San Bernardino, California.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wonder where that eventually leads.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
Like, it is so absurd to say. I've not seen Tucker, but on the surface, presuming he has said that, so I'm not trying to...
he did,
I'm not trying to differ.
He did.
That's insane.
It's insane.
And when you go to go to any random liberal...
And look how careful he's being. Assuming he said that. If he said that, that's insane. Suddenly we're caveating and couching or whatever. But you think he would have been throwing out that caveat if I said, Candace Owens said blah, 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 blah? No, he wouldn't have done that. He just would have been like, yes, I heard that. Or, oh, really? I hadn't heard that. That sounds crazy. I bet she did. That sounds like the type of thing she'd say 100%. But with Tucker Carlson, it's all this hedging and all of this. Oh, we don't know. But if he said that, I guess I would consider criticizing him for that.
Or conservative and say that to him, they're gonna be like, that's retarded. So my point is this. If you want to win an election, I need to go out, find a random person and ask them, what do you need to do to get them to vote your direction? They're going to say, make my rent lower, get me milk, bread, and
that's
eggs.
why Mamdani...
It's a useless question, honestly. Almost useless. Okay. Obviously, it's important to get what people's nominal answer is, but it's like a fucking company or like Pepsi going up to you and being like, what do I need to say to you to get you to buy a Pepsi? You're not going to be able to, that's not going to be self-reported information, okay? It's going to be, it's like a black box. You can't actually, what people say they want, what people self-report when it comes to these sorts of things, they don't even know themselves.
He won.
Exactly, I agree.
Mamdani is an evil activist who wants to destroy the police. I mean, he has really bad intentions. I actually don't buy the whole thing, good intentions for him, but he was a very good campaigner on it. And now we're going to see him. What did he do when Maduro got arrested? Oh, this is a violation of international law, an act of war. The same dude who wants to arrest Netanyahu.
Right, I called
him out. So what
are
you talking? So you want war with Israel, I'm guessing.
So let's just say this. What policy position can you make to benefit the life of the swing voter by
it's so funny that Tim Pool's like, yeah, we need more sane people like Bari Weiss. We need more who's a Zionist. We need more of that in media. Guess what? You got a Zionist to your right and a Zionist to your left. That's what it looks like. Zionists do not like Candace Owens, but they also don't like Tucker Carlson. So this is exactly what you wanted, Timmy boy. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?
blaming Israel.
You said you needed more Zionists need to get their voice out more in the media. This is a perfect example of it. You're providing a platform to two Zionists. They're saying they don't fucking like Tucker Carlson. Why don't you listen to them?
All of their problems. No. It's not a rhetorical question.
No,
if I were to believe that Israel was actually secretly controlling everything and was the root of all of our problems, what would I say to a person walking down the street to vote for me?
And to be clear, they're Zionists for very different reasons. Dave Ehrenberg, the lawyer, said that after October 7th, he became radicalized, basically. And that was why he became more hawkish and more ardent supporter of Israel. That's what I remember him saying off camera. Daniel DiMartino works for the Manhattan Institute, which is like a conservative think tank in the United States, okay? And he's anti-Maduro, pro-Trump. That set of circumstances, that's obviously going to lead you to be a Zionist. So I don't know why he thought that these people were not going to have heat for Tucker Carlson. What I say, trust me, I am going to cut off. They say they're going to cut off foreign aid, which is peanuts. Now, if you want to cut off all foreign aid, I think that's fine. That's a principled argument. I think it may be one of yours. That's fine. I agree with it. Yes, that's principled. But to say no one's going to vote for you, right? But to say you're going to just cut off Israel $3.8 billion, but not everyone else who gets billions, even more than that. Wait, isn't the pitch the American electorate will be totally fine with that? Not only because polling data reflects that support for Israel has waned, that negative opinion, there is now over 53% of Americans view Israel negatively. That's the first time that has ever happened with the American public, according to Pew Research. Pew Research, Americans, 53% Israel? Let's see. 6. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans, or 59%, I said 53, it's 59%, have an unfavorable view of the Israeli government. Oh, wait, no, this is just of the Israeli government. Let's see. Where is it just for Israel? There is one, I'm pretty sure that it is 53% for Israel. Oh, yeah. Hello, if I had just seen this headline from the Times of Israel. 53% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel compared to 42% in 2022. Pew survey findings show how young Americans, even less well-disposed to the Jewish state, most respondents also don't want U.S. to take over Gaza. Yeah, 53% have an unfavorable view of Israel compared to 42%. So among Republicans, 37% view Israel unfavorably compared to 27% in 2022. 69% of Democrats view Israel unfavorably compared to 53% in 2022. But that aggregates to overall a majority in this country. So neither party is like, on average, if you just, were presented with a random selection of Republicans or Democrats, 5 out of 10 times they would be critical of Israel or have an unfavorable view. So when he's like, no, they wouldn't put up with that, with Israel being defunded, why? It's like Americans increasingly do not like our relationship with Israel. Like, to get the swing voter concerned about Israel, the whole thing is that like the Zog meme or whatever, the Zionist super chat. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay. So Ben Riley Spider, 1962, donated $5 more. Thank you so much. What do you think is responsible for the lack of epistemic humility and intellectual rigor in favor of tribalistic conspiratorial reasoning with MAGA? I mean, that's a very, very simple question, honestly. If we're American public education is not what it once was. There's a crisis surrounding people just having access, like there's honestly like a critical thinking skills crisis in this country. But that aside, it's like these people are swayed by whatever emotion they're feeling at any given time, and they have grievance-based politics. So when you have grievance-based politics and you also aren't particularly informed, and the current administration is trying to make it more difficult for you to become an informed person, yeah, that's how you get a bunch of conservatives. That's how you get a bunch of Republicans. Occupied government. So what they say is like the reason why there's an affordability crisis in all of this is because Zionists occupy the government. Yep. And so if I come in, then I'm going to eliminate those forces from within the government, and then all of a sudden everything's going to be hunky dory for you.
And that's what you would have. So that is your worldview.
That's right.
That's your pitch to the swing voter, and their response is going to be, what?
No, it's not. I just described how people fucking scapegoat different minorities. It's not hard to do. It's literally the strategy that has worked for Republicans time and time again. The difference is that they're slotting in Jews this time, and not that they haven't done that before, instead of another demographic. Jews and immigrants, for the most part. That is increasingly more and more people, because more and more people are like flocking towards Candace Owens, towards Nick Fuentes,
because
and Nick
YouTube
Fuentes
wants
and Candace
them
Owens.
to.
Well, and it doesn't change the fact that they are. I wasn't saying that it was happening for whatever reason. I only said that it's happening. And he's saying, if YouTube is doing that and they've gotten this far, what's to stop? Why do you think that it's going to stop? He's acting like the way he said, that's because YouTube wants them to. That's why they're winning. Doesn't fucking matter. They're still winning. They're still ahead. And they're probably going to continue on that trend.
Rules are
not that I'm happy about that. So I don't think it's I mean, I know people within YouTube obviously have political biases.
Mr. Beast gets clicks. And the reason why is because YouTube makes him default for new users and for so the algorithm tries to find what you're going to watch. The other day on X, and I got questions about Elon on this one. In my feed, actually, let me just pull this up because I want to show everybody and prove it. So I'm going to pull up the image. I got a post from Candace Owens. I don't follow Candace Owens. And so I screenshot it saying...
Also him being like, the median voter is going to be like, you're fucking crazy. After I just described like Zog and critical pedo theory. No, they won't. He has a very, very high opinion of the average voter for some reason.
It is really weird that X is putting her in my page when I don't follow her.
Maybe a lot of people you follow are interacting with.
No matter what you said, Tim was going to distill it with of some sort. Yeah, of course, because there was like one point in both shows where he just gave me credit and he did not caveat it. He did not try to like undercut it. Nothing like that. He just built upon the point that I made. And it was when I said Ron DeSantis makes decisions based off of a future presidential run. And where polling data suggests he should go and that he doesn't really have too many principled stances.
Look.
I get people
this
in
is my following feed.
I don't follow the time.
Oh,
this is a post from Candace Owens that is not a retweet.
I thought he said this was some like Candace Owens was on my For You page, but he meant following page. Or I heard For You page and he said he was saying following.
Nor is anyone responding.
Did she pay for an ad?
And no, it would say promoted.
But yeah, like Tim always had to like one up me on something or like, oh, you're kind of right, but blah, blah, blah. Like there was never a point where he just like agreed with me. There was really never a point where he honestly ever engaged with what I said with something that wasn't just like a massive straw man.
And it would say retweeted, and there would be a comment, and I do not follow her. X put her in my following feed, even though I don't follow her. And so this is why I don't just blindly say they are actively pushing her worldview. And again, I agree more and more people are adopting this world.
Okay. To prove that YouTube is actively pushing her worldview, we're going to appeal to a screenshot that Tim has of Candace Owens appearing in his following feed, even though he doesn't follow. How are these two things related? X is a different company than YouTube. And guess what? I would expect that, like, if he wanted it, like, there's so much more of a reasonable basis to say that, like, X is intentionally promoting Candace Owens. And it wouldn't be because they're trying to destabilize the Republicans or whatever the fuck. It's because they fucking agree with her. And X is populated with a bunch of right-wingers because it's headed by an egomaniacal billionaire named Elon Musk, who is himself a conservative. So there's more evidence or reason to think that that could be something that's happening at X. But of course, he doesn't say that. He says that what happens on X is evidence of something that's happening on YouTube that he never substantiated or really gave a reasonable basis to think. Makes no fucking sense.
Worldview, but it's not swing voters. It's people targeted by YouTube.
Right now, it's not swing voters, but I think increasingly, as that becomes a bigger faction within the right, the Republican Party, they're going to start coming for swing voters.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, of course. They're going to want to increase their vote share.
There's not going to be ever a swing population where Israel is the principal issue. It's just not going to happen.
I don't think it's just not what I said ever. I never said that there's a large swath of the population, whether it be Republicans, Democrats, independents, non-voters, that says Israel is my top issue. I literally never fucking said that. It's going to be the principal issue, but I think it's going to be more of the kind of America First isolationism. What I was saying is that you can very easily launder in anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic sentiments into your campaign on the right.
It's an esoteric faction.
They're gonna contrast themselves against what Trump is doing now, because Trump with his FIFA Peace Prize award, I'm not going to start any new wars.
I completely agree with you.
There's the Argentina bailouts, there's Israel-Iran, there's the Venezuela invasion.
There was no Argentina bailout.
Oh no, bringing up things that the Trump administration has done. Whoa. Slow down, Straighterade. You started to bring up things that Donald Trump has done. We have to be very, very careful about this, because if we're not, you might actually get to frame it in a way that's unfavorable to Donald Trump.
Point. Yeah. You are correct.
Just intervention is my point. And then they're going to contrast themselves and be like, no, I'm going to be the actual anti-war candidate, which is why Tulsi and JD Vance have been pretty quiet on the Venezuela stuff throughout all of this.
Now let's flesh this out.
Right.
What you were describing is...
he's so desperate to explain it to me. He's so desperate. I know what I'm talking about, dude. I have my own analysis. I thought you were interested in hearing out your guests' opinions on these things. But like, even when he agrees with me, he's like dying to interrupt me, dying to reframe it, dying to add more stuff. Even though I'm like thinking, if you agree with me, or like I'm wrong, like again, why he's like so horny to like interrupt or whatever, it just drives me fucking crazy. Just let me get it out, and then you can disagree with me or agree or say what I'm missing. But even when he's agreeing, because there was some agreement that he signaled right then, right? It's like, no, let's flesh this out. Let's flesh this out. And it's like, what is let's? You mean you? You're like talking over me to try to do it in your own special way.
Right. Conservatives adopting a new worldview, not middle of the road people who don't pay attention. You have to actively choose to watch political news in order to adopt this worldview. But if you go to Times Square, if you go to, Orlando or like Studio City, if you go to LA, go to Hollywood, most people are going to say, I don't know where Israel is.
No, I don't think they do, because Candace Owens is appealing to normies. Candace Owens at this point sounds like a targeted individual. She literally sounds like a woman who, if YouTube didn't exist, she would be screaming at traffic, in my opinion. And this is like,
YouTube is choosing who watches her.
This is being fed out to normal people that are going to be... YouTube is choosing who watches her. He only ups the claim. He only doubles down, triples down, quadruples on that claim when I challenge it. Become radicalized just by watching her.
I will bet you $1,000 that if we walk down the street and ask people what their biggest issue is, Israel ain't going to be one of them.
No, I don't think it's going to be like
said that. It's always the economy.
But I also think there's people are deaf, or it just has to be an intentional straw man. In Tim Pool's case, I obviously think that he's intentionally misrepresenting what I'm saying. I never fucking said Israel is anyone's number one issue. I was trying to suggest is that he's trying to make the claim that ain't nobody voting based on Israel. Yes, they are. That is factored into their decision. I'm not saying it's number one. I'm saying it's getting factored in. Tension between what voters state is their top 10 priorities versus what actually motivates them subconsciously to get
I want to clarify. I think what you're missing on this is swing voters are not involved in any of this conversation. So when you go to Ohio and you see some
swing voters are not involved in this conversation. You have one party that almost exclusively dedicates so much of their like resources, time, and energy to getting those fucking swing voters. That's Democrats. Then you have Republicans who do a lot of work pandering to their own bread and butter base, run towards them, give them everything that they fucking want, fulfill their Christmas wish lists. Okay, those are called evangelicals, WASPs, other groups that have consistently showed up for Republicans. But there comes a point, even for Republicans in the general, where both campaigns are trying to capture the independents, the non-voters, the swing voters. Those people decide elections. Of course they're going to be. The strategy is crafted around them. That is how it's all won. It's all won on margins. It doesn't matter if you get more voter turnout in California than ever before, or New York City, or in New York State. Those are blue states. Like, we have an electoral college. It doesn't matter if Republicans increase their voter share in Texas, in Florida, in red states. That doesn't matter with this current system. This current system rewards both parties pandering to an like a very, very, very particular voter base, and they're all in the fucking Rust Belt. So yes, that it, like that, it literally could not be more untrue what he just said.
Dude, like, and he works for, he's a garbage man. He's going to be like, I don't watch politics at all. So there's no Candace Owens. He'll say, I don't know who that is.
No,
that's
but they'll
swing
watch
voter.
that, but then they don't even think of it as political.
No, my point is, you're describing political factions. Swing voters tend to be nothing.
He knows my point. Obviously, he's done a really good job tracking this conversation. He knows my argument better than me. He knows what I'm trying to say better than I do. I like not talking about political factions. Like, you're describing this, you're describing that. Like, dude, you don't know the first fucking thing about my position. Not that you give a fuck. Not that you pay lip service to giving a fuck, but it's so clear that you don't. But you're not even bothering to actually listen to try to have a better straw man constructed for my argument. It was literally just saying things putting words in my mouth, saying I said things that I never fucking said, or saying, like, trying to suggest that I implied things that I never fucking did. I was so clear. I could not have been more clear that it is very easy to use these wedge issues to stir up a fucking frenzy in swing voters and win.
Like, I said it every story whenever I talk about, whenever I have a story about talking to someone, it's always a poker table. So
you play poker?
I play it all the time. And so
poker with the boys and sushi. Daniel doesn't know the lore.
When you go to a poker table, you've got either it's nine players or 8. So there's 7 people around me. Everybody's talking. And I would say 80% of the time, people go, I literally don't watch news. And I'll say, do you know who this person is? No. What about this person? No. They'll say things.
No, they don't watch news, but they are ambiently consuming political content, news reels, okay? On Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitter, if they're on Twitter, on Facebook. They are interfacing with news. Whether they think of it that way or not. They may not be what they mean when they say I don't watch news is literally just that. They mean I don't sit down when I get home from work and turn on the TV. I don't watch David Muir do the late night report for ABC. I don't watch Jake Tapper on CNN. I don't watch Fox News. That's what they're saying. They're not saying that they don't and if they're claiming I never even on social media watch news, what they're saying is that they don't go out of their way to consume news on these platforms, but they are.
Like, I was literally...
I don't watch news, but I listen to Joe Rogan. I listen to Theo Von.
Just playing out here at One-Eyed Jack's card room. It's beautiful. And literally a guy next to me, it's like 2 days after Maduro is captured. It's the biggest story in the world. And he goes, who's Maduro?
Of course.
That guy is not voting based on Israel. That guy's voting because his
we're on levels of strawman previously thought unknown. I don't think that Venezuela is any American, certainly not the swing voters' top issue.
Of course not.
But they can, when you poll people,
no, but he
they
didn't
might
know who Maduro was.
No, that's like saying that the Iraq War didn't really have a big effect leading up into the 2008 election because these people couldn't even name the architects of 9/11. So what does that have to do with anything? It does not matter that people cannot name or don't know who the illegitimate head of state is for Venezuela. It doesn't fucking matter.
the point. He's like, who's that?
That's because his mind focuses on how many outs there are on the table.
No,
Yeah.
he barely understood poker.
They would be able to name Osama bin Laden. They're not going to be able to name any of the co-conspirators. They're not going to be able to summarize like what we were actually doing in those countries. They might be able to say, oh yeah, wasn't the pretext like weapons of mass destruction? But they're not going to know the fucking brass tacks of any of this shit. And yet, nonetheless, it can be a stated very, very important thing for them. Not that I put much stock in it. Or they could be acting on that. They could be voting based off that, whether they fucking know it or not.
Go to someone and say, do you know who Benjamin Netanyahu is? They're going to say no.
They'll say,
people know
Tim,
BB
that's
is.
actually the more recent.
Also, that is crazy. And like Dave was like, that's not true. Yes, a lot of Americans know who Benjamin Netanyahu is. He's Donald Trump's biggest ally in the world.
To pursue the right policy rather than
Like even a median voter, a common American moron, yes, even that person has probably heard of Benjamin Netanyahu.
popular policy. Given that most people are uninformed, you want to do things that are going to improve their lives.
I agree.
And so what improves their lives? Things that lower
Like
their
you're probably more likely as a swing voter to know who the head of state of Israel is. I'm not saying their president. I'm just saying Bibi Netanyahu, like their prime minister, and not know who the president of like France is.
cost of living, for example, increasing oil production. For
Or
example,
not gonna be
you mentioned the
deal
Argentina bailout. Like that's like a left talking point to smear Trump on something that was super.
Left talking point to smear Trump, and I'm probably literally what I'm just saying. I'm probably about to say verbatim on the show. No, he actually did that. And that was in contravention to his stated goals for his 2024 presidential run. Okay. He said that he was not going to be interventionist. He said he was going to be a peaceful little dove and that he was going to end all of these conflicts and stop getting us involved in this shit. He obviously LARPed and postured as somebody who was going to be anti-interventionist and more isolationist, right? Obviously, everybody here who's watching me probably knows that that was all lies. It was bullshit. All you have to do is look no further than the first Trump administration. He governed like every other fucking Republican and worse. And was highly interventionist and he's no enemy of NATO. Let's just say that. Okay. So like complete lies that Donald Trump spun, but like they're saying, most people don't know any of that shit. Okay. Now I'll finally agree with you. Most people don't know that. And they just go off of what a presidential candidate says. And he said he was going to end the fucking wars. And he said he was going to be anti-interventionist and that we weren't going to get involved or entangled in any of this. We're not going to nation build, blah, 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 blah. I'm not speaking to whether or not the policy is good. I'm just saying that he said he wasn't going to do this shit. And now he's bailing out Argentina to the tune of, I don't know how many millions of dollars. Okay. So that's one example of like heavy intervention. And then he's like nationalizing stuff. I'm like, what was the industry that the government bought Intel or something like that? Intel and Trump admin reach historic agreement to accelerate American technology and manufacturing leadership. It's about like chips, but he ended up like acquiring like a non-insignificant amount of their fucking company. Yeah, 5% of fucking Intel is like now owned by the US government.
Successful to stop communism.
And the Intel thing, most Americans definitely don't know about. Most Republicans don't know about that. Most Democrats don't know about that. Most swing voters don't fucking know about that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that I would be shocked if these things don't come up in 2028.
For Argentina, no cost to us.
Regardless of whether or not it's successful, if he positions himself as kind of the anti-war, anti-intervention president,
and there's been no war, and he's pursued our interests.
Again, has to interrupt me to get the point out that but it all worked out. I'm not saying if it's good or bad policy, dumbass. I'm fucking saying that it's so hypocritical and it's a massive contradiction. That's all I'm saying.
No one wants all these wars,
uninformed, so they kind of see this stuff and they see it as like a
his highest approval rating is on foreign policy now. What's standing him is the economy.
His approval rating is above Obama's and Bush's for the same time period.
Yeah,
is this even true? I so doubt this. Is Donald Trump approval ratings? This is from the New York Times. Presidential approval rating. This is a daily average of polls conducted by dozens of different organizations since Inauguration Day. So 54% disapprove and 42% approve right now. Let's do Obama approval ratings 2010. 2010 January. Let's see. This is from Gallup. In January of 2010, where is his approval rating? So January has him at, is this 51% approve? Yeah. It's like so insane for him to say that. Obama definitely had better approval ratings by this point. 51% approve, 43% disapprove, and then 7, I guess, don't know. But yeah, 54% disapprove of Donald Trump. 51% approve of Obama at the same time. So that one's not fucking true. Way off. Let's see. George Bush, 2010, January, or not 2010. Approval ratings. Let's do 2002. At this point, it might have been high for Bush. Let's see. We do 2002, January 80. Oh God, this is painful to look at. Yeah, no one's gonna be topping fucking him. No one's topping George Bush. 84% of Americans approved, 12% disapproved, 4% didn't care. But to say that, like, but again, that is stunning to say that he has similar ratings to approval ratings to George Bush post 9/11 at the same time. 54% disapprove. 84% approve for George Bush. Insane! That's not true. It's like, I should have called that out.
Well, that's that America First, but his best ratings are his foreign interventions. In fact, if you look
because they're America First interventions.
Well, but if you look at the polling, when you ask people, should we go and remove Maduro, it was overwhelming. No, do not invade.
Yes.
And now it's the opposite because everyone likes a winner. Right. Because the military is just the best in the world. And they like the winner. Yeah.
So I tweeted,
and I think that the reaction of Venezuelans is actually helping of owning the libs. And you have the Venezuelans saying yes, screw socialism, and the libs saying no, we want Maduro.
Yeah, we had AI videos of Venezuelans saying yeah, screw socialism. Those went viral. Yeah. That was definitely, that owned the libs. Correct.
I'll make one last point because we're just about out of time. But going back to the original argument I was making about...
Might have to do two. And just out of curiosity, let's back up. I want to do the first term because it's more similar. Like each president is going to struggle more in like their second term. Oh, but Trump's in a second term. But a lot of people think of it like a first term. So I don't know what to do. Obviously, we know that Bush is going to be terrible by the time he's like approaching leaving office in the second term. But for Bush, like if I do 2001, January 2001, February 2001, 57% approve, 25% disapprove. Bush still wins. Easily, handily.
A good portion, I'd say the majority of liberals will say whatever.
Second term late, I mean, you guys seem to want this. Second term late, 29%. He left with 34% approval rating, 61% disapproved, 5% no opinion. Obama left office, let's see. Around 59% approve. Approval summary. Second term average was 47% approve. But at one point he reached 69%. Nice.
Just to be aligned with a group and not actually for something. I tweeted after Maduro's captured, the American economy is about to boom because we're about to get a whole bunch of free oil. And I get all these liberals saying, Tim Pool's a hypocrite who now supports intervention. And then the Krasensteins post a series of quotes from me where I say I oppose regime change and intervention and then claim I'm a hypocrite. And I'm sitting here being like, it is a fact statement that we are going to take the oil from Venezuela and it's going to boost our economy. And it is a fact statement that I disagree with the intervention. But they are lying. It's all one big political game. They don't actually believe anything. They said, I can misconstrue what he's saying to make it sound like he supports the intervention. It is all fake. Everybody's lying. The conservatives who have flipped the
I bet the fucking guest is triggered, Daniel, because he like wants Tim to support the intervention. Obviously, that's what they fucking pay him for at the fucking Manhattan Institute, is to go around on these right-wing shows and get them on board with the deposing of Maduro.
right are doing it because they're either scared of dying or they want to make money. Those are my final thoughts. Do you guys have any final thoughts?
Wait, you don't support it?
Support what?
He said it was 45-55. So.
No, I do not believe the U.S. should have gone into Venezuela.
The COPE, he said it was 45-55. Okay. Being real, even though he nominally says he opposes it, if you go on to defend every single thing, every single aspect of the intervention, you functionally support it, okay? I don't care that you say, I don't like it, but if you do that big but and then you justify everything after the fact, it means nothing that you say you don't approve, you don't support it, or you don't approve of it, okay? So Daniel's freaking out, but like, it was fun to like try to like, you know, drive a wedge between them very, very briefly. Okay, wait, really quick. Do you think it was constitutional?
Absolutely, yes. It was a law enforcement.
Absolutely, it was totally legal to and constitutional, definitely, yeah, to depose another sovereign nation's illegitimate leader. That's on us to get rid of them. 100% constitutional. Yep.
It was absolutely constitutional to do.
Constitutional. Absolutely constitutional to do. Period. End of story. Nothing more to say on that. Constitutional.
Gray area. You can argue both ways on it. Yeah, sorry.
But
I hate to equivocate. But
just to give my final thoughts.
Real quick, I agree with you on that. This is a situation.
Oh, you agree? You agree, Tim. You agree that it's a gray area, even though you just confidently said 2 seconds earlier it's constitutional.
Situation where it's
Constitutional.
Absolutely, yes. It was a law enforcement operation.
It was absolutely
a law enforcement operation. So we're doing law enforcement in Venezuela. That's constitutional. That invasion where, you know, we capture their illegitimate head of state, law enforcement. Definitely. The executive can do that. Yeah. They're really, name any single, if you think that this is constitutional, where's the line? Where is the line for a military intervention that you don't think falls under the jurisdiction and authority of the executive branch? You really just think literally any foreign policy decision that United States president makes unilaterally is legal, is constitutional. No problem there. It's not true. It is in the hands of Congress. It doesn't matter how many presidents violate it. It still remains in the hands of Congress. That's who can declare war, and invading a sovereign country is an act of war. They just don't do anything in response like start a fucking war because they don't have the fucking infrastructure to do it.
Constitutional to do.
Constitutional. It was absolutely constitutional to do.
Gray area. You can argue both ways on it. Yeah, sorry. I hate to equivocate.
Just to give my final thoughts.
Real quick, I agree with you on that.
I agree with you. 2 seconds earlier, it was absolutely constitutional to do. I agree, but I agree with you. It's a gray area. Losing my mind. You guys think that like when they're being rude to me, that's when I want to lose my mind? I don't care. I have been yelled at by so many men. That is not going to faze me, okay? Yelling at me, being rude to me, no. When they say and do things like this and I like can't say anything about it, to just point it out, that's what drives me fucking crazy. That's what makes me want to lose my mind in these conversations.
This is a situation where it's largely an argument, and I believe there are very strong arguments for it not being constitutional. But I think based on constitutional precedent, what we have seen in terms of Supreme Court rulings on what the president is allowed to do, it would ultimately be decided as constitutional. That being said, we should have done it. I appreciate the economic boom. I appreciate the oil. Venezuela has aggressed upon us to a great degree. I think we are about to face...
Emotional woman moment, true and real.
And I could be totally wrong on this one. Unintended consequences, as we often do.
Are you happy debating in the political sphere? Do you like what you're doing, or is it destroying your mental health? This is my dream job, so I love what I do. Yes. Destabilization.
And you might argue that basically putting a stop to our adversaries taking from our region and being benefited is the greater good. I think we might actually see instability, which causes a problem in our own backyard.
I'll say just my final thought. I think President Trump didn't run on isolationism. He ran on America first. And that includes interventions that are in the interest of the United States, such as destroying the nuclear arsenal of Iran that he did and didn't cause World War III.
Okay. He's not wrong. I actually don't disagree with like brass tacks of what he's saying. That like, if you listen closely, the literal denotation of what Donald Trump ran on, America First. And America First includes a bunch of intervention. He's not wrong, okay? However, they don't like when you frame it that way. What they want to do is say, it's America First and blah, 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 and they have to do their fucking spin on it. No, he is a hawkish fucking neocon. Okay, that's how he's governing in the second administration. There is no getting around it. He makes George Bush and Dick Cheney blush. That's how much intervention he's done just since his second term has started, okay? Don't get it twisted. But they'll never let you just say it that way, even though that is literally what he just said. And I don't even disagree with him that, like, what he ran on or whatever, it's like a very particular way to sell and manufacture consent to do intervention in these foreign countries to the American public. And there's not technically a contradiction, because you can be, like, to quote the great Adam Sosnick of the PBD podcast, America first, but not America only. And they have to make all these convoluted arguments for how this is always in the interest of America. But guess what? The average person's understanding of this, and this is really what we're talking about, median voters, swing voters, how it lands with people, when they hear America first and they hear you say no new wars, and they hear you say that we're not going to nation build and we're not going to invade and we're not going to do blah, 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 you have lied. You have lied, and you've definitely made it sound like you are an isolationist, or that you're going to be significantly pulling back American military force and might around the world. That you're going to be, transforming, is one way to put it, diplomatic ties, that you're going to be scaling all of this shit back, okay? Like, make it make sense to the average person.
Or
the only, like, group of people that resonates with are people that already agree with Trump, that are already in the personality cult, that already they're looking for a way to, how do I get myself out of this conundrum with my liberal friends and coworkers or whatever the fuck. Clearwatch, thank you so much for the bits. Really appreciate it. How do I, like, frame this to them in a way that doesn't sound, like, incoherent and massively internally contradictory? That's what he exists to do, is propagate these talking points so people that are MAGA can, like, go and explain it to people in a way that doesn't sound, like, totally convoluted. But no, okay? The average voter, the median independent voter that helped put Trump in office, it doesn't square. It is just a flagrant contradiction. It is not what he ran on, and that they actually are like, I didn't vote for this.
Venezuela's leader, who is a narco-terrorist, who has sent drugs to here, who has sent us to Nicaragua, who have killed Americans, who has destroyed our oil industry.
Hold on. You're saying all those things, but there was one thing he did that's more egregious than the rest, and it's when he was addressing a starving nation, and he pulled an empanada out of a drawer and took a bite.
Oh, man, I saw that one live when I was actually living there. No, that's true.
It's so weird to, like, watch Tim Pool say to this guy, like, this Venezuelan guy, like, oh, no, you're leaving out the crescendo of the, like, that really once and for all showed the Venezuelan public, blah, blah, blah. Like, what do you know about it? He definitely knows more about it than you.
I'm kidding. That was the worst thing he did.
And Chavez used to say being rich is bad with a Rolex on his wrist. I mean, this is how Marxist leaders are. Totally. And so I actually think this is going to be very successful. I think Secretary Rubio has done an incredible job. I mean, he's going to go down, if this finishes well this year, as the best Secretary of State in U.S. history. And I'm really grateful to President Trump for what he did in Venezuela.
Do you think he'll be found guilty?
Who? Maduro?
Maduro.
Oh, he will be found guilty.
Easily. Come on.
First,
I do.
Let me say something.
The military-industrial complex.
Let me say something.
This one I felt like I was on, like, equal footing very, very briefly with all of these people as far as, like, being welcomed into the room, because this was just like, this is literally just like treating politics like sports ball. Like, it's, sports commentary and analysis that we're given from the sidelines, because we're just wish casting at this point. Nobody's actually making, like, coherent arguments or basing it off of anything really empirical. I'm not so sure that this administration is going to be able to find Maduro guilty. I'll be real. They couldn't do it, James Comey. So do we really have confidence that they're 100% going to be able to do it with Maduro? I don't know about that. I don't even know how Maduro is supposed to be judged by a jury of his peers when he's not an American citizen. He is literally a Venezuelan head of state. So make that make sense, okay? If he's found guilty, it is not because of the ingenuity of the Trump administration. It is in spite of that.
He is guilty. Number one, he is guilty. Number two, Ron DeSantis, very smart. He's going to put state charges. No matter if we got a Marxist president in 10 years that wants to pardon Maduro, he's going to prison in Florida here. And it's the Venezuelans who are going to be the jury.
I don't think the state charges will stick, but I do think he's found guilty.
Again, America first. America first.
No matter if we got a Marxist president in 10 years that wants to pardon Maduro, he's going to prison in Florida here. And it's the Venezuelans who are going to be the jury.
I don't think the state...
That, landed well with a bunch of MAGA conservatives. A guy literally telling you that the fate of Maduro is going to be concentrated in the hands of Venezuelans. He's referring to Venezuelan Americans. They still are American, okay? But in the context of Stephen Miller and the Trump administration doing a mass deportation program to purge any and all immigrants in this country out of here. He's gleefully saying, yeah, the Venezuelans are going to decide the fate of what happens here.
Charges will stick, but I do think he's found guilty at the federal charges.
At the federal level.
Can I, my final words would be, we haven't mentioned Iran at all here, and it's amazing that you see the yearning for freedom.
This guy in red is so lame. I mean, he's looking for a media career, so...
From the Iranians to be freed from the Ayatollah and this oppressive government.
This was before everything in Iran had popped off.
Back to Tucker Carlson, it's interesting that his comments, his podcast is being played by the Ayatollahs right now.
Oh, yes.
To try to, as part of government propaganda. You know you're on the wrong side.
This is so delicious to see him and Daniel DiMartino circle jerking over how bad Tucker Carlson is, and me just watching from the sidelines how uncomfortable Tim was. The best part.
Of present and history when the Ayatollahs are playing you.
Is that guy Venezuelan or Cuban? Venezuelan. Is he ever? And he does not like Cuba. He was alleging conspiracy. I watched, he was saying, he said that the doctors that Cuba sends around the world are spies. That's what that is. He does not like the Cuban government. And he was just making up shit, like left and right in this podcast episode. If I search like Daniel D. Martino. This
because of Instagram.
And like, don't get me wrong, that would be pretty impressive if Cuba was pulling that off. That all of those doctors that they send to help people for COVID and other areas of the world where they need more doctors, that they were actually spies, would be impressive. Not seeing any evidence of that. I don't even hear conservatives allege that. Even conservatives like Marco Rubio who fucking hate Cuba. But maybe it's somewhere in an interview that I just didn't know about. If a doctor. If I put spies. He definitely talks about spies. Damn, I'll never be able to find it. Oh, wait, because this is a clip. I don't want the clip. I need the whole fucking thing. This is him speaking at, like, Ben Shapiro's thing. D. Martino, if I put, like... It was, like, a 3-hour conversation that I, like, started to watch in preparation for an episode that didn't even end up being about that. 2 weeks ago, he was on trigonometry... News Nation on CBN. Sorry, I thought that was News Nation. This, okay. Worst to come. Venezuelan on Maduro, narcos, and $17 trillion oil conspiracy theory.
All right, what percent?
Here's where he talks about the Cuban government like having spies and like Doctors Without Borders or whatever. I don't know. But doctor? Cuban doctor program? Okay, I'm getting close. Like in the way he describes it, Cuba is like this highly disciplined, highly effective, like narco state, you know? And maybe it's true. Would love to hear and see the evidence that's like the case, that Cuba's like running everything in our backyard and we just didn't notice, and they're doing it in all these covert ways. Would love to hear it. Would love to see it. Don't know that that's true.
They're doing it for free in that the people of Venezuela don't get any money because the oil's being taken.
They don't pay taxes.
But Maduro's getting a lot of benefits for his power structure.
Of course. Yeah. What the Cubans get for the free oil or give to Maduro is that they control the entire intelligence apparatus. They tap the communications. They keep the Venezuelan military in check. And it's
How do they do that?
Well, by tapping
he also said that there's like Cubans, like corrupt Cubans in the Venezuelan government that are like helping manipulate the strings and like screw over the Venezuelan people.
And having a Cuban officer in every military unit.
There's a Cuban officer in every military unit in Venezuela, apparently.
A foreign Cuban officer in every Venezuelan military unit. It's just to keep people, to make sure they're not betraying anyone.
The Cubans are really running things in Venezuela, apparently.
Wow, that goes deep.
You know, have you heard of the Cuban doctors program? That they send doctors around the world. It's like a humanitarian thing.
No.
They're not doctors. That's the problem.
They're spies.
I mean, some of them are doctors, to be fair, and they're victims, and some of them try to escape when they're sitting in another country, and they're good people. But most of them are spies. And that's why Cuba sends these doctors for free to other countries.
Now, when they took over,
Source, I made it the fuck up. That's the source, because I could not find any information to corroborate this. I was trying to even find like conspiracy websites to explain it to me, like where this is coming from. This is like completely new. Very interesting. Okay, good one. But no, I never heard of that before. And I couldn't find any information corroborating even a shred of this. Not even just, just one Cuban spy in the doctor's program. Just one. And I would be like, oh, okay, there's something. I couldn't find it.
For propaganda.
Very socially conservative, haven't you heard?
I don't agree with that. I think in America there's a plethora of opinions and they're allowed to have it. Just because somebody agrees.
I did hear that there are a fair amount of Cubans who did security for Maduro due to their ties, but I heard that from Bosch. So I don't know if that's true. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if maybe that's true, but it's definitely not true. That I don't think that Cuban officers have infiltrated the Venezuelan military and are running everything.
With you on one thing, or you agree with them on one thing, doesn't mean that it's intentional, it's bad, or you're wrong. There are going to come many times when, the world opposed what we did in Iraq, right? There were protests all over the world in countries we are allied with and countries we are enemies with.
Right.
And I think history shows that the invasion of Iraq was a mistake, and basically everybody agrees.
But this will be different, he said.
So if you were coming out in the 2000s saying this is wrong, we shouldn't do it, they'd be canceling you. They wouldn't invite you onto these TV shows. And so sure enough, you're going to see in foreign countries them praising you for having called it out. We'll see what happens. Tucker may be right on some things, he may be wrong. I'm lukewarm on Tucker right now because there's some things I've seen where they seem to be contradictory, like when he claimed he didn't know Tommy Robinson was, which is like what you've interviewed him, I think, like 2 or 3 times.
He's famous.
There's a few people.
That being said,
Wow, one brazen lie. Okay.
I don't think Tucker's done the overt, cowardly, or evil things we've seen from others. So I say
From others, Candace Owens.
I'm lukewarm.
You saw he brought a far-out registered agent of Venezuela into his show and he didn't disclose it, right? Robert Amsterdam?
I don't even know that you have to disclose that just because you bring a far registered agent onto your, private podcast that you have to disclose it. You ought to disclose it as like a social thing, but you probably don't have to legally disclose it.
$4 million by the Maduro regime.
Yeah, but
And that's
again,
the episode
this is lukewarm.
and that's the episode where Tucker said Maduro is actually socially conservative.
I see no difference between Tucker and Candace Owens.
I
really think
absolutely
they're
see a
two sides of the same
Well,
coin.
Candace might be more mentally ill.
They both agreed with me. They only showed Tim's face of like, no, I don't think that's true. It's true. Difference between Tucker and Candace Owens.
I
really
absolutely
think
see
they're
a
two sides. Dave, yeah, I agree. Daniel, absolutely. Sides of the same coin.
Well, Candace might be more mentally
What
ill.
no difference between Tucker and Candace Owens.
I
really
absolutely
think
see
they're
a
two sides of the same
difference.
coin.
Well,
I absolutely see a difference. Can I articulate that difference? No.
Candace might be more mentally ill.
Yeah, I mean, Tucker's not coming out claiming that Erica Kirk was a robot built
Or
by...
the Brigitte Macron
Tucker just asked questions.
That is true. Tucker is not saying that Erica Kirk is a robot. Does that make them meaningfully different? No.
He doesn't actually come out and say it.
Right.
Tucker has opinions and a focus that many people think is backed by an agenda. I'm lukewarm on it because...
And Tucker's not a woman. He's also white. Not like Candace Owens.
I think people ought to have opinions. Do you have to disclose someone's far if you interview them? I don't know. I think it's fair to criticize, though. Candace has said psychotic shit.
He just totally blew that. He had nothing. He had no way to draw a distinction between those two people. And I'm sure if he were ever pressed on that, it says, oh, well, I don't really watch Tucker, so how could I say blah, blah, blah. There's not a difference between them. And you're struggling to articulate one because even if you watched it, even if you watched their content, you would struggle even more to really articulate a difference between Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, other than the fact that Tucker does like the just asking questions shit better and more than Candace. That's their main difference. It's the same thing though.
Like Charlie came to her in a dream. Look, I'll make it personal. She claimed, quote,
okay, Tucker Carlson said he was attacked by a fucking demon in his bed.
The shooting Tim Pool survived was committed by his brother. That is just making shit up. Because,
she said that.
Yeah, she said that. And it's just not real. There was never a shooting I survived committed by my brother. There was never an incident where my life was in danger because my brother was trying to kill me. It's just not reality. It's fabricated. And that's very, very different from what Tucker does. Tucker...
and I didn't say anything here because I just wanted to watch him struggle to explain how Tucker is meaningfully different than Candace Owens.
Just seems to have a bias. And you can disagree with it and say he's hyper-focused on issues that are bad for us, whatever you want to think. Candace is just saying psychotic shit that makes no sense. Yeah. But we're out of time. Yeah. So if you want to nail some final points, or I don't know who did or who didn't, whatever, I don't know.
I think I said what I wanted to say. Definitely, I'm Daniel DiMartino for the people who didn't hear it before. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter, just Daniel DiMartino. And
I'm Erin, aka Straighterade, or @Straighterade_ on everything from Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I do political commentary and React streaming.
I'm Dave Ehrenberg, former state attorney for Palm Beach County, a.k.a. the Florida Lawman. You can find me on Substack at Dave Ehrenberg and on social media.
Thank you all so much for hanging out. We're going to be back tonight with Timcast IRL. Don't miss it. It'll be at 8 p.m. It's going to be fun. And we'll see how things go. I think there's going to be a lot more protests.
We pre-recorded that. It makes it sound like we did it live. Okay. Well, there's one train wreck done. If you're watching on Twitch, though, and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to me. It's absolutely free. So is liking the stream, which pushes it out to other people. If you want to consume any of my past content, all of my VODs are housed on my YouTube channel, and almost all of them are timestamped. That way you can skip around to each segment very, very easily without having to sit through a 5-hour VOD to find what you're interested in hearing me yap about. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. But the best way to support me is obviously a super chat through YouTube, because it seems to be the easiest, or subbing to me on Twitch, or gifting subs throughout the chat, or using your Amazon Prime sub to subscribe to me. You will get access to cute emotes as well as an ad-free experience. I'm at Straighterade_ on everything. And before I get to my second appearance on Tim Pool, which was a lot more contentious than what we just watched, I do want to look at really quick couple of I want to look at the Clintons refusing to testify in the Epstein inquiry. So this came across my feed this morning. Facing contempt threat, Clintons refuse to testify in Epstein inquiry. This was reported earlier today. Bill, aka Slick Willie, and Hillary Clinton refused on Tuesday to testify in the House's Jeffrey Epstein investigation, escalating a months-long battle with its Republican leader, Representative James R. Comer of Kentucky, who quickly said he would take steps to hold them in contempt of Congress. Every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough and are ready to fight for this country, its principles, and its people, no matter the consequences, the Clintons wrote in a lengthy letter to Mr. Comer, the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, which was obtained by the New York Times. For us, now is that time. Oh, okay. Very convenient. So by you not testifying in the Jeffrey Epstein House Oversight Committee thing, that's actually you opposing fascism. Enough is enough, I said. I can excuse mass deportations, but I draw the line at being subpoenaed to testify before Congress. I've seen enough. I've seen enough, okay? I will not be complicit. Mr. Comer's relentless efforts to force them to testify reflect his overall approach to his panel's Epstein inquiry. He has sought to deflect focus from President Trump's ties to the convicted sex offender and his admin's decision to close its investigation into the matter without releasing key information. Instead, he has worked to shift the spotlight onto prominent Democrats who once associated with Mr. Epstein and his longtime companion Ghislaine Maxwell. Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times while Bill Clinton was president, Mr. Comer said on Tuesday, speaking to reporters after holding Mr. Clinton's scheduled deposition with the chair left empty to call attention to the former president's absence. He added, "No one's accusing Bill Clinton of anything, any wrongdoing. We just have questions." I mean, obviously, they're trying to... He would be a pig going off to the slaughter, or a lion, you know, like you're walking into like the lion's den when they say that. We just want to ask questions or whatever. But it is ridiculous for that to be like their stated reason as to like why they won't testify. Mr. Comer has repeatedly threatened to hold the Clintons in contempt if they failed to appear for live depositions behind closed doors, typically a first step in referring to someone to the Justice Department for prosecution. And they definitely know that, and they've obviously made the calculation that being held in contempt would still be better than if he had to answer questions surrounding his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. What does that fucking tell you? He had set a deadline of Tuesday for Mr. Clinton to appear and Wednesday for Mrs. Clinton. But hours before the deadline, the Clintons made clear that they had no intention of presenting themselves on Capitol Hill to be questioned by Mr. Comer and members of his committee. They did so by submitting an 8-page legal letter laying out why they considered the subpoenas invalid and legally unenforceable. Then followed up with a scorching missive that they signed jointly, promising to fight Mr. Comer on the issue for as long as it took. They're so brave. In the letter, the Clintons noted that they had proactively provided Mr. Comer with sworn statements similar to ones he had accepted from 7 or 8 other former law enforcement officials. He had also subpoenaed and then excused from testifying before the committee. The Clintons have repeatedly said they have no knowledge relevant to the investigation. Yeah, but you could go up there and just say that. You could go up there and say that over and over and over. What you don't want is a clip of them asking you about the most damning pieces of information, even if it's not criminal, because it just looks bad that you were associated with this guy. On Tuesday, they went further, publicly going to war against Mr. Comer on the matter with moves that appeared to lay the predicate for what could be a messy legal battle. In a letter that touched on Mr. Trump's immigration crackdown, his use of the Justice Department to prosecute his enemies, and even Republicans' opposition to extending health care subsidies, the Clintons accused Mr. Comer of potentially bringing Congress to a halt to pursue a politically driven process literally designed to result in our imprisonment. We are confident that any reasonable person in or out of Congress will see, based on everything we release, that what you are doing is trying to punish those who you see as your enemies and to protect those who you think are your friends, they wrote. And they're actually not wrong about this. This is 100% correct. This is entirely true. This is not really, the Clintons are, side characters in this. The focus should be on Donald Trump, and they're doing everything that they can to distract from that. And that's why they're making a big to-do about them not showing up. Doesn't change the fact that they should be showing up, to be honest. In the letter, the Clintons said they had anticipated that Mr. Comer would still direct his committee to seek to hold them in contempt, and they expected him to release irrelevant decades-old photos that you hope will embarrass us. And they will embarrass you guys. On Tuesday morning, I fucking hate the Clintons, so obviously I don't really care. I'm shedding no tears over this. This is not me being in support of Republicans fucking politicizing this or whatever, but on its own, the Clintons not cooperating with this investigation is fucking bullshit. They should be cooperating. On Tuesday morning on Capitol Hill, Mr. Comer said he was disappointed in Mr. Clinton's decision to refuse a lawful subpoena and said he would move next week in committee to hold the former president in contempt. Hillary Clinton is a lawyer. She used to I'm pretty sure she was on the board of Walmart or used to argue defend Walmart. Okay. Walmart's not hiring penny lawyers or people that, have any other legal qualification than the best of the best. Okay. They got the fucking money. So if you can defend them and you can defend, is Bill Clinton a lawyer? I'm pretty sure Bill Clinton has his JD as well. Why can't you defend yourself against this? Why can't you plead the fifth? Why can't you say, I don't know about that. I don't recall. Exonerate yourself. Why don't you go up there and show they don't have anything? We didn't break the law. It would be the easiest thing to get out of if that were true. That would take a vote of the panel followed by a vote of the full House. Should it pass, it would be up to the Justice Department to prosecute the matter, in which penalties include a fine up to $100,000 and imprisonment for as long as a fucking year. And they would love that. They would love nothing more than than Republicans to imprison them, to lock them up, so as they say. Okay, because then they'll claim they're martyrs. And $100,000, that's literally pocket change for these people. They're wealthy as fuck. Mr. Comer also noted that there had been bipartisan support to subpoena the Clintons, which is true. Over the summer, as Democrats on the oversight panel teamed with a few breakaway Republicans to force through a subpoena of the Justice Department, GOP lawmakers amended the measure with several other names, including the Clintons, and the package passed with a bipartisan vote. The Clintons said in their letter that they anticipated Mr. Comer would argue that the decision about whether to testify was not theirs to make. But we have made it, they wrote. Now you have to make yours. The Clintons have worked to beef up their legal team before Comer's deadline. They brought on Ashley Callan, co-chair of the Congressional Investigations Practice at Jenner and Block, who had previously worked as general counsel for Speaker Mike Johnson and other top Republicans, to interface with GOP members on the House Oversight Committee. Ms. Callan also previously worked as the deputy staff director on the House Oversight Committee under Comer. They also sought assistance from Abby Lowell, the veteran lawyer famous for representing clients in the middle of political scandals. Before that, the Clintons had been working behind the scenes for months to avoid appearing on Capitol Hill to testify. Their longtime lawyer, David E. Kendall, previously sent 3 letters explaining in detail his argument that the Clintons should be required to provide only sworn statements to the committee. In a more aggressive legal letter sent to Mr. Comer at 11 p.m. on Monday, Ms. Callan and Mr. Kendall wrote that the subpoenas were, quote, invalid and legally unenforceable, end quote, because they did not have any valid legislative purpose. They also said they were unwarranted because they do not seek pertinent information and an unprecedented infringement on the separation of powers. Mr. Comer's insistence over months that the Clintons appear, the lawyer said, brings us toward a protracted and unnecessary legal confrontation. Who is us? I guess he means him and his clients, right? Citing specific case law about congressional subpoenas and constitutional precedents, the lawyers wrote that the subpoenas were nothing more than, quote, an effort to publicly harass and embarrass President and Secretary Clinton and an impermissible usurpation of executive law enforcement authority. She held her own pretty well when the Republicans were wasting time trying to excoriate her over the Libya intervention that actually could have been, useful testimony to have extracted from Hillary Clinton. But no, that was political, and you participated in that. Why wouldn't you participate in this? That was way more partisan. Clearly, there was not bipartisan support for that. There was only Republican support for that. You still participated in that. Why not do it here? So, that can't be the reason. Unless you want to say everything's changed because of Donald Trump. But they're not really saying... They're saying this administration, but they're talking more broadly about, the party. They're talking more broadly about like how it's been generally, made into like a political football, but like that is every like House Oversight Committee for political reasons. The committee's attempt to compel the Clintons to testify in person ran afoul of limitations on Congress's investigative power that have been outlined in cases before the Supreme Court, the lawyers said. As they noted that the Supreme Court had stated in the past that there must be a quote-unquote nexus between the investigation's legislative aims and the witnesses from whom information was sought, Mr. Comer had not established why the Clintons' appearance would be relevant, they said. The lawyers encouraged Mr. Comer to de-escalate this dispute. Because she doesn't want to? Exactly. Cooperating doesn't mean completely cucking. I'm not saying that they need to completely cuck. I expect them to get up there and defend themselves or answer in very, very strategic ways, to give almost nothing substantial or whatever. But like, they say there's no there. They say nothing there was improper. They say that they don't have anything. And they might be right that like, I don't see any evidence that there was criminality involved in it. It's not actually a crime to associate with somebody who was later convicted of a sex offense, like being a sex offender. It's not a crime. So that is true, right? But then there's public opinion. That's what they're worried about. They're worried about their legacies and they're worried about public opinion. And they know that if they talk about the fact that he was chummy with this guy, it's not going to look good. Okay? But I don't think it's appropriate for you to refuse to testify on this Epstein inquiry because it would be personally embarrassing for you. That doesn't mean you shouldn't testify. It's like so transparently self-serving. And I expect nothing less, Someone's got to advocate on behalf of the Clintons, and I expect it to be the Clintons first and foremost, right? But I'm definitely not going to cheerlead that on. They should be answering these fucking questions. And if there's nothing there, say that. They couldn't get you on Benghazi. If you could get yourself out of Benghazi, you could get yourself out of this, I would think. Unless you really, really think that you can't. That just tells me, like, there's something that they don't want to be asked or made to confront. Let's see. Anything else before we get into the fucking second episode? Oh, yeah. The Slate article I wanted to read. So this is from Slate. This was published today. You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof. What happens when you do minimal screening before hiring agents, arming them, and sending them into the streets? We're all finding out. So this is a journalist that was able to secure a position at ICE, even though they had social media that would show that they are highly critical of the Trump administration, that they do not support his policies, that they're highly critical of ICE. All of this is public, and yet nonetheless, they were able to not only make it through a screening test if one was done at all, which, again, maybe that doesn't preclude you from being part of ICE, but I would be shocked if it wasn't heavily considered. Like, do you actually agree with the aims and goals of this administration and its mass deportation campaign? Do you actually think it's legal? That seems relevant to whether or not they're going to hire you. And this person didn't, and yet nonetheless, they were able to get a fucking job. The plan was never to become an ICE agent. The plan, when I went to ICE, to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Career Expo in Texas last August, was to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent. Who wouldn't be curious? The event promised on-the-spot hiring for would-be deportation officers. Walk in unemployed, walk out with a sweet $50K signing bonus, a retirement account, and a license to brutalize the country's most vulnerable residents without consequence, all while wrapped in the warm glow of patriotism. At first glance, my resume has enough to tantalize a recruiter for America's Gestapo in waiting. I enlisted in the Army straight out of high school and deployed to Afghanistan twice with the 82nd Airborne Division. After I got out, I spent a few years doing civilian analyst work. With a carefully arranged, skills-based resume, one which omitted my current occupation as journalist at SLATE, I figured I could get through an initial interview. The catch, however, is that there's only one Laura Jadid with an internet presence, and it takes about 5 seconds of Googling to figure out how I feel about ICE, the Trump admin, and the country's general right-wing project. My social media pops up immediately, usually with a preview of my latest posts condemning Trump's unconstitutional authoritarian power grab. Scroll down and you'll find articles with titles like, "What I saw in LA wasn't an insurrection, it was a police riot," and "Inside Mike Johnson's ties to a far-right movement to gut the Constitution." Keep going for long enough, and you might even find my dossier on Antifa Watch, a right-wing website that lists alleged members of the supposed domestic terror organization. I am, to put it mildly, a less than ideal recruit. In short, I figured, at least back then, that my military background would be enough to get me in the door for a good look around ICE's application process, and and then even the most cursory background check would get me shown the same door with great haste. The ICE Expo in the Dallas area, where my application journey began, required attendees to register for a specific time slot, presumably to prevent throngs of eager patriots from flooding the event and overwhelming the recruiters. But when I showed up at 9 a.m., the flood was notably absent. There was no line to check in and no line to go through security. I walked down nearly empty hallways, past a nearly empty drug testing station. This makes me very happy to hear that, there weren't all of these people just clamoring to get on the fucking ICE, Gestapo force, and into the event proper, where a man directed me to a line to wait in for an interview. I took my spot at the end. There were only 6 people ahead of me. While I waited, I looked around the Esports Stadium Arlington, an enormous blacked out event space optimized for video game tournaments that has a capacity of 2,500. During my visit, there couldn't have been more than 150 people there. Hopeful hires stood in tiny groups or found seats in the endless rows of cheap folding chairs that faced a stage ripped straight from Tron. Everything was bright blue and lit up and sci-fi future angular. Above the monolithic platform hung 3 large monitors. The side monitors displayed static propaganda posters that urged the viewer to defend the homeland and join ICE today. No doubt posters that were probably made using fucking AI. While the large central monitor played 2 short videos on loop, about 10 minutes of propaganda footage again and again and again. After about 15 minutes of waiting, an extraordinarily normal-looking middle-aged woman waved me forward. I sat across the black folding table from her on one of the most uncomfortable black chairs. She asked for my name and date of birth, then whether I am over 40. I'm 38. Did I retire? Did I have law enforcement experience? No. Military experience? Yes. Did I retire from the military at 20 plus years or leave once my enlistment was up? The latter, I told her, then repeated my carefully rehearsed, completely true explanation for why the resume I'd submitted had a large gap. I had a little bit of a quarter-life crisis, ended up going to college for part of that time, and since then, I've been kind of gig economy stuff. She was spectacularly uninterested. Okay, and what location is your preference? After some dithering, I settled on my home state of New York. That was the last question. The entire process took less than 6 minutes. The woman took my resume and placed the form she'd been filling out on top. They are prioritizing current law enforcement first. They're going to adjudicate your resume, she told me. If my application passed muster, I'd receive an email about next steps, which could arrive in the next few hours, but would likely take a few days. I left, thanked her for her time, and prepared to hear back never. Already, this interview process sounds less arduous than what you would expect at Burger King or fucking McDonald's. It was probably harder to get hired at fucking Chick-fil-A than it is to get hired at ICE, if this is industry standard for how they conduct these sorts of expos. The expo event was part of ICE's massive recruitment campaign for the foot soldiers it needed to execute the admin stream of a deportation campaign large enough to shift America's demographic balance back whiteward. You've seen enough evidence of it yourself. ISIS defend the homeland propaganda is ubiquitous enough to be the Uncle Sam, I want you poster of our day, though somewhere in there our nation lost the plot about the correct posture towards Nazis. When Donald Trump took office, ICE numbered approximately 10,000. Despite this event's lackluster attendance, the recruitment push is reportedly going well. The agency reported 12,000 new recruits in 2025, which means the agency has more new recruits than old hands. That's the kind of growth that changes the culture of an agency. But since they said already that they're prioritizing current law enforcement, what do you want to bet that it's effectively a lateral move? That you have a bunch of cops that are actually just kind of moving to ICE and they're expanding the force that way, but they were already cops? As opposed to like 12,000 new recruits, like no, no like law enforcement background or anything like that. Just like genuinely inspired. This person has to exist by the propaganda surrounding like the ICE recruitments. Many of ICE's critics worry that the agency is hoovering up pro-Trump thugs, January 6 insurrectionists, white nationalists, etc., for a domestic security force loyal to the president. The truth, my experience suggests, is perhaps even scarier. ICE's recruitment push is so sloppy that the admin effectively has no idea who's joining the agency's ranks. We're all collectively in the dark about whom the state is arming, tasking with the most sensitive of law enforcement work, and then sending into America's streets. And we are all collectively discovering just how deadly an arrangement that really is. At the end of my brief interview, the recruiter mentioned I could talk to a current deportation officer about what the job would be like. There was no line to talk to a deportation officer. Did I mention how empty the place was? And so I walked up, introduced myself to one of them, and asked about day-to-day duties. I shouldn't expect to hit the streets right away, the agents told me. Odds were good I'd get a support position first, something like the Criminal Alien Program Office. Let's say a local police officer arrests someone out in the field for a DUI. Extremely common, or beating their wife or whatever. All the typical crimes they commit, he said. The they here being undocumented immigrants. And while it's extremely difficult to measure, evidence suggests that they, quote unquote, actually commit crimes at a lower rate than US-born citizens. If the cops suspect they're dealing with an immigrant who doesn't have permanent legal status, they alert ICE, whose agents conduct interviews and run record checks. If this preliminary investigation suggests that status, the person ends up in the Criminal Alien Program office for processing, which is where I would come in. What you see on TV with us arresting people and doing all kinds of crazy things, that's maybe 10%. The other 90% is essentially doing a bunch of paperwork, the agent said. This is true of like so many agencies in the government. A lot of it's just like paper pushing. Templar, thank you so much for the bits. Hello, I'm a Timcast fan. The best shows are where the guest makes the guys want to pull their hair out. I hope they have you back soon. I enjoyed it a lot. I appreciate that. It was fun for me. It takes a lot to remove somebody from the United States. Some people are subject to due process. Some people. The officer ran down other departments I might end up in. Prosecutions, removal coordination unit, or detention. The point being that I should not expect to be a badass street officer on day one. I have so many guys that come over to me. They're like, I'm going to put cuffs on somebody. I'm going to arrest somebody. Well, you need to master this first, and then we'll see about getting you on the field. I told him that I was fine with office work. With my analyst background, it seemed like a better fit for my skill set anyway. His attitude shift was subtle, but instant and unmistakable. This was the wrong attitude and the wrong answer. Just to be upfront, the goal is to put as many guns and badges out in the field as possible, he said. Even though he just said that 90% of the work is like paper pushing, when she was like, oh, then perfect. I will fit right in here. Like that's the admin work is like what I was thinking I'd do primarily since that's more relevant to my background. Just to be clear, lady, we're trying to arm as many people as possible in the fight against these immigrants. The agent then told me a bit about his own background. Like me, he enlisted straight out of high school, then got out and vowed to get as far away from the violence of the military as possible. Like a lot of veterans, he had trouble assimilating into the civilian world. After about 6 months, I was like, these people aren't like me. I want to be around like-minded people. He found his way into law enforcement. If you're former military, yes, you will fit right in there. That was well over a decade ago. He's on his way to a very comfortable retirement and he enjoys the work. I like that instant gratification of, hey, that guy committed this crime, these X, Y, and Z, and he's not even supposed to be here, he said. Awesome worldview. I do not agree with this framing, but have no trouble understanding the appeal. Hell, it's why I enlisted in the first place. Thankfully, Afghanistan beat it out of me. If I believed what he believed, I would surely do the same thing he's doing. I thanked him for the information and time, shook his hand, and took a seat on one of those uncomfortable folding chairs. I had a few hours before my flight back to New York City, and it made more sense to hang out than to flee the building and get good and airport drunk, regardless of how desperately I would have preferred the latter. Instead, I settled in to do what everyone does at the DMV. Check my phone and people watch. The aspiring officers fall broadly into 3 categories. Thick-necked law enforcement types who look like they do steroids but don't know how to work out. Bearded spec ops wannabes who look like they take steroids and do know how to work out. And dorks. Pencil-necked misfits. I couldn't tell whether there were more white or Hispanic people waiting for their email, but it was close. A few black applicants rounded out the overwhelmingly male group. I'd been sitting for about an hour when the video suddenly stopped and a bearded man in a black suit stepped on the stage. He did not introduce himself. We were, I gathered, supposed to already know who he was, but it became clear he's a senior agent of some sort. I figured it would be best if I break up the same video you've been watching for the last 4 hours, he said, and offered to answer any questions we might have. One person asked about work-life balance, which the... You're in the wrong place if you're asking about that in this particular field. This is ICE. Which the agent said is possible, but not the route he's chosen. Some people wanted to know about travel opportunities and talked about the many places he's gone as part of the job. Every other question during the 45 minutes the agent stood on stage pertained to the hiring process or what we could expect in training. Law enforcement types seemed especially concerned about the painful parts. Would they have to get pepper sprayed again? Would they have to get shot with a taser if they'd already qualified? Yes, and probably not, respectively. The agent took the opportunity to gush about ICE's new state-of-the-art semi-automatic tasers and brand new pepper ball guns. Oh my god, this is so fucking... Yeah, of course, they got shiny new toys that they want to show off to the fucking recruits and be like, see, this could be in your hand in less than 6 months with little to no training. It's mostly very liberal cities, San Francisco, LA, where groups will come and try to stop ICE officers from arresting somebody. They're like, we're going to form a human wall against you, he said. When they do that, you can just pop them up, let them disperse and cry about it. When, during a moment of protracted silence, the agent threatened to put the video back on if no one had any questions, I asked about harassment and doxing. We will prosecute people to the fullest extent of the law, he assured me, and then people like myself will go on TV and publicly talk about how that person is now in prison to dissuade other people from doing it. In prison for doxing? What is he talking about? Is there laws against that in Texas? As empty as the place had been when I'd arrived, it was even emptier by the time the senior agent ended the Q&A. Somebody vastly overestimated the number of Americans willing to take a job brutalizing and disappearing hardworking men and women, even with a potential $50K bonus, even in this economy. That may have something to do with what happened to me next. I completely missed the email when it came. I'd kept an eye on my inbox for the next few days, but I'd grown lax when nothing came through. But then on September 3rd, it popped up. Please note that this is a tentative offer only, therefore do not end your current employment, the email instructed me. It then listed a series of steps I'd need to quickly take. I had 48 hours to log on to USA Jobs and fill out my declaration for federal employment, then 5 additional days to return the forms attached to the email. Among these forms, driver's license info, an affidavit that I've never received a domestic violence conviction, and consent for a background check. And it said, if you are declining the position, it is not necessary to complete the action items listed below. As I mentioned, I'd missed the email, so I did exactly none of those things. And that might have been where all this ended, an unread message sinking to the bottom of my inbox, if not for an email LabCorp sent 3 weeks later. Thank you for confirming that you wish to continue with the hiring process, it read. To be clear, I had confirmed no such thing. Please complete your required pre-employment drug test. So to be clear, tentative offer only, don't end your current employment, suggests also don't stop your job hunt. This is not guaranteed. This is just a part of the process. We're going to have to do a background check and make sure that you're not a wife beater. Make sure that you consent to this background check and that you've never, we need like driver's license info. Okay. They didn't do that. Nonetheless, you've accepted the position. Fucking congrats. Welcome aboard. The timing was unfortunate. Cannabis is legal in the state of New York, and I had partaken 6 days before my scheduled test. Then again, I hadn't smoked much. Perhaps with hydration, I could get to the next stage. Worst case scenario, I'd waste a small piece of ICE's gargantuan budget. I traveled to my local LabCorp, peed in a cup, and waited for a call telling me I'd failed. 9 days later, impatience got the best of me. For the first time, I logged into USA Jobs and checked my application to see if my drug test had come through. What I actually saw was so implausible, so impossible, that at first I did not understand what I was looking at. Somehow, despite never submitting any of the paperwork they sent me, not the background check or identification info, not the domestic violence affidavit, none of it, ICE had apparently offered me a job. According to the application portal, my pre-employment activities remained pending, and yet it showed that I had accepted a final job offer and that my onboarding status was EOD, entered on duty, the start of an enlistment period. I moused over the exclamation mark next to onboarding, and a helpful pop-up appeared. Your EOD has occurred. Welcome to ICE. I clicked through to my application tracking page. They'd sent my final offer on September 30th, it said, and I had allegedly accepted. Welcome to ICE. Your duty location is New York, New York. Your end of day was on Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. By all appearances, I was a deportation officer. Without a single signature on agency paperwork, ICE had officially hired me. Perhaps if I'd accepted, they would have demanded my pre-employment paperwork, done a basic screening, realized their mistake, and fired me immediately. And yet, the pending and upcoming tasks list suggested a very different outcome. My physical fitness test had been initiated on October 6th. It said 3 days in the future. My medical check had apparently been completed on October 6th. The portal also listed my background check as completed on October 6th. We got to get an undocumented immigrant hired next. We have to find one of these people that wants to leave, but they can't leave because the Trump admin won't let them leave. That's a whole other thing that we can look at right after this. Hold on. Woman wants to be deported. The Trump admin won't let them. I think these are like Russian nationals. All she wants for Christmas is to be deported. ICE won't let her go. We can look at that right after this. The portal also listed my background check as completed on October 6th. Had I preemptively passed? Was ICE seriously going to let me start training without finding out the first thing about me? Answer, yes. Spoiler, yes. I reached out to ICE for an explanation but never heard back. The only thing left for me to do was press the green accept button on the homepage, and maybe I should have. Maybe no one would have ever checked my name, and I could have written the story of a lifetime. Or maybe the agency infamous for brutalizing and disappearing people with no regard for the law or basic human rights would have figured out exactly who I am while I was in one of their facilities with no way to escape. But I'm not actually a domestic terrorist sent straight from Antifa headquarters, but to a paranoid fascist regime increasingly high on their own supply, I'm sure I look like one on paper. Self-preservation won out. I hit decline, closed my browser, and took a long, deep breath. What are we to make of all of this? To be clear, I barely applied to ICE. I skipped the steps of the application process that would have clued the agency in on my lack of fitness for the position. I made no effort to hide my public loathing of the agency, what it stands for, and the admin that runs it, and they offered me the job anyway. It's possible that I'm an aberration. Perhaps I experienced some kind of computer glitch that affected my application and no one else is. But given all of the above, it seems far more likely that ICE is running an extremely leaky ship when it comes to recruitment. Understatement of the year. With no oversight, and with ICE concealing its agents' identities, it will be extremely difficult for us to know. There's a temptation to take some comfort in ICE's sloppiness. There's a real argument here that an agency so inept in its recruitment will also be inept at training people and carrying out its mission. Yeah, but like, even if that's true, it's like definitely the monkey's paw curls, and what you get is people like Renee Good being gunned down on the fucking street 3 times because some dude who, as far as I'm concerned, is like no better than a fucking wife beater with a badge and a mask is allowed to do so. So, I don't know. I don't know that that's like, you know, cold. It's like cold comfort. We're seeing some very sloppy police work from ICE, including an inability to do basic things like throw someone down and handcuff them. On some level, all of this is a reminder that their takeover is neither total nor inevitable. Guess that's the only true silver lining of this. But if they miss the fact that I was an anti-ICE journalist who didn't fill out her paperwork, what else might they be missing? How many convicted domestic abusers are being given guns and sent into other people's homes? How many non-convicted domestic abusers? How many people with ties to white supremacist organizations are indiscriminately targeting minorities on principle, regardless of immigration status, which the Supreme Court basically said was legal? How many rapists and pedophiles are working in ICE detention centers with direct and unsupervised access to a population that will be neither believed nor missed? I hadn't thought about that. How are we to trust ICE's allegedly thorough investigations of the people they detain and deport when they can't even keep their HR paperwork straight? And if they're not going to screen me out, what hope of theirs is figuring out which recruit might one day turn into a trigger-happy agent who would forget that law enforcement officers are trained not to stand in front of vehicles, get jumpy, and shoot a 37-year-old woman to death on the streets of Minneapolis? That's exactly what happened last week, and why Renee Good will never have a 38th birthday, and why her children will never again be hugged by their mother. By all appearances, the only thing ICE is screening for is a desire to work for ICE, a very specific kind of person perfectly suited for the kind of mission creep we are currently seeing. Good's murder is not an isolated incident. The ACLU reports a nationwide trend of ICE pointing guns at, brutalizing, and even detaining citizens who stopped to film them. Which they're not allowed to do. They have, subject matter jurisdiction over, law enforcement related to immigration and some federal crimes, but it's very, very narrow, and it has to do with obstructing and impeding their ability to carry out those immigration laws. It doesn't have to do with general law enforcement. They can't. You're still protected by the Fourth Amendment, against unreasonable searches and seizures. They can't ask you. They're not supposed to ask you for ID unless it's related to those things. They probable cause for those jurisdictions. They're not just cops. They're ICE agents. Their work pertains to immigration enforcement. A Minneapolis pastor who protested ICE by chanting, "We are not afraid," was detained at gunpoint by an agent who reportedly asked him, "Are you afraid now?" I am. We all should be. Absolutely fucking chilling. Jesus Christ. But like somebody said, it's only a matter of time before somebody who's an undocumented citizen is able to get into ICE and maybe do some massive expose. And it could be this person. It could be somebody who wants to be deported. So this is from USA Today. This was reported December 21st, 2025. Lycan is the one who brought it to my attention. Matt Leck, thank you for subscribing to me, I guess, on YouTube. Or subscribed to me yet. But I won't hold it against you. An American man fell in love with a woman from Lithuania. ICE detained her. The couple thought she'd be deported right away. They were wrong. One in a series detailing how Trump's immigration policies are transforming America. It was a Trump-era international love story. Boy meets girl, boy falls in love, girl gets detained by ICE. But the detention of the Lithuania-born Tahana I can't say her last name, Vesioloko, is an unusual one, even in an area of increasingly strict immigration enforcement. She is entering her 11th month in an immigration lockup. Al DeLasta, her American fiance, can't understand why. She's essentially lost a year of her life for what? DeLasta said of his partner, a billiards champ, slender with a chestnut bob who friends call Tia for short. She's falling apart in there. The day president, oh damn, so she can't do this because she's literally fucking confined. I had never read this. I saw it because Lycan sent it to me and I didn't read past the headline. The day President Donald Trump took office on January 20th, he signed 7 executive orders that set the stage for a surge in immigration enforcement across the country. She was among the first to be swept up in the admin's mass deportation campaign. The Trump admin is now detaining more immigrants than any other time since World War II. As of November 30th, U.S. ICE officers reported a record 65,735 people in immigration detention. The overwhelming majority of those have no history of violent convictions or any convictions at all or charges. Deportation flights have become more frequent, but the proportion and number of people like Vesiolko detained longer than 6 months is climbing. 2 years ago, according to ICE data, about 1,300 people, or 4% of the detained population, had been held for more than 180 days. That number rose to 6,500 people, or 10% of the detained population in November, Tia among them. She entered on a visa waiver in 2009 and stayed without permission. She has no criminal record, holds a valid Lithuanian passport, and comes from a country that accepts its nationals. Immigration attorneys say there are no obvious barriers to her removal. Provided with the details of her case, the Department of Homeland Security sent a statement. The delay of her removal was because of the illegal alien's potential inclusion as a member of a class action lawsuit. DHS didn't name the lawsuit or respond to USA Today's question for clarification. Delasta said Tia was never told she might be part of a lawsuit, nor was she given a chance to opt out. Her prolonged detention may also be, quote, a symptom of ICE working in overdrive, said Jessica Vaughn, director of policy for the Center of Immigration Studies, which advocates for immigration restrictions. There is no question that ICE and its partners have been making more arrests than can be efficiently processed for removal, she said. It sounds like a case of someone who slipped through the cracks. Even though this is probably still like 6,500 residents or detainees, apparently. Tia, desperate to be out by Christmas, decided to share her story. She spoke to USA Today by phone. Is this just a mean mistake? She asked, have they lost my file? This says, Boy Meets Girl. Before he met her, Delasta, born and raised in Philadelphia, believed a few things with certainty. That the Eagles are the greatest team in the National Football League, that he would never live on the New Jersey side of the Pennsylvania state line, that he wouldn't likely travel abroad. He had no reason to. He was a year out of a 14-year marriage that ended in divorce when he logged on to Facebook dating in 2024. He and Tia exchanged messages for a few days until she fell silent. Assuming she was done with him, he sent a farewell message telling her she was beautiful and wishing her luck. They met that same night for a date at Chicky and Pete's pub in New Jersey. For the next 6 months, they were inseparable until agents detained her at the airport in San Juan, Puerto Rico. The couple was returning from their first vacation together. It was Valentine's Day. He vividly recalls her being pulled aside at the airport. The shock and the foregone conclusion when a federal agent told him Tia would be deported. They imagined she would be headed to Lithuania within a few days. At home without her, he broke down crying in the kitchen. She had left him a Valentine's card. He read it alone. There are so many paths life can take, she wrote. The fact you and I found each other in a whole world of people is not a coincidence. This says the cost of detention is counted in many ways. The months have been hard on both of them. Tia, 38, struggles to keep her spirits up. She was a runner and now gets precious little time outside. Delasta, 43, battles anxiety, which has worsened with her detention. He recently resigned from his job as a safety associate for a major home improvement chain. With no end in sight to his fiance's detention, Delasta tallied up the personal financial costs. Some $22,000 in fees to immigration attorneys, an additional $2,000 in commissary costs, precisely $6,370 in phone calls to the detention center, his life savings. Tia counts the cost in holidays missed, dinners she didn't cook, trips they didn't take, and the guilt of what her detention has done to Delasta. Her detention is also costing American taxpayers. The Nonpartisan Migration Policy Institute calculates the immigration detention costs an average of $152 per detainee per day. ICE data shows detainees with immigration violations and no criminal record are spending, on average, 48 days in detention. So, and this is going to come up. This is absolutely going to come up and be relevant in the next debate that you're going to watch with me. Against Tim Pool and his fucking goon squad, okay? Where they're like, I don't care. They broke the fucking law, okay? These are supposed to be small government fiscal conservatives. Like, they've dropped the pretext of that meme a long time ago, really. But it is like this mass deportation program, it is pure ideology. There's not a compelling law enforcement or public safety reason to be doing it. Even if there was, they're going about it in the most inefficient, expensive way possible. So for them to carry it out in this specific manner, in this specific way, for a goal that is totally not righteous and is, in fact, very unsavory, is just totally irrational. It's beyond comprehension how stupid it is. And it's why, increasingly, Americans are totally cool with fuck ICE, abolish ICE, and completely overhauling the immigration system as it is, because if this is what it looks like, if this is the cost of doing business to get all of these immigrants out of this country, Americans are increasingly saying we don't fucking want it. Past presidential admins had focused immigration enforcement on violent criminals. Though Trump promised to arrest, quote, the worst of the worst, the mass deportation effort has put all immigrants here without legal documentation at risk for detention and deportation. After her arrest in Puerto Rico, Tia was sent to Richwood Correctional Center in northern Louisiana. Over the ensuing months, she made bids to stay in the United States because she had entered on a waiver, and such visitors are held to a higher standard of conduct. She was eligible for bond. ICE didn't respond to her request for humanitarian parole, DeLosta said. One immigration judge denied her asylum claim, and another issued a final order of removal in June. She didn't fight it. DeLosta mailed in her passport to ICE. DeLosta planned to meet her in Lithuania. They imagined a new life in Europe, marrying and applying for Tia to return to the United States as the spouse of an American. Before all this happened, I knew I wanted to be with her, DeLosta said. Hope and habeas. Sunday, December 21st marks 180 days from the day her final deportation order took effect. It's also the day the law cracks open a window to potential relief. Immigration attorneys say Tia could now file what's known as a habeas petition, a formal legal request asking a court to review the legality of her detention. She doesn't have a lawyer, they're both nearly out of money now, and she has pleaded with her deportation officer to let her buy her own ticket home. When people volunteer to pay their own ticket, they don't have a crime, there's no reason they're not on that commercial airline headed to their native country, says Charles Cuck. K-U-C-K. Jesus Christ, sorry. Charles here definitely lost the name lottery. An Atlanta-based immigration attorney who is not involved in her case. Under the law, immigration detention operates outside the norms of criminal incarceration. Immigrants can be detained indefinitely without charge. They may hire an attorney, but don't have access to government-appointed representation. Once detained, immigrants are held without a sentence without knowing when they might be released or deported. Immigration judges, which the Trump admin has started calling the deportation judges, are hired and can be fired. But habeas petitions are a long shot in Louisiana right now, says Nora Ahmed, the legal director of the ACLU of Louisiana. Judges often allow the government to say, we're working on it, and immigrants remain detained, sometimes for months longer. Ahmed said detention is the key to the Trump admin's messaging. This is about, if you dare come, you better expect to be subjected to punishment. In response to a request about Tia's extended detention, Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin, psychopathic bitch, told USA Today immigrants have the option to, quote-unquote, self-deport. Apparently fucking not, right? The admin self-deportation campaign features $1,000 bonuses to immigrants who leave willingly, began in early March after Tia was detained. I have a life out of here. So she arrived in America from Moscow with $100 in her pocket and the knowledge that her father, a veteran of Russia's armed forces who hated the United States, would never forgive her. When I came here, my father found out, and I was scared to go back. She said he was a very radical Russian against America. Everything about America triggers him. Relatable. I had nowhere to go back. She had grown up in Moscow with her father, his family, and her Lithuanian mother. At age 21, after her parents' messy divorce, she fled to New Jersey, where a friend had relocated. She learned American English. The years snowballed. Tia worked as a housekeeper under the table. Homeland Security noted she freely admitted to being in the country illegally and never filing taxes. Yeah, we're really missing out by not collecting the taxes from this fucking housekeeper. Yup. She joined a local pool league, made friends, and built an American life. How dare she? Who the fuck does she think she is? You know, being part of her community, doing thankless work that's backbreaking, like housekeeping, being on your fucking hands and knees, cleaning other people's floors. And then she actually thinks she has the audacity to make friends and to integrate herself and assimilate, as one might call it. Crazy. Every bar with a pool table, people know me, she said. When she met DeLosta for her first date, she asked him to meet her at a pub where she didn't think she'd run into people she knew. But right away, friends spotted me and said, hey, pool shark, be careful with her. It was a funny first date. Now they talk 5 times a day on pricey detention center phone lines via 30 cents per minute phone video calls. She calls DeLosta sweet cheeks. When he started calling her freckles, she taught him the word in Russian. Now he says, good night, Moya Venushka, my little freckle. He reminds me that I have a future, she said, that I have a life out of here. He reminds me that I'm loved. The months have dragged on. Tia has watched other immigrant women come and go, be released or deported. Most of the ones detained long-term with her are there, she says, because they are fighting to stay in the United States. She isn't. Without knowing how much longer she'll be inside, how much longer before she'll see DeLosta face to face, she holds on to an idea from her mother's Catholicism, that the seemingly endless detention is a penance. If that's the price I pay, I was about to say, if they're referencing Catholicism, they're going to be referencing guilt. And of course, that's exactly what it was, a penance. If that's the price I pay for being with the love of my life, I can pay that price, she said, because I know after this, I'm going to be so happy. So fucking despotic and dystopian. And my fucking appearance on Tim Pool is like papitas compared to that, because this woman's being held for no fucking reason. She wants to leave and they won't fucking let her. But okay, let's get into it. Let's get into this fucking shit show. So we filmed this like an hour after I was asked to stay. There was already a guest book for this. Probably the guest was flown in. She was not happy. A little preview of that, actually, before we get into it. So, what's my new friend's name? Give me a second. Because she tagged me in it. Defender of the Republic? So, yeah. Real Defender 45. So, this is Katie. Katie and I were on TimcastIRL together. Katie was not happy about me being there because this was supposed to be her episode, and I kind of derailed that. But I will say, I did not ask to be on this episode. I was invited and encouraged to stay for this episode. So they were the ones who had that conversation with me and wanted me to stay and wanted more participants. And Tim Pool decided to regulate the conversation because it's his podcast the way that he did. And does she blame him for that? For asking me to stay, asking me to participate, or for, taking up all the oxygen in the room, as she put it? No, that's not her fault that she didn't interject more. It's not Tim's fault for inviting me and kind of double booking a guest effectively. That's my fault. That's on me. Not a skill issue. So where is it? This woman's online, so it might take a minute. Scott Adams died, RIP. Let's see. I should have bookmarked it. But this what she tagged me in was amazing. She spent 12 hours like freaking out over this. Which is very funny. By the end of this, I will probably have spent the same amount of time freaking out over it. My man at Phil that remains watching this chick defend an MS-13 gang member has me rolling. That refers to me defending a gang member. Yup. That's what I was doing. Defending criminality. Oh, I did bookmark it. Okay, here it is. So this is, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, AI slop from start to finish. She woke up bright and early. This was posted at 8:55 in the morning on January 10th. Had ChatGPT put all of her grievances about me into AI, had it spit out a script for her to read for 2.5 minutes. And you can hear the all of the beats it's hitting for just the classic markers of an artificially generated script or just exposition dump. Humanitarianism without humility becomes self-righteousness, not compassion. This is the caption. This already sounds like AI. Thank you again at Timcast for having me on your show. Here are my follow-up thoughts to the episode. Her first thoughts were, and I liked this because it was so funny, that she was mulling over this. Because I'm in the main photo, it seems that fans of at Timcast are confused. The self-proclaimed communist that took up all the oxygen in the episode was not me. It was at Straighterade. I probably said 10 words the entire episode. Love this. To that I say, again, skill issue, interject. I noticed that there were she was not the only guest in that fucking episode, okay? Phil that remains, whatever that guy, Phil LaBonte, whatever his name is, he had back and forths with me throughout the conversation as we're going to see. The guy with the stupid Rumble hat on, we also had a back and forth multiple times. She at one point tried to ask me a question, but it seemed unrelated, and I told her, wait a minute, I'll answer your question after Tim Pool answers mine, because she was just interrupting before he could answer. That's rude to Tim. Don't want to be rude to Tim. Want him to get his voice out, answer my question. So I just told her to wait, and then Tim never opened up the space for her to for her to ask the question again, and she didn't ask again. So yeah, I mean, they did screw her over, but I failed to see how that's my fault. That seems like your fault that you didn't speak up more, and their fault for double booking a guest when they shouldn't have done that. Only send 10 words, though. Sounds like the host didn't give a fuck about hearing what she had to say. I didn't say it. So I probably said 10 words the entire episode. Somehow that's my fault that she only said 10 words. Because I wasn't interrupting her. She just wasn't fucking speaking up. I know what it's like to be in this situation. You have to speak up for yourself. Nobody's going to do it for you, lady. You have to advocate for yourself. You have to make space for yourself in the conversation. And yes, being another woman, even in this room, or even in a space that is friendly to you, that invited you to be there or whatever, even with all of that, you're still going to face the barrier of being talked over because you're a fucking woman, okay? And she's a Hispanic woman as well. I'm fucking Hispanic, okay? Well, we're known for yapping, didn't have a hard time talking to these fucking people. So what her excuse is, I'm sure I don't know. if I'm being honest, it's because if she doesn't have AI there thinking for her and telling her what to fucking say, she knows she can't go toe-to-toe with me. Because I would have loved to have a long back and forth with her as well, because she seemed like she had some fucking stupid ideas that she was ready to spout off, okay? And I would have loved to talk to her about them, but unfortunately, the show's only like 2 hours, so.
If you watched last night's episode of TimcastIRL, I was the headlining guest, but Erin, who proclaims herself a communist, took up most of the conversation. So I first want to clarify, her ideals are the complete and total opposite of what I believe. And Tim did an excellent job of countering her delusions, but it was...
Okay, really quick. This whole, this self-avowed communist, I never said to her, ever, that I'm a communist. I said to the lawyer, Daniel DiMartino, and Tim, after the first episode, right after, they asked me, what's your politics or whatever? And I was like, oh, I'm a communist. I guess they didn't get that impression from our conversation. I mean, why would they? I wasn't talking about seizing the fucking means or anything like that. But yeah. So if she knew that, it was not because I introduced myself as such. It's either because she looked through my social media, which the second the show was over, she asked me for. And she complimented me on my debating, which I just view as trying to pour honey in my ears. But that tells me that she spent the last probably hour of that conversation, instead of doing anything else, instead of trying to make herself heard in the conversation, instead of trying to speak up and give her bullshit talking points or whatever, she decided to already start formulating and planning the posts that she was going to make after the fact, complaining about me. And of course she wants to tag me, so she probably needs my @ so she can do that right away, which she didn't waste any time doing, because I think not long after I got home, and my drive home was an hour and a half from the studio, I was already tagged in a post.
Was a revealing conversation. Erin is clearly intelligent. She's quick, she's articulate, she's passionate, and that's exactly why the exchange was really frustrating. Not because she lacked the ability, but because she refused to use it in service of reality.
Oh, so reality is whatever Tim Pool says. And I'm really smart. I'm articulate. I'm intelligent. I'm competent. Okay? But I'm a dumbass because I don't just uncritically accept and believe everything that Tim Pool has to say, and that, more charitably, the MAGA right in this country has to say and believe. Okay.
Moment, it didn't make sense for me to attack her, and that would have been easy, emotional, and ultimately pointless.
No one is saying to attack me. I'm not saying, if I go through the replies, actually, there were people saying she's a perfect example of why women shouldn't be able to vote. That includes you, bitch. So that's who's in your replies, standing you, cheer on your side that you didn't get to talk. It's so unfair, right? And since she did, unfortunately, we have to take away your right to vote. Because of her, right? Because of me, because of the self-avowed communist, right? That's why you don't support women voting, as if that wasn't already fucking decided the moment that you fucking interacted with a woman and she humiliated you or it didn't go well. Yeah, that's who's on her side. Yeah, maybe they were encouraging you to attack me, but you don't need to attack me. You could attack my ideas. You could engage with what I was saying. You could disagree with what I had to say. I'm totally fine with that and encourage it. She never really thought to do that at any point in the conversation.
The issue wasn't with her intelligence, it was the framework she was operating within. What we witnessed wasn't a failure of intellect, it was a collision between intelligence and ideology.
Dude, the AI, what we witnessed wasn't this, it was that. It hits all of the fucking notes. If you're going to be this shameless about using AI, at least have the fucking decency to run it through one of those AI checkers, or say, make it sound like a human or something. It's so clearly a fucking script from AI that she spent literally no time trying to make it sound like anything but that. No one really seemed to notice in all of the fucking replies to this, except, I sent it to Smug and Ogre, and they noticed, because but I didn't need to point that out to them for them to fucking notice it, obviously. But why would she do that? She gets 1,000 videos for uploading the slop.
When someone is deeply embedded in a rigid world,
she wakes up, she woke up, had AI generate that for her probably in less than 5 minutes, and then she went to Snapchat, found a filter that makes her look younger than she actually is, started filming, uploaded this. Instant 1K likes, 90 replies, about 80, literally 99% of them uncritically agreeing with her and yas queening her. Why would she change?
view, reasoning stops becoming a tool for discovery and it becomes a weapon for self-defense. Assumptions replace evidence, wordiness replaces clarity, and moral framing replaces the truth.
Okay, and her being like moral framing, she doesn't even know what this means. It doesn't mean anything. She doesn't understand what it's saying when it says moral framing replaces what?
Framing replaces the truth.
Moral framing replaces the truth.
And that
all it's saying is like that's a fucking wordy way of saying that rhetoric matters more than substance in these conversations. So the way someone frames a conversation, maybe with a moral slant or an appeal to emotion, ends up being more compelling than somebody who's factually accurate and correct, right? But she's like moral framing, but she sounded confused by what it was saying by that. Like she didn't even know what she was reading. Like she didn't even bother to read it before she started fucking recording this video.
folks is cognitive dissonance. And here's the part that matters the most. Many people caught in this mindset genuinely believe they're humanitarians. They want to help. They want to be on the right side.
I don't know where, like, and this is where it was like, girl, you should have cut some of this out. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a fucking Twitch streamer and YouTube. Like, I don't consider myself a fucking activist. I don't consider myself to be some humanitarian. I don't consider myself to be doing anything fucking noble or like worthy of like humanitarian praise. Like, why this made it in and didn't just get like edited out? Fucking weird.
But humanitarianism without humility becomes self-righteousness, not compassion. True understanding requires the courage to ask, what if I'm wrong? Ideology teaches people to ask only, how do I justify what I already believe? This post isn't meant to insult her or anyone like her.
Oh, okay. I'm complimenting her. Got it. Fucking passive aggressive bitch. Just say it. Just say it. Just like actually attack me, right? But you know, that would be emotional. That would be emotional to do that.
It's an invitation.
But I mean, like, you don't have arguments. So if you can't debate me, right, why not attack me? This like passive aggressive shit, everybody sees through what you're fucking doing. You're doing that in place of like, the only reason why you're not doing that is because you have some fucking red pill audience that's going to flame you if you did that. Or so she thinks. But the idea that like red pillars don't love to see women getting into cat fights or whatever, and her like calling me out, talking shit, like that wouldn't be praised or whatever, absolutely would be praised. You could have done that.
To stop fighting reality and to start understanding it.
Yeah, fighting reality is when you disagree with Timcast. The TimcastIRL crew with Tim Pool himself.
To use intelligence, not to defend narratives, but to challenge them. To replace their talking points with actual thought. To let common sense and evidence do the work.
Like what talking points, lady? This was a like a breaking news event. What talking points am I supposed to have formulated surrounding this? We were doing this stupid frame by frame analysis of video footage on Twitter. We were not talking about whether or not ICE is justified. We were not talking about immigration policy, really. We were like, it started off talking about shit that like, there's no talking points for it. There's no talking points for the Renee Good murder on the left. I don't know what she's fucking referring to. There certainly are talking points to defending excessive use of force from the right. But that's sort of a one-size-fits-all thing, and it's just getting shoehorned into this situation, but it existed long before Renee Good was murdered, and it's going to exist long after she was killed.
The ideology currently replaces with rhetoric. The moment we stop trying to bend the truth to fit ideology and start allowing our beliefs to be shaped by evidence is the moment thinking begins again. And
right.
That, my friends, is true intellectual courage.
Yeah, intellectual courage is filming, again, like a highly filtered video that you did on Snapchat while you read the AI script because you can't bother to like think for yourself or come up with a challenge, even after the fact. At this point, if you can't come up with a better rebuttal to me than just AI slop, you're a moron, really. There is nothing in between your ears because this is an open book test and you're fucking failing because you're resorting to AI and you can't be bothered to change it enough so people can't tell it's AI. I responded, it's really unfortunate for some that there's no subtle way to use ChatGPT during a live IRL debate yet. She has yet to reply to me. Shocker. Even though we're mutuals. Crazy. Maybe she just didn't see it. But on that, This is new video proves woman struck ICE agent. Activist says come at us. Activist does not refer to me. This is TimcastIRL. 4 days ago, this premiered on January 9th this year and has 181,000 views. And even though I have a lot of people bitching in my inbox, which I always love to see, it's mostly men, I have more followers, I have more likes, I have more engagement on all of my socials, so still a net positive for me.
Cell phone footage from the officer who fired the shots on the woman in Minnesota has been released, and it shows some interesting things. First, it shows prior contact with activists and Renee Good. It shows they actually exchanged words, and you can clearly hear the impact on the hood of the car. In fact, we were talking with a former prosecutor earlier who said, ooh, wow, that's not good. So we're going to analyze this footage and go over what we're currently learning, but there's quite a bit more.
He's talking about Dave Ehrenberg, the lawyer who was on the episode that we just finished reviewing. Yeah, that is not exactly an accurate summary of what Dave had to say. He said that he believed the first shot, it would be difficult to secure a conviction, and that the subsequent 2 shots afterwards and use of force, every single use of deadly force is going to be scrutinized in the courts if they're able to bring charges against this man and actually try him, is going to be analyzed, and that he said, it's not looking good for those 2. So he did not say, they're going to have they can't get a conviction. That is not what he said.
Pertaining to the footage being released, protests moving across the country. We'll talk about that. New information on the ICE agent. And then bigger news, which I'd argue is actually much, much bigger, but isn't really. I suppose people don't want to talk about it. It's not as interesting, despite being more significant. The U.S. has seized its 5th oil tanker. So we're looking at dramatic escalation. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. We've got a police shooting in Utah, more information about the individuals that were shot in Portland. Before we get into all that, my friends, we've got a great sponsor for you. It is Tax Network USA. Head over to
Tax Network USA. Go get your taxes done or something. Then go buy a skin from Tim's skateboard website.
Like button. Share the show with everyone. We actually have a couple of guests joining us tonight to talk about this and everything else. Ma'am, why don't you go first? Introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Katie, also known as Defender of the Republic. I live in the captured state of New Jersey. And on social media, I help educate and free the minds of the people online to the globalists, out of the globalist matrix.
And on the
using AI, as we know. Thank you, Katie. Love to see it. Very excited to have you here.
complete other side of that, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm not doing anything as cool. My name is Erin, aka Straighterade. I live stream Monday through Friday on Twitch, YouTube. I cover politics, do React content, and yeah.
Right on. Tate, what's going on?
What is going on, Patriots? This is Tate Brown here holding it down on this beautiful, beautiful Friday. Happy to be here.
Hello, everybody. My name is LaBonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and counter-revolutionary. Let's get into it.
Let's get into the first story, and I got to be honest, probably the story that
Anti-Keys, anti-Straighterade. He's an anti-communist.
dominates the entire conversation. Though we do have big news. We've got this newly released video footage from the ICE agent who...
Ben Riley Spider, 1962. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You should watch Hank Green's video on Truth before this. Before this? How long is that? We've done enough detours, but I will put it in my watch later. Truth? Is this new? Also, isn't this the guy who wrote Fault in Our Stars or whatever? Oh, this guy.
Look,
okay, it's on this. I thought it was going to be about like the concept of truth or something like that. We could take a look at this really quick, actually. Let's see what this. I always get him confused. Is it? No, John Green wrote the books, like The Fault in Our Stars or whatever. Hank Green's the guy who does like Crash Course.
I want to be working on videos about smallpox history and peat bogs and the ocean sunfish. And I would, of course, much rather this video be any of those videos. I don't want to be talking about this. I want very badly to be an internet science guy because that is a very good job with this fairly low stress. It's very interesting. But one of the things about being a science guy is that truth just feels really important. Because that's what science is, right? It's like a bunch of tools that we use to get a sharper and sharper understanding of reality. As we say a lot on this channel, everything we know is something we figured out. And if you're thinking, and I know some of you are, God, I wish Hank would stay out of politics. I do too. I don't want to be here, but I can't stop thinking about Renee Good and truth. There are a lot of things.
Okay. I have to not get triggered. I understand the desire to want to turn off your brain to the world around you, especially when in times like this, when things are more demoralizing and depressing than ever, especially when you open up any news app, any social media feed that is knows that you have interacted with something that is overtly political recently. I realize all of that. But this whole I don't want to get political or whatever. It's the murder of a fellow citizen. It doesn't even have to be political, really. It's in the context of an illegal mass deportation campaign, you know? But like, would you consider like speaking out against the Holocaust to be political?
That we don't know about Renee Good or
but the reality is most people, a lot of people at the very least, I don't know if most, but a lot of people are like this. They don't like politics. It's just like an American thing. You know, I feel like in Canada, I feel like in Mexico, I feel like around the world, people are fine discussing politics at the dinner table with their coworkers, with their friends, etc. Here in America, it's seen as like a social taboo in a lot of ways. So, but I just think it's dumb.
Man who killed her. But there are things that we do know. We know that Renee Good turned her steering wheel so that her car would not be pointed toward the officer. Now, certainly the officer may not have noticed that, but we do know that if she had wanted to kill him, she would have acted.
Did he not notice that? Do we not have like footage of him literally seeing that she was turning away from him? Yeah, methinks that he saw her turn away.
Very differently. And there's some other facts here, like that Donald Trump said that she viciously ran over an ICE officer, which is not true. And Kristi Noem said that what she did was an act of domestic terrorism, and that is also not true. I was raised in the era of I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I know that politicians lie, but there's something different going on here. They have no chance of getting away with their lies. We all know that she was not a terrorist who ran over an ICE agent. Everyone agrees she would have taken very different actions if her intent were to kill someone. Now, there's probably some people composing a comment right now, either in their heads or down in the comments. They're going to write, she shouldn't have been doing what she was doing. She shouldn't have been fleeing. She should have been listening to what the officers are saying. This video isn't really about that.
And if they say that, that is just somebody telling you that some people's lives are just not worth what other people's lives are. It is not lost on me that this woman is a lesbian, that she is openly queer, openly gay, and whether people realize it or not, but especially the ones that are factoring that know that and are making comments on this and are defending her murder, that is definitely something going into it. And again, those are people who have decided that gay people just don't really matter as much as straight people.
It's not about what she should have done. It's not even really about what the ICE agent should have done. I'm not going to show you the video, of course, but it is very clear in the video that the first shot went through the windshield and the second and third shots went through the open driver's side window. And I know that it's just not my bias saying that this is difficult to justify, because instead of attempting to defend it, J.D. Vance simply lied about it. In a reply to a tweet about this, he said, side window? You could see the photos of the car with bullet holes. The shots came from the front of the car because that's where the officer was standing when he was hit by the car. He is allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense. The shots came from the front of the car. You could see photos of the car with bullet holes. These two sentences astound me.
If she was a Stepford wife, would she have been shot? Would people defend this? She probably would have been shot. I do think that less people would be defending it because the narrative of like, again, there have been a lot of people being like, her friend. That wasn't her friend, to my understanding, that was on the scene with her. That was her wife. They're uncomfortable talking about the fact that she was there with her wife. She's not looked at as, oh, she's a mom or anything like that. Like that is a tertiary thing that ends up being brought up. But yeah, she was a mother. It just doesn't, like, the people justifying this don't want to bring that up. And if it is brought up, they want to point out that, yeah, but she's a dyke. She's a lesbian. That's how it's going to be conceived of.
Because they indicate that either the vice president has been basing all of his commentary about this situation on an incorrect belief that could be corrected by watching the video that much of America has already watched, or he is perfectly okay lying about well-known and easily discoverable facts. The officer fired 2 shots through an open side window point blank, and J.D. Vance says the shots came from the front, and there are bullet holes to back him up. These statements are not true. I don't know anyone who...
And here's a statement that is true. In less than 2 minutes, if you're watching on Twitch, there's about to be an incoming ad break that is going to be extremely annoying, which you can avoid if you subscribe to me, either using normal payment methods or using your Amazon Prime sub, which also applies here, or if you're lucky enough to be gifted a sub from somebody in my community who is nice enough to do so. Just saying.
Who thinks
but
these...
I will say it is a good angle for Hank to like get normies involved in this or whatever by saying, not only I don't like talking about politics or whatever, even though I don't really conceive of this as like, I should say it ought not be considered political, for one. And for two, I think it's good to draw attention to the fact that like you like people can adjudicate what happened in those videos. They can do the frame by frame, Monday morning quarterbacking like we're about to witness me having to do with the TimcastIRL crew. That doesn't really like even there is no arguing over the fact that Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, Trisha McLaughlin, and every other member of this fucking admin is lying through their fucking teeth about this. And they have not retracted those lies.
Statements are true. These lies are about very simple, visual, concrete things that millions of people can independently verify for themselves. And this is the thing I can't shake. In science, when someone shows you data that contradicts your claim, you have a few options. You can update your belief, you can argue about interpretation, you can point out limitations, you could even say, I was wrong. What you cannot do, at least for very long, is pretend that the data don't exist. Reality doesn't cooperate with that strategy. What we are watching right now is a set of leaders behaving as if reality is optional, as if the goal is not to understand what happened, but to establish dominance over the narrative as quickly and as forcefully as possible. And this is, of course, unscientific, but it also feels to me like fundamentally disrespectful to the intelligence and agency of the American people. I know that there's
like the fact that the admin has to lie this openly, this brazenly, it begs the question, do they even really, like, are they even trying? Do they really think that anybody is going to buy it outside of their cult? Like, do people that are not already convinced that MAGA is the way forward, the be all end all of politics, right? Are you convincing anybody? Are you reaching a public with these lies? Truly. And to me, the fact that they were so desperate to lie, that is a sign of a decaying empire. That is a sign of an admin that is struggling to maintain control and domination, as he put it, over its civilian population. They are panicking because if it were really that clear cut, they would not have to be lying like this. And lies are part and parcel for literally every political administration. Republicans do it far worse and more frequently, in my opinion, and over more serious things. But they would not need to lie to this extent if it were this open and shut. They just wouldn't. They would be showing everything. They would be releasing body cam footage. You would see it on a loop, 24 hours for Fox News. If they had any footage that suggested that Renee Good could be framed as a terrorist, could be understood her demeanor to be seen as aggressive or menacing or threatening in any way, if there's even the chance that she had a weapon, if she had done anything with her vehicle that indicated that she was attempting to charge it at the police officer, we would have seen this footage by now. And they're interfering with, even though he's an innocent man, this ICE officer, he didn't do anything. Okay, then why do you need to obstruct the Minnesota from being able to carry out an investigation? Surely an investigation would vindicate this man, would demonstrate his innocence. Then you could have, even the Minnesota government had to admit that they could not prosecute this man. It was valid self-defense. They won't even let them have the investigation, a comprehensive investigation, because they're that worried.
Some folks who are like along for the ride with these guys. Like some people certainly are fine with the lies because they feel that the lies are in service of some greater mission and that makes them justifiable. But that's not most Americans. Most people see a lie for the disrespect that it is. And this is important. Like this is not a verifiable fact, but do you think that they would be lying about this if they didn't think the shooting deserved more justification than the facts gave us? They'd stick to the truth if they thought the truth was enough. And so I think that they are
You took the words out of my mouth. Couldn't have said it better myself, Hank.
Showing by their actions that they also don't believe the shooting was justified. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lying. I keep thinking about this for two reasons. First, it matters a lot for America whether or not we are a country where the truth still matters. But second, and this is, I'm sorry, but I keep thinking about Renee Good. She has been treated terribly, and not just by random trolls on the internet or jerk pundits whose job is to get attention, by the men who have been entrusted to lead this nation. And since we cannot know her mind, the best we could do is be honest about the things that we do know, like where the wheels were pointing when she was shot and where the shots came from when she was killed. And that is, for whatever reason, something that our president and vice president have been incapable of doing.
I knew that a fucking Orwell quote would be the top comment. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command, George Orwell. It's so funny to consistently see 1984 quotes in both Republican and more liberal, progressive, etc. comment sections, and even normie ones. Everyone thinks George Orwell agreed with them. I've never met anybody who didn't think that 1984 wasn't on their side and against, their enemies. They don't even bother to lie badly anymore. They're behaving like they expect this to keep happening. You can try to ignore politics, but politics will not ignore you. We are at the we will lie to you, and if you don't believe us, you are the enemy point. I mean, we've been there for quite a minute. And some of people's reactions will show the relative amounts of privilege that they have. Because if you're not white, if you're a Black American, if you're queer, and openly so, like transgender, a flamboyant gay person. If you're a woman, if you're a non-white woman, this is not news. It's not new. It's not novel. It is what you know. But this is someone who, again, she's queer. And they knew that, right? But like, do most Americans seeing this video know that? Not necessarily. It's shocking because it's like a white woman doing this. And now they're trying to label, like, what is Fox News saying? Fox News, like dangerous wine moms. It's a Facebook post, but like, what's it going to lead to? This is a Fox News opinion. Deluded wine moms are committing deadly crimes, not simply protesting. Deluded wine moms are committing deadly crimes. Fox News. Let's see, do they link to it? I saw in this article it said. Yeah, that's what they posted. This just to make sure it was real and not like something that was photoshopped or something that I fell for. Fox News, January 11th, 2:58 p.m. Stop the madness. What we're seeing across the country is organized gangs of wine moms use Antifa tactics to harass and impede ICE agents is not civil disobedience. It isn't even protest. It's just crime, writes David Marcus. You can read the full op-ed here. Did they change the title? They did change the title. Okay. No wonder I couldn't find it. Impeding federal law enforcement is not protest. It's just crime. Let's get just a little morsel of this. There seems to be a bit of confusion in our society as of late about what civil disobedience is and what it isn't. Last week, this very confusion got 37-year-old Renee Good killed. Okay. Renee Good is an American citizen. Okay. So it's already like, why is ICE interacting with an American citizen in this particular way? There better be a damn good reason. That wasn't a damn good reason as far as I could tell. Nonetheless, it's still an officer. It's still an armed agent of the state. You should comply and do whatever the fuck they say, unfortunately, because it's more safe. Otherwise, you could end up like Renee. But even if you don't, the punishment for that should not be capital. It should not be murder. It should not be that they get to empty 3 bullets into your fucking head. Political protest in the form of civil disobedience is a long and very proud tradition. From Mahatma Gandhi, who would definitely be defending mass deportations, nonviolently defying the British in India, to our own Martin Luther King Jr., penning his eloquence from a Birmingham jail cell. All this tells me is that you have literally never read MLK's writing. Dr. King was in that jail cell calling out the white moderate as being more dangerous than the KKK member because of their inaction and them being okay with a... How did he put it? I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head. It's like over the absence of chaos and riots, but they're not actually being justice for people. There's a stoic dignity to this practice, which in and of itself grants the world of its practitioners a gravity and profound humility. What we are seeing across the country is organized gangs of wine moms use Antifa tactics to harass and impede immigration. This is literally beyond parody. Immigration and customs enforcement agents is not civil disobedience. It isn't even protest. It's just crime. The words civil and civil oh my God. Webster's dictionary defines civil as, this is like some amateur shit, dude, refers to the fact that the protester is allowing themselves to be arrested in order to emphasize just how important their cause is to them. It is also generally done, and I mean, she probably would have been fine with that too, right? But instead, she didn't think. I mean, even with all of her Antifa tactic trainings or whatever the fuck, her anti-ICE warrior tactical background, had more faith in ICE agents than even I do, because I definitely would have complied out of fear that what happened to this woman is what is the fate that I would be met if I were belligerent to a cop or an ICE officer. It is also generally done in a context that threatens minimal harm to police and bystanders. Today, across the country, but especially in bastions of democratic socialism like Minneapolis, could I get a crumb of the democratic socialism in Minneapolis? Any Minneapolis residents in chat, can you tell me how the democratic socialism is going over in, checks notes, Minneapolis, Minnesota? Would love to get an update on that. Portland and Seattle. Any Portland and Seattle residents care to share with me the democratic socialism that's going on in your state? It's lonely out in Florida. We see something entirely different. Bands of people following, harassing, doxing, and sometimes engaging in direct assault against ICE agents. What these ICE watch groups across the country, of which Good was reportedly a trained member, do is entirely different. They are trying to impede federal agents from carrying out democratically enacted laws, not sending a message, and importantly, they are trying to evade capture. Further, and this is the other thing, is you would watch, people would still defend this, believe me, it's ICE, and there's nothing that MAGA won't defend, so if Trump defends it, they'll defend it. But if Renee, you're going to hear these people say in this episode, a vehicle is like inherently a deadly weapon now, which is fucking insane. But these people don't seem to think that when it comes to guns, handguns or ARs, no matter what kind of gun. So do we think that we'd be seeing the same defense touted out of the officer's actions in this case if Renee had been open carrying an AR, which is her constitutional right to be doing so? What do we think about that? And all the arguments that people could be throwing, it's a dangerous weapon. It's a deadly weapon. He was scared for his life, reasonably so. She had a fucking deadly weapon. All of a sudden, you'd hear a lot of people make the distinction, even though, again, literally has one purpose, and it's to fucking kill people with it, or animals, or shoot things, you know? No purpose other than that. You would hear people suddenly be like, well, it actually doesn't matter that it's a deadly weapon, because there are ways to safely use it. And as long as she wasn't brandishing it or discharging it, why is an officer killing her over that? That's her right to do so. People are struggling with that same analysis, even though the only different variable is that she was in a car. Ben Riley Spider, 1962, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. So, they don't think resisting police is justified with civil rights or slavery, but is justified for January 6th. Make that make sense. I mean, as Tim Pool reminded us, if Joe Biden had pardoned 1,500 BLM rioters, activists, looters, thugs, whatever you want to call them, he would have supported that because their sentences were probably on the basis that their sentences were too harsh. Tim Pool says he would have supported that, of course. Sorry, that is crime, not protest. This Fox News op-ed writer is here to inform you. You silly goofball, you. Thinking that you were allowed to drive vehicles around ICE, talk shit. Apparently that's not your constitutional right. Further, we need to ask ourselves quite seriously if groups of people training and then executing missions that put law enforcement and the public in harm's way may, in fact, be criminal conspiracies, okay? If, we really need to be asking more. We really need to be, engaged in conspiracy more often than we are. If one's job is to be a neighborhood lookout for a street drug dealing operation, that is a crime. It's not entirely clear why doing the same to protect illegal immigrants, including many of whom are vicious criminals, isn't a similar activity. I think, because you just said so right there, that you're talking about something that is open and shut, crime. There's no way to, there's no, legal means to deal drugs unless we're getting into big pharma or whatever, but that's not what I'm talking about here. You would not need to button in this, including many of whom are vicious criminals, if that analogy actually held up to any fucking scrutiny. According to a recent poll, only 24% of Americans believe that it is acceptable to go beyond peaceful protests in response to ICE enforcement. But among white women, 18 to 44, that number leaps to an astounding 61%. Damn. Based white women. Maybe they're listening to too many true crime podcasts. Maybe YouTube is pushing one too many Candace... No, I'm kidding. I don't even know where Candace Owens falls on this, honestly. But we have to ask ourselves, how on earth did this become acceptable behavior in our society? So again, it couldn't just be that, people see the mass deportation campaign. They see their friends, neighbors, people that they interact with at stores that they frequent being thrown into the back of a van by a masked thug who doesn't even bother reading out their charges or anything like that. And they're like, I don't like that. No, it couldn't be that, it just speaks for itself and it's on its face disgusting. No, you have a true crime podcast making you worried that crime is more prevalent than it is or something. I thought that, they like that. But I guess the idea here is that you're starting to think that ICE is like a murderer. They put 3 bullets into this woman's head, so tell me that there shouldn't be like a true crime episode on this lady being killed. Like, why exactly? The short answer is that for most of the century, our law enforcement agencies and courts have just let it happen. They have decided that some criminal activity is just fine so long as your cause is just. We put more people in prison than quote-unquote communist China, an authoritarian country that is 4 times our size. How does that happen? You only have that in a country with mass incarceration and for-profit prisons. But this Fox News op-ed writer is saying, we don't have enough of that. We don't have enough people in prisons. We don't have enough people in jail. We don't have enough people paying fines. It's beyond, it's like you are on Earth too. You are not living on this world. Or you are not paying attention and it does not impact you and you don't care. You are just not intellectually curious enough to know. This often begins with infractions of the law that border on silly, such as throwing a Subway sandwich at a cop, but then the sandwich becomes a snowball, then a lock, and the next thing you know, people are striking federal agents with SUVs. That is a hell of a fucking escalation. It starts off with a Subway sandwich. Next thing you know, people are running down these ICE officers, a thing that didn't even happen in this instance or whatever. But this is so stupid. This is literally the meme of like, oh, so you thought it was funny when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock on stage at the Oscars? Well, what if Will Smith's hands were actually planes and Chris Rock was the World Trade Center? Not so funny then, huh? It's no different. This is so stupid. This is such a fucking reach. Yeah, Subway is a gateway sandwich. You go in there, okay? You think you're just ordering like a meatball parm, a sub. Next thing you know, you're getting the cookies as well. Next thing you fucking know, you're running over an ICE agent with your car. It's how it starts. The cycle of violence. The video of Good and her partner heckling, and again, her partner. They will never just say wife. They always say her partner. Heckling and, let's be honest, goading ICE officers with an obnoxious smugness. Yeah, her constitutional right. Yeah. It's her constitutional right to be a smug, obnoxious prick towards these fucking assholes. Correct. Yes, cool. That makes most people's skin crawl is just one of many. Ben Riley's Spider 1962, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. The chief of police in the New York Times interview, he told the mayor before the shooting that they should have the National Guard on standby because ICE is so incompetent they'll get someone killed and people would riot. Yep, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. And the unfortunate thing is that even though Tim Walz has said, oh, we're like keeping the Minnesota National Guard on standby, they're not going to do that because 1, supremacy clause, 2, they're scared to, even though that would literally be an attempt at like a defensive action, he knows that could be escalatory. And this admin has shown that they have no respect for the rule of law. They will openly and brazenly lie in increasingly ridiculous ways, like no better than the Renee Good situation to see that on display. So he probably won't do that. So I guess they just kind of get to do whatever they want. We see these self-important white women doing it in video after video after video, taunting cops, insulting journalists, or even bystanders, often with a weird and disturbing glee. And the thing is like on Walz, it's like it's an unenviable position because anything that he does could potentially escalate and ratchet up the tensions because they will always use the defense that you're taking against them, their overreach, as a pretext to launch even more violence your way. Like, oh, see, we had to. Because they're mobilizing their own National Guard, and it's just a race to the bottom, really. Let's be clear, this is happening because we let it happen. Where I live in West Virginia, if I saw a state trooper had pulled over a friend of mine and decided to start throwing things, why? This is not a cop. This is an ICE officer. This is not a routine, like, law enforcement check. This is a completely different fucking thing. It's related, but it's not the same. They don't have the same rights as cops. They fulfill a very specific part of law enforcement, and it's related to immigration. These are clearly American citizens. Nobody was confused about that. And it's unclear, what's actually unclear, is what criminality they were engaged in. It's your right to drive around them. It's your right to taunt them. It's your right to film them. You can do all of that. None of that is against the law. If I saw a state trooper had pulled over a friend of mine and decided to start throwing things at the cop, I would rightfully be arrested. So why are rules different when opposing ICE? When did they... Yeah, if you threw shit at a state trooper who pulled over your friend, yeah, you're gonna be fucking arrested. What happened in this situation that's analogous to that in any way? What? Why are the rules different when opposing ICE? Why are the rules different for how the public gets to interact with the American public? American citizens get to interact with ICE officers, you asked? Oh, because they're not just law enforcement. They're not just cops. They're different. That's why. You have more rights. That's why. That's the whole point of being a fucking citizen, is you get more fucking rights than immigrants get to exercise in this country. The responsible thing for every Democrat in politics and in media to do today, right now, is to tell their audiences that it is never okay to assault a cop. It is never okay to impede a federal investigation, and they need to knock it off. And if you don't, you're going to be fucking killed in the streets. And half of this country will defend it, apparently. I should say half this country that votes. Half of the voting population. Instead, Friday saw Representative Ilhan Omar, Democrat from Minnesota, riling up a Minnesota crowd from the back of a pickup truck saying, you all have... He's making this sound a lot cooler than it probably was. You have all insisted that this resistance is not one that can be intimidated. If she was referring to using automobiles to thwart federal agents, as she seemed to be, that is simply a call for insurrection. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people are just the biggest fucking babies. It's insane. And the fact that they're just like, you know, like he's so horny to insult, to bring in insurrection. January 6th, not an insurrection. Ilhan Omar speaking to constituents in Minnesota saying, yeah, the resistance can't be intimidated, which is just flowery prose to say, fuck this administration. That is simply a call for insurrection. You know, Donald Trump's speech before January 6th, not an insurrection. Ben Riley Spider, 1962, thank you so much for the $5. I think the mythos of the Civil War is so institutionally and socially traumatic, they want to avoid it at all costs, and Trump and co. knows it. I don't know. Because the people that are sympathetic to the cause, quote unquote, are, you know, in that, like, in their, they're like the bread and butter base. You know, January 6th insurrectionists did what actual Confederates could have never even dreamed of. They actually had the Confederate flag flying in the Capitol. That never happened, even in the Civil War. They went beyond that. So I really don't know how traumatic it is. Like, to the American public, yes, it was traumatic. But clearly you don't need Republicans have minoritarian rule. That is entrenched and furthered by our shitty electoral college system, gerrymandering, and a bunch of other a bunch of other rules surrounding who gets to vote in this country and how. Voter ID laws and whatnot. So I don't know. It's like the quote from Stormfront and the Boys or whatever, where she's like, you actually don't need like a ton of people. You just need like kind of a minority of like really, really enthusiastic people to, you know, get your message out there to win narrative wars. In fact, there's a good reason to believe that anyone who would say that should not be in Congress. There's actually a good reason to believe that anyone who doesn't support what Ilhan Omar said here doesn't belong in Congress. Sadly, Democrats will not do the responsible thing, even though it would protect their own supporters such as Good, who should still be alive today. I'm sure this person really thinks that. No, there is only one answer here, enforcing the law. And here is my warning. Heed the warning of this Fox News op-ed writer. If we do not enforce the law, if we simply allow these cosplaying would-be revolutionaries to do whatever they want, including hitting cops with cars, Renee Good will not be the last to needlessly die. This madness needs to end, and it needs to end right now. What is this hyperlink to? Minneapolis police nowhere to be found as agitator seize control of street after ICE shooting. Wow, it's almost like the Trump administration is helping create a chaotic environment in Minnesota that makes it difficult for local law enforcement to do their fucking job because they're afraid to act against the National Guard that's wrongfully deployed in their fucking state over a YouTube video that JD Vance, Elon Musk, and all these other MAGA morons promoted. Insane. Okay, let's get to the shit show. It starts with a $5 super chat asking me to watch a 5-minute Hank Green video. It ends with me screaming at a Fox News op-ed writer. And then we can get back to it.
Fired the shots in question. We're gonna start by playing the video for you guys so you can watch it for yourself, but it is changing a bit of the narrative, and there's a lot to debate on this video and what we're learning. So let's roll the tape.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. It's okay. We don't change our plates every morning. Just so you know.
They think this video helps their cause. You will learn. Spoiler alert. Yeah, they actually think that this makes the ICE officer look good. A woman that has she's taunting him, sure, but she's not making threats at him. She has a calm demeanor, even if what she's saying is taunting them, and she's about to turn the other way.
No, it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Oh! Fucking bitch.
Did he say fucking
He
bitch?
sure did.
Holy shit.
You just got hit by a car.
Yeah.
And she's dead.
You can't help that.
So let's play that again real quick. There's a couple things to point out.
Get out of the car. Oh! Fucking bitch.
Whoa. So here's a few things. First,
Katie, Defender of the Republic, laughing at that, by the way.
I didn't catch this right away. I was watching this video and Phil pointed out it sounds like the wife says, drive, baby, drive, drive. Try and listen. And I'm not sure that's exactly what she's saying.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Oh!
It sounded like she said, drive, baby, drive, drive. You can also hear his body slap the hood. Or
Apparently what the wife said to Renee is relevant at all as far as as far as deciding if it's justified for an officer to use deadly force.
Sounds like it's hitting the hood of the car.
There's two things going on at the same time. It's body hitting the hood and the first shot goes off at
the other thing.
To be clear, which perspective is this? The shooter or another officer? It's the shooter, and this is not their body cam. This is them holding up their phone like this and filming. For insurance, I guess. They won't release the body cam footage if that exists. Frank J. Cav, thank you so much for the $199 super chat. Really appreciate that. How many cops versus ICE agents in Minneapolis? I don't actually know. Minneapolis police force. So if I had to guess, at least tens of thousands. Oh, wait. This is not just talking about the same. We're talking about one city. Hello. I confused Minnesota and Minneapolis for a second. Because Minneapolis alone has 570 to 580 sworn officers as of late. But maybe I'm off for how many police officers would be in Minnesota. How many police officers does Minnesota have? Oh, no, I was right. Oh, I said tens of thousands, and it's only like 10,000 to 13,000 according to Minnesota.gov. 400 law enforcement agencies, 10,669 licensed and active peace officers. But yeah, so they have like about 600 people versus like all of the ICE agents deployed and whatnot.
Thing is, everyone's pointing out, she's staring at the ICE agent the whole time. She turns her head and she's looking right at him. And then she shifts and she's looking right at him as she starts spinning the wheel.
Wow, she's literally looking him in the eye as she's turning the other way, correct. It's also not illegal to look somebody in the eye.
This does change a few things. You can see her spinning the wheel before she accelerates forward, which is because the wheels are actually facing to the other direction, so she has to spin it around quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, she started turning before she even accelerates. Actually, let's make a little doc of all of these stunning admissions that Tim Pool makes surrounding his analysis of the footage, but yet nonetheless justifies both shots. Tim Pool
This is not even 1 second. You can see her spinning the wheel before she accelerates forward, which is because the wheels are actually facing to the other direction, so she has to spin it around quite a bit. This is not even 1 second. Let's play. Oh! It's about 1.5 seconds, maybe.
Can you hear a squeal of the tires played again?
No.
Get out the car. Oh!
No, that's so.
Yeah.
Oh!
Just like that. About 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So the interesting things to consider: prior contact. She's engaged by DHS already, and they're filming her vehicle. And she says, "I believe it's here. Let's play it."
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
It's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later.
He's
That's
collecting
fine.
evidence.
U.S. citizen. You want to come at us? You want to come at us?
You want to come
I
at
said
us?
go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Oh!
Drive, baby, drive. It sounds like she's saying.
You can clearly hear the other ICE agent telling her to get out of the car. She's ignoring a direct command.
So we had a debate on this earlier, and we had a former prosecutor.
Well, she ignored a direct command. Capital offense. Guess she has to be shot 3 times in the fucking head.
On who had argued initially that
everyone knows ignoring command equals death.
First shot through the windshield is justifiable because you can see in all these angles he's being hit, but the second and third shot will be harder to justify. However, what is this?
Great production.
You're playing music. When we finished the debate,
so what was that?
Shot through the windshield is justifiable because you can see in all these angles he's being hit.
Okay, he did not say it was justifiable. He said, or like to the extent that he said it was justifiable, he said legally he might not be held liable for that, and that he could be he could get off on that, right? They're not going to be able to prosecute him for that. He definitely said that. But yes, he did say that the second and third ones would be difficult to justify.
But the second and third shot will be harder to justify. However, what is this? You're playing music. When we finished the debate, I didn't say anything. I just pressed play and showed it to him, and he went, "Whoa, yeah, that's that. There's not gonna be a prosecution. There's not gonna be a prosecution with this video footage."
No, that's not what he said. I literally watched him show it to Dave. What Dave said is he said that's gonna be that's gonna make the jobs for the prosecutors harder or something like that. He thought that it's gonna help the officer with the first shot, just the first shot. And then I remember him talking about the other shots that are gonna be harder to justify still.
So I don't know what y'all think, but it sounds to me, I'll just give you my thoughts right away. Prior contact indicates the woman driving the car, Renee Good, was well aware that she was engaged with law enforcement. Mm-hmm. So when they approached her saying get out of the vehicle and she attempted to flee, this was not a panic. This was, she knew she was engaged with law enforcement to a certain degree. And this cop walked.
Correct. There was no panic from Renee Good. Yes, this was not a panic. She was calm. Yes. Tim Pool admits Renee Good was calm. And this is not what he's trying to get at, is that she was cold and calculating in her movement. No, she was just calm.
Walking around her vehicle filming, was engaged with law enforcement to a certain degree. And this cop walking around her vehicle filming, he's collecting evidence. When the other agent comes up and is out of the car, she's smiling and staring at him. And it appears, the wife says, appears the wrong word, but it sounds like she says, drive, baby, drive, drive. I think that's going to give her criminal culpability. And I think the speed at which you hear
drive, baby, drive, drive. Criminal culpability.
The body hit the car.
The argument being, because she is like engaged in obstruction of justice or trying to help somebody in furtherance of a crime, and it's a crime to blah, 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 blah. Like, if you want to talk about being very, very skeptical about who's going to face what consequences here, I am extremely skeptical that, she's going to be held criminally liable for saying drive, baby, drive, drive. But who fucking knows?
And the shots go off are going to, this is a slam dunk for the agent. It's not good. It shouldn't have happened. But I think a few things to point out.
It's not good. It shouldn't have happened. Okay. Why are we going to justify it then?
The amount of time from him walking around the vehicle, she knows he's there. There's no reason for her to drive, and he's collecting evidence. So why is he there? There's a legitimate reason. The wife says, you want to come at us? You want to come at us?
You're collecting evidence. He's referring to him holding up the phone, filming this woman right before he fucking kills her.
And he's collecting evidence. So why is he there? There's a legitimate reason. The wife says, you want to come at us? You want to come at us? And then appears to say, drive, baby, drive, drive, instructing Again, I'm not entirely sure what she's saying, but this is the argument that I think they would absolutely make and why this is not going to go. She can clearly...
Like, that woman's behavior has literally no bearing on whether or not, the wife's behavior, I mean, has no bearing on whether or not the officer is or is not justified in use of deadly force against Renee. It would be relevant if he had used deadly force against the wife as well, but he didn't. So why what she said is like coming up or going to be used to say that like Renee was incited? So are you suggesting that had she not said drive baby drive that Renee wouldn't have done this? Like she wouldn't have been turning right and gone the other way?
Please see the agent is standing right in front of her and just a smile on her face, and then she goes for it and she hits him and you can hear it.
ICE collects evidence on Americans, apparently.
And he shoots her. I don't see how this... Look, to be honest, this goes to prosecution because it's political. Because Minnesota, the governor, the mayor...
And there it is. There it is. Okay. This looks really fucking bad. This is indefensible. This is clearly fucking murder. But we have to prime everybody to be ready to accept that we live in a corrupt system that definitely doesn't side with cops and is biased against them. Biased against ICE agents and ICE officers. So he has to prime his audience to be ready to, even though, again, it's not justified, if this man faces any consequences, it will have been political. It won't be because of the merits of the case itself.
A prosecutor, it's political ideology. I think if we were in any sane reality where this was just on the merits, she hit a federal agent with her car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look,
Oh, well, if you hit someone with a car, then you get to shoot them. I've been hit by a car. I said this story the other night. I was dropped off by my friend. Instead of going around the front of the vehicle, there was not enough clearance for me to do so. I went around the back. My friend was in too much of a rush to leave and get to her own home. And as she was reversing, she hit me. She made contact with me. And I just like squealed and like started banging on her car. And she stopped and got out if I was okay. But apparently, to Tim Pool, if I had, if I had been armed and I just took out a gun and shot her because I was scared and because a car hit me, be justified.
The argument that I heard this morning, actually, or maybe it was last night, but J.D. Vance was saying he's got immunity because he's engaged in a lawful, lawful stop.
J.D. Vance says a thing, then that thing is true.
She knew that, like you said, she knew she was dealing with law enforcement right away. The guy came up and said, get out of the car. So she's trying to flee the scene. It is a pretty clear-cut case. When her car contacted his body, then he's totally in the right to defend himself, So
anytime a car makes contact with an ICE officer's body, you're in the right to defend yourself. Cereal for every meal. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, viewers. We are going over my appearance on TimcastIRL, which was very... Depends on who you ask, okay, what that's like. And we are doing a comprehensive breakdown of a 2-hour shit show of a fucking conversation. So if you're interested in watching that with me, please stick around. If you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. Would really, really appreciate it. And it's probably a little early to be asking you guys this, but if you're feeling really generous, you could gift subs throughout the chat to my viewers. That way they could watch this with me, uninterrupted, with no ads. Or get a sub yourself, and that way you can have an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. Thank you so much again. Everybody should follow Cereal for every meal. Lainey is a wonderful just chatting streamer who does cozy study streams, and I enjoy it.
So the idea, I don't think that this actually goes to trial because I think he's got immunity. I don't think the Justice Department's going to let it happen.
It's a state charge.
I think that the feds are going to be like, no, you can't.
Fucking moron. He knows what he said. Just didn't make any fucking sense. I have to pause to do the shout out. All right, shout out to Cereal for every meal. You guys should go follow her if you aren't already. Straighterade is doing God's work by going on Tim Pool. Please. Very kind, but no. That's cute that you think that, though. Is that Phil LaBonte idiot? Apparently, a lot of people know who this is because I didn't know. I couldn't even remember his name after I left the studio. But yeah, he seems to be the most well known out of all these guests from people.
Yeah. So the idea, I don't think that this actually goes to trial because.
X Mikey 2020X, thank you so much for gifting Cereal for every meal a tier 1 sub. And now Cereal is a tier 1 Straighterade sub. I really appreciate it.
I think he's got immunity. I don't think the Justice Department's going to let it happen.
It's a state charge.
I think that I think the feds are gonna be like, no, you can't.
Well, the state can bring.
Oh, okay. So the feds, he's like, dude, there's still state charges that can be brought. I mean, Tim's not wrong on that. Oh, well, the feds aren't going to let them do that. Okay, so obstructing justice?
They charges regardless.
Well, if he's got immunity, can they?
They're gonna try and move it to a federal court, citing immunity. This is what we were debating earlier. Sovereign immunity is a federal agent, but come on, does it matter what's true?
Well, I mean, it's always what you can prove in court.
No.
It sounds just as contrived as it on like watching it back as it did to hear him say that in person. Does it matter what's true anymore?
We're not even there anymore. Like they didn't even prove that Trump committed a crime in the fraud cases. Does it matter?
I mean,
he has to just like shoehorn in all of these other things, all of these other MAGA grievances, all of these other affirmations that they have to tell themselves. Like Donald Trump didn't do anything wrong. He's never been found guilty of a crime. Donald Trump's not can't be called a rapist. He didn't do that either. Donald Trump did not incite an insurrection. They're gonna lie about that, just like they lied about Donald Trump.
To your point, no, I guess.
We are well beyond legal machinations. Now it's literally just exertions of authority and power.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think most people on the left are even going to see this video. Like, the resistance is already underway.
What do you think?
I think I think most people on the left did see this video and they were fucking pissed. And I don't think that you need to be on the left to be pissed. And I think a lot of Americans are seeing that fucking video and they're fucking angry. It makes ICE look worse, in my opinion, for a few reasons. One, I don't think, this is not me saying that Renee Good driving away from officers that have asked her to stop or have told her to get out and disobey and not just complying with their orders is a good idea. I'm strictly talking about, does this constitute a rise to the level of a reasonable person's understanding of what constitutes imminent threat or likelihood of death? I don't think so. I think this proves that it's very clear that she was attempting to do a 3-point turn or move away the opposite direction of the officer, not trying to accelerate towards him or charge towards him. I think that she had a calm demeanor, even as she's smiling, and yes, she's doing so like to taunt him, I suppose. But one, I don't think that that constitutes a threat in and of itself. She's saying, I'm not mad. She's clearly turning right to get away from the officer. So I don't see where the kind of imminent death.
What about drive,
threat.
baby, drive?
Did she say that, or did what about this thing that her wife said? Couldn't that be used against her? Anybody buying that? What about that thing that she didn't fucking say and doesn't even matter or have any bearing on whether or not he's justified in using lethal force? What about that? Other person didn't say that.
But it sounds like you're making a lot of assumptions about her intent. If she had just complied with
We are all making inferences, lady. We are all making what she would call assumptions off of what we're seeing. We're not in these people's heads. We can only make inferences based off the information that we see on the fucking screen. So, but to these people, of course, they're just decoding the matrix, analyzing objective reality. And the objective reality is that this was not murder, that Renee was ramming an officer with her vehicle, that she was menacingly looking at him, and that her wife is inciting her to break the law or something. And all of that taken together means that not murder, definitely defensible, totally A-okay, legally, morally, ethically, etc. But I'm the one making assumptions here. And I can't be doing that. Even though, again, you're making a ton of assumptions that when you exonerate the cop or the officer to that extent.
Officer to begin with, we wouldn't be asking.
Of course,
all
I'm
of
making
these
even outside that point, intent is completely immaterial. It's a vehicle is heading towards you. That's it.
I mean,
her intention, I think, was to flee.
So now a vehicle heading in your direction can be a pretext to put lead in their head. Oh, cool. Okay, you can now shoot somebody who is just driving in your general direction when you've already previously had some sort of interaction with them, and you're an officer.
Completely immaterial. It's
intent is completely immaterial. Intent doesn't matter, and vehicular manslaughter apparently is completely immaterial for some reason.
Vehicle is heading towards you. That's it.
I mean,
a vehicle is heading towards you. That's it. The law doesn't care about intent now. The law does not care about context. The law doesn't care about your state of mind. The law doesn't care about what you were attempting to do. The law doesn't care about any of that, apparently. The law only cares about physics and about whether or not a car is oriented in your direction and is going towards you. And apparently, if it is, all of these officers just showing all this restraint by not just murdering Americans every single day. A lot of officers probably face, cars in their general direction. Example being when they walk down the street, next to a bunch of cars that happen to be driving in their direction. Apparently, ICE officers are actually just showing this monumental amount of restraint because they're not just shooting everybody, driving in a car in their general direction at all times. Wow.
Her intention, I think, was to flee. I think I've said, but
her intention was to flee, but the intention doesn't matter. But her intention was to flee. He just admitted her intention was to flee, was to leave, was not to hurt the guy, was to get away from the scene. Yeah, both of these are justified. All these shots are justified.
It's reckless. Vehicle is heading towards you. That's it.
I mean,
her intention, I think, was to flee. I think I've said, but it's reckless disregard for the life of the officer.
Do you still think it was in the earlier debate we had? You think that you said that you thought she was attempting to murder him with the vehicle based on this now? I might be misremembering. What did you say?
So what I said was yesterday in my morning show. So let's go back in time. The first thing I said was she's clearly attempting to flee and she hit the officer. Then we went on the show and we analyzed all the footage and I was like, you can see the tires spin out in his direction. So then in the morning yesterday, I said, I think she actually was intending.
And just keep in mind, again, as he just stated, he had to clarify his position, update it, because he had accused Renee Good of intending to murder the ICE officer.
Hit him. Then we reviewed more footage and other angles. And I said, I don't think she wanted to kill the officer. I think she was trying to flee, but didn't care if she did kill the officer.
Gotcha.
And so I think we're seeing the same thing right now. And this actually, I think, backs up what I'm saying. She's clearly trying to flee, but she's looking dead at the officer. She knows he's there. He walked in her car.
He meant to flee by driving over the officer. Let's see. Yeah, but he can't even be... He is not... I mean, does he? I mean, if that's what he means, he's not clarifying enough. He's not saying that, right? But it's again, still a stunning admission for him to be saying that. I don't know.
She specifically said flee, but she's looking dead at the officer. She knows he's there. He walked.
He's not even saying really she was attempting to flee, but before she was fleeing, she wanted to hit him with the car. He's not inserting that at all.
She specifically said, it's okay, I'm not mad at you. She knows he's filming her. She knows there. He walked in her car.
Looking dead at the officer.
She specifically said, it's okay, I'm not mad at you. She knows he's filming her. She knows he's around the car. Then you hear the other woman say, drive, baby, drive, drive. Look at her. She's staring right at him right now.
Yeah, but does a stare rise to the level of a reasonable person being able to think, why am I supposed to care that she was staring at him? Apparently, you're not allowed to you're not allowed to look an ICE officer in the eye, lest you be killed in the fucking streets like a dog.
That she's piloting a vehicle, and here's a timestamp. From 40 seconds is when the car begins to accelerate to 41 in 1 second he's struck.
Well, I'm not disputing that it's accelerating, but she's clearly doing a bunch of turns because she's maneuvering the vehicle's wheel all the way from the left to the right to turn away from him.
Her intent doesn't matter.
Of course it matters. The intent always matters in these cases.
No, it doesn't.
Her intent doesn't matter. Her intent doesn't matter. Her intent doesn't matter. He thinks if he says that enough times that it will finally be true when he says it the 100th time, but that's not true. And intent does matter and is everything when you're trying to decide if somebody has engaged in murder, some sort of reckless or negligent, manslaughter of somebody, vehicular homicide. We're going to read the definition of vehicular homicide. And guess what? It involves intent because it's not a crime to hit somebody with your car and kill them if it was an accident. It's a crime if you did it on purpose. It's a crime if you did it in the commission of another crime. If you run a red light in New York City and you were not speeding, but you struck somebody and you killed them, I don't think that that's vehicular manslaughter. You would need to prove that somebody intentionally ran a red light and was speeding for it to be raised to the level of a vehicular manslaughter charge. Or if you wanted to say it was murder, you would need to prove that they did those things intentionally to kill a pedestrian that was walking. So even if you strike somebody with your car because you ran a red light, because you were careless or whatever, that still would not be murder. Yes, as far as factoring in if it's reasonable to believe that she has some sort of state of mind that she wants to harm this person or hurt them.
If I pointed a gun at you, could you shoot me?
Yes.
That's
something that invokes per se self-defense, no? because it's something that there is no way that you could behave with, like, brandish a weapon or point a gun at me.
Or
That's
accelerate a vehicle towards somebody.
No, we're going to put somebody pointing a weapon at somebody. We're going to put that in the same, like, realm as somebody accelerating a vehicle towards somebody. By this standard, anytime you're on the street, you're out in public, you're in a parking lot, you're on someone's driveway, and you're made to feel uncomfortable while a vehicle is accelerating towards you, you would be legally justified in withdrawing a lethal weapon, and if it happens to be a gun, shooting the driver. Why? How? What? What are you talking about? It's already insane we're comparing these. We're comparing if Renee Good had pulled out a gun and aimed it at an ICE officer, this would not be a debate. This would be a very different conversation. If she'd been shot after she did that, who is going to be defending that or questioning it in the mainstream media? What are we talking about here? We're here talking about this because it's nothing like that situation at all. We're here because a guy open fired and killed a woman who was driving away from him in her vehicle and was calm. That's why we're talking about this. No, that definitely does not fall under.
He's 2 feet from the vehicle and she accelerates towards him.
So?
He can't read her mind in that second.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't need to be why do they keep thinking you need to read minds? Just because you can't read minds, that does not mean you can do whatever the fuck you want when you're scared towards somebody. If I'm in a mostly empty parking lot, I'm walking at night, okay? I'm leaving Target. It's late. I'm leaving on my own. There's not that many people there, okay? And I see a guy at night start walking towards me. I tell him to stop walking towards me. He doesn't stop walking towards me. Can I shoot him? No, why not? I'm scared. I can't read his mind. I don't know what he's going to do. Why can't I shoot that man? Because it's not fucking reasonable. It's not reasonable to think that your life is in danger and the only way to protect yourself is to kill him. That's why. It's the same here. A weapon or point, because it's something that there is no way that you could behave with, like, brandish a weapon or point a gun at me.
Or accelerate a vehicle towards somebody.
No, that definitely does not fall under.
He's 2 feet from the vehicle and she accelerates towards him.
So?
He can't read her mind in that second.
Unless she's doing so with a weapon or threatening him or doing so in the direction of him.
This is legally constitutes a weapon.
I don't believe that
in law, a vehicle is a deadly weapon.
Self-defense.
It is legally a deadly weapon.
Says who? It is legally a deadly weapon. It is legally a deadly weapon. A car is now legally a deadly weapon. A car is legally a deadly weapon. A car has no purpose besides being a deadly weapon, apparently. This is ensconced in law somewhere?
In law, a vehicle is a deadly weapon.
Self-defense.
So
in the direction
this is
of him,
this legally constitutes a weapon.
I don't believe that
in law, a vehicle is a deadly weapon.
Self-defense.
It is legally a deadly weapon.
Says who? In
the
law?
law precedent.
What law?
In court precedent and in law, this is a deadly weapon.
Can you name a case? I'm not familiar with the case.
Are you joking?
I'm not joking. I'm not.
What was the
Are
case
you joking? Do you actually expect me to pull up receipts and have citations for the claim that I'm making? Are you joking? I know that it does. That would be a very, very, it's very unusual for Tim to actually be pressed on something to be made to substantiate a claim that he makes. Are you seriously doing this to me right now, Straighterade? Yes, I am.
Had where the woman rear-ended the the police in was it Minnesota actually, where the cop was found dead in the snow. It was the biggest. Okay, come on, guys. I don't know what you're doing. I gotta pull this out.
Because my end of the law was wrong. The funny thing is that if we actually were having a conversation exclusively about the law, he's literally wrong just about everything. He's wrong about intent not mattering. He's wrong about cars being classified as a deadly weapon. He's wrong about the fact that mere acceleration towards somebody, even an officer, does not trigger per se self-defense. He's wrong, he's wrong, he's wrong. I don't know why he wants to argue on these terms. Just say, to hell with the law. I don't care about it. this woman is a fucking Antifa, domestic terrorist, super soldier, lesbian freak who I hate, and I think that she should be fucking dead, or that a threshold has been reached to justify her murder. And that's what I'm about to do. Just say that. Don't invoke the law. I don't understand why the law is being brought up. The law does not help you. The law is on her side, not the officers in this case, which is almost never seems to fucking happen. Understanding is to the extent that a car or a vehicle can be used to trigger like per se self-defense, the individual has to have been caught in the commission. That's the thing. That's the other thing. Then the lawyer just said this in the last episode. If the person is in a vehicle and an officer believes that their life is in danger and deadly force is necessary to defend themselves or somebody else potentially, it has to be from a threat besides the vehicle. It can't just be the vehicle. Even if it were the vehicle, explain to me how shooting at somebody in a car actually alleviates the threat. All you've done is created a dead body that's going to have their foot jammed on the accelerator, and it's going to go off in God knows what direction for God knows how long until it stops because it hits something or somebody. Of a very serious crime prior to engaging with the officer.
They said Karen Reed struck her boyfriend with a car. That's a deadly weapon. A vehicle is like vehicular homicide has a name in law.
Okay. The reason why in that case somebody got in trouble is why? Oh, they hit their boyfriend with the car? Did they do it intentionally? Did they happen to do it intentionally? Yes. That's why they got in trouble, Tim, because you can't intentionally hit people with your car, correct? I never argued against that.
Law, vehicular homicide.
I know there's such a thing as vehicular homicide, and I'm not saying that you can't use a vehicle to kill somebody, to injure somebody, but just using a vehicle around an officer that you're not complying with, around an officer that you're not complying with, doesn't necessarily constitute a threat. Absolutely. However, the vehicle's primary function is not a weapon. By those standards, a rope or beer bottle is a deadly weapon. By this standard, literally anything goes. By this standard, anything that could conceivably be used to harm somebody is a weapon. A deadly weapon. Absolutely not. This is definitely like a finely sharpened pencil is a deadly weapon by that definition. All of this like Monday morning quarterbacking that we're doing is a deadly weapon, not just a weapon, but like a deadly weapon. Exactly how
what Monday morning quarterback? I'm telling you a fact.
By going, Karen Reed got off in court and there's an open civil case against the cops framing her in that case at Straighterade. What is this comparison? LOL. This is me not knowing about like the true crime things that I guess I'm supposed to, because the Karen Reed thing sounded familiar, but like I don't know any of the details surrounding that. But honestly, it's frankly irrelevant because we're not talking about Karen Reed. We're not talking about the definition of vehicular manslaughter. Nobody was killed except Renee Good. She was not using like it's so irrelevant to what we're discussing now. He's just grasping at straws to bring it to something else so it can turn into, can you define this for me? You don't even know what that is. I bet you've never even blah blah blah. Have you ever this? Have you ever that? Anything to get off the subject of actually engaging with the merits of whether or not this officer was reasonably justified in believing that his life was in danger and should have been using lethal force. Not just once, but 3 times. Frame by frame. Like over literally an interaction that happens over just a few seconds.
Agreed.
This is how it's going to be decided
and a reasonable
in court
person
as to whether
is
or not each individual action taken by the cops in this instance constitute justified self-defense. No, at Straighterade, any court case with similar ingredients is always the same outcome. Always. To these people, yeah. Some deadly force.
So she,
and certainly not for the, like, even if I granted for the first one, the following 2 shots after that, when she's clearly turning away, which this video confirms, how is that going to hold up the scrutiny?
A vehicle can be considered a deadly weapon under certain circumstances, depending on how it is used in the context.
Oh, correct. Under certain circumstances. Yes, Phil, I agree. Under certain circumstances, when it's clear somebody is intending to use their weapon, their vehicle as a deadly weapon, yes, it's a deadly weapon by that point. Correct. It's almost like intent fucking matters. It's the only way you can determine if something is actually being used dangerously.
Of the situation. Yeah, according to U.S. According to U.S. weapons, certain circumstances, depending on how it is used in the context of the situation.
Yeah,
according to
like the fact that again they read this out and continue to argue the way that they do is insane. A vehicle can be considered. This is an AI summary also that we're going off of, but even again, it's not even wrong in this case. Certain circumstances, depending on the use in the context of the situation. I'm just like tracking out all the things that they admit to me in this, and yet nonetheless still defend this woman's murder.
Hold on. According to U.S. law, a vehicle driven by a person with the intent to harm someone is legally classified as a deadly weapon. The principle was emphasized.
Does manslaughter require intent? I actually don't know, to be honest. I think that there are some cases of this is like there's like the same way that there's different degrees of murder. I'm pretty sure that there's different degrees of manslaughter. There's like involuntary manslaughter. There's reckless manslaughter. There's negligent. Is there like a negligent manslaughter? And like the difference is that negligent is that you're engaged in actions that are so like you should have known better is effectively. So if somebody died, even if you didn't intend to, even if you weren't acting maliciously, what you were doing, and you could see that it was going to create circumstances that could lead to the death of somebody. That's an example of when you could be criminally liable for somebody's death. Reckless would be like if I'm speeding, if I'm racing and I'm running red lights and I'm intentionally going 30 over the speed limit and I kill somebody. There's no reasonable way to argue that I really didn't think that those things would result in somebody being killed because they are so dangerous in and of themselves that you can't reasonably say, and also they're illegal, but they're actions that are so dangerous that to think that they wouldn't have resulted in somebody being injured is just stupid and inconceivable.
Mike, bro.
The principle was emphasized by Secretary of Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, who stated that a vehicle used to harm someone is clearly established law as a deadly weapon. Courts have consistently ruled that a car becomes a deadly weapon when it is used in a manner capable of causing.
Yeah, manslaughter, the act of killing another human being without malice. It is a general intent crime that is distinct from murder because it requires less culpability. See homicide. And then homicide is a manner of death when one person causes the death of another. Not all homicide is murder, as some deaths caused by another person are manslaughter, and some are lawful, such as when justified by an affirmative defense like insanity or self-defense. And murder, this might be the same page. No. Murder is when a person unlawfully kills another person. Murder is not the same as homicide because not all homicide is unlawful. Instead, murder is a category of homicide. The precise legal definition of murder varies by jurisdiction. Most states distinguish between different degrees of murder, first, second, third. Some states use model penal code to legally define murder and the subsequent punishments.
Causing death or serious...
And it's almost like, again, we have all of these different ways to categorize the circumstances, the legal circumstances under which an individual person dies or is killed because they're all relevant legal distinctions. We cannot properly adjudicate somebody's death if we don't know all of the circumstances and then try to make a determination as to which of these three it fits into. And then from there, you still break it down more to determine the punishment. Because somebody who intentionally killed somebody obviously should face more consequences than somebody who didn't, but nonetheless killed somebody.
Physical injury. He's in front of the car. It is absolutely
Which he's not supposed to be doing.
It is absolutely capable of causing death or severe injury.
Wait, I'm not disputing that a car is capable of causing severe injury or death.
She's saying
I'm
it can
only
be a weapon.
disputing.
That's the context
And I'm
in
saying
which it is
can
a
be
weapon.
But
Okay, so-
it's not assumed that it's a weapon in the same way if you brandish.
But hold on, but this is just an opinion
From
statement.
the analysis that I saw, that saying multiple... Wait, what's the issue with what he just said? Opinion? Disputing that a car is capable of causing severe injury or death.
She's saying
I'm
it can
only
be a weapon.
disputing.
That's the context
And I'm
in
saying
which
it
it is
can
a
be
weapon.
But
Okay, so-
it's not assumed.
Okay,
that's the context, and that's not this context. You just read a general statement of what it would take to say that a vehicle is being used as a deadly weapon, and it required intent. What you just read said it requires intent, even though Tim Pool just said intent doesn't matter. But that's the context in which it's a deadly weapon. That's not this context, though. In this context, she drove away from him. In this context, Tim Pool, your stupid co-host, just said, I don't even think she was trying to do anything with the car. I think she was trying to evade arrest. She was trying to flee. Not, I think she was trying to run him over. I think she was trying to flee is what he said. That it's a weapon in the same way if you brandish...
But hold on, but this is just an opinion
From
statement.
the analysis that I saw... What did my comment get deleted for? Because I thought you said deleted, and then as soon as I deleted it, I realized it said defeated, and there's no way to undo it. Sorry. That saying to multiple angles, it did not look to me like it hit the person. And the sound that's coming from this, because it's a first-person perspective, I'm not sure if that noise is because the vehicle touched him in any way or
how did
made
his feet
contact
slide
with him.
backwards?
Because he moved back.
You
Okay,
think-
now we're bringing up another point because they don't want to respond to what I just said and all of the different ways that this video introduces ambiguity to the and is not as actually clear cut as they want to act like it is. Yeah, it still doesn't prove that he came in contact with the vehicle 100%. The noise that was heard, we don't know if that's what that was from. Or
You
black ice,
think
I
he
don't
did double-footed moonwalk slide?
No, if he was struck by the vehicle going even at that speed, wouldn't he have fallen over?
No.
Not necessarily.
He was going like a mile an hour and he's standing on ice and his feet slid backwards.
Oh, okay. So no, he wouldn't have even fallen over. She was going so slow that even if the car touched her, he wouldn't have even fallen over. So how are we going to say that it's a deadly weapon? She's going so slowly that you're telling me that even if that car touches him, it's not going to hurt him or kill him? Whoa, cool. I agree. You're right. Yes, true. It's almost like it's not being used like a deadly weapon.
There's a point where both his feet are off the ground at the same time.
No, I don't think that's true. Both his feet are on the ground.
Like, that's insane for him to admit and then argue the points that he does.
Both his feet slid.
Speed, wouldn't he have fallen over?
No.
Not necessarily.
He was going like a mile an hour and he's standing on ice and his feet slid backwards.
There's a point where both his feet are off the ground at the same time.
No, I don't think that's true. Both his feet are on the ground and both his feet slide backwards because
he's
the vehicle
planted and he gets hit. His feet are planted and he gets hit. His feet slide back.
And he's on ice. This is because ice is on ice, okay? Touring near a fucking city near you. God forbid, okay? Ice is on ice, being hit with the car that is going like 1 mile per hour, to quote Tim Pool. And it's not even knocking the motherfucker over, even though he's on a surface that lacks any friction to keep you from not easily slipping. He still didn't.
You hear him get hit on this video. I mean, look, I'm not trying to poke at you, but I really think that you're just ignoring the facts of the situation.
This is what I'm thinking about politics. It's not about what's actually happening. It's just
it's a difference of opinion as far as what inference we're drawing from the same set of facts. Because I acknowledge you hear a noise, but it's unclear to me from this angle and from the other footage that I've seen if that they're looking at me like I'm speaking Chinese. They're looking at me like I'm justifying. I was gonna say like I'm justifying murder. Sorry, that's what they're doing. I'm trying to defend this woman. And I'm trying to not justify murder. I'm trying to not defend that right now, okay? But they're looking at me as though I were. Actually, the noise coming from the video is because the car is making contact with the officer or from something else.
What knocks his camera over?
I don't know.
He threw his phone in the air, pulled his gun out, and then caught his phone.
You tell me what knocks his phone over. I've seen multiple. I saw a report that said that he was able to, that he actually let the phone change hands before he shot. That's how coordinated he was. Like the third video that needs to be created now is syncing this POV with the body cam, because my understanding is this isn't the body cam, right? He was like holding his
yeah, you can see his reflection actually.
We need to see the cell phone, the body cam, as well as the third person perspectives all at the same time to really get an idea of what happened.
So he's collecting evidence because she's obstructing. Eyewitnesses said that she was the ringleader obstructing. He's filming her license plate, to which this woman says license plate ain't gonna change. It's gonna be the same thing. They're both engaging. He then goes around and is filming the vehicle. It's the second time he went around. She already knows she has an ICE agent filming her vehicle. Then a cop comes up and says, get out of the car, and she seeks to flee, creating, the point is this. We can argue our opinion on what a person would...
Oh, don't want to get into the weeds, do we now, Beanie Boy? Might pull apart your argument. Interesting. Notice who doesn't want to get into the weeds. As soon as he starts trying to explain, as soon as he starts trying to break it down, which is really the only way that you can attempt to, is to just, like, go so slowly that, like, you can basically... I don't even know if that's the way. I'll back off that. I was going to say, like, the only way you could do this is to try to look at certain frames, certain angles from such a slow speed that somebody could get the impression that maybe there was a dangerous situation and you hope that they missed the forest for the trees. I'm not going to miss the forest for the trees. Most of America is not going to miss the forest for the trees. Only you and your MAGA cult's going to miss the forest for the trees on purpose. And that's the only way that they can explain this, because it looks fucking insane, because it is. But the point is this, to quote Tim Pool, let's just zoom out. Instead of getting more detailed, even though all the facts are on that officer's side, apparently, let's do a low resolution 10,000 foot view of this situation. And maybe when you look at it from 10,000 feet above in a helicopter and you're not wearing your glasses, you would just see like this scuffle or something. And you'd hear shots and you'd probably think that the woman in the car was trying to hurt somebody with the car, right? Because why else would somebody be so crazy as to shoot somebody in the head 3 times because somebody was driving away from them? Unless that person wasn't justified in using deadly force.
Perceived to be reasonable. Only one thing matters. She created the circumstance. She's in commission of a crime.
So
She's
intent doesn't matter. Only that she created the circumstance. You know, let's apply this same framework to Kyle Rittenhouse, shall we, Tim? Wish we had the time. Wish we could go through and using your framework for what constitutes an act of, you know, justified self-defense and use of deadly force. Let's apply the same standard to Kyle Rittenhouse and see what happens. Would Kyle Rittenhouse be a free man today if that was actually the standard? What do we think?
She's in furtherance of that crime. She stares dead at the officer. He sees the person would perceive to be reasonable. Only one thing matters. She created the circumstance. She's in commission of a crime. She's in furtherance of that crime. She stares dead at the officer. He sees it. Within a second, he's hit. He chooses to shoot. Even Dave, when I showed him this, he went, "Wow, okay, there's not going to be a prosecution." I think there will because it's political, but like.
On the subject of case law, though, didn't Dave, when he was on earlier, say that just because you flee the scene doesn't mean that the cops are able to open fire on you because you fled? It depends
unless
on,
you
like,
are creating a threat to someone else's life.
But what's where's the threat? Threat here, because the threat that we've pointed to. Right. So he just admitted he reaffirmed what we heard Dave say, which is that you cannot just shoot somebody who is fleeing, even if it's a felony. You can't just do that.
You are creating a threat to someone else's life.
But what's the threat here? Because the threat that we've pointed to so far verbally, I know, but hitting a police officer was
this woman right
Renee
here is
Good
standing against the vehicle when the vehicle starts to move, and there's other people standing around.
Oh, this other one. What creates the threat? This other woman creates the threat. The other woman that he didn't hit, that he didn't fucking murder. Oh, okay.
So there's something we talked with Andrew Branco about called imperfect self-defense. So when I asked you the question earlier, if I point a gun at you, can you shoot me?
Yes.
Right? Yes. What if my intention is that it's a toy gun and I'm playing?
Listen to what he says here, because he acts like I wasn't listening when he said, what if my intention is that it's a toy gun? He didn't say, what if it's a toy gun? He said, what if my intention is that it's a toy gun? So when he asked me that, I understood him to be saying, what if I'm crazy? What if I'm insane? And I thought I was in possession of a fake gun, not a real one. And I was just playing with it as though it were a toy. I didn't know what he meant by that. And then he was like, I said a toy gun.
Playing a game and I don't see you there. You can still shoot me.
No, nobody, if we're doing an objective analysis of what's reasonable, there's no reason to think that anybody who's brandishing a weapon in your direction or aiming it at you is going to be doing so with any other intention other than, oh, I thought you said a real handgun. If you said the fact that this fucking asshole has the audacity to speak to me that way when it's on him that he's not being precise enough with his fucking words.
If I point a gun at you, can you shoot me? Right? Yes. What if my intention is that it's a toy gun and I'm
What if my intention is that it's a toy gun? Incoherent!
Playing a game and I don't see you there. You can still shoot me.
If we're doing an objective analysis of what's reasonable, there's no reason to think that anybody who's brandishing a weapon in your direction or aiming it at you is going to be doing so with any other intention other than, oh, I thought you said a real handgun. If you said toy gun, if it's a toy gun, then no, that's not reasonable.
You can still shoot him. Yes, it is. It's called imperfect self-defense, meaning
if you're asking,
a reasonable person.
These people just want any excuse to fucking kill people. It's so insane. It's the flimsiest pretext. Even in this situation where somebody aims a toy gun at you and you suspect it's a real gun, what's the more reasonable reaction? I'm not saying what the law could permit in a particular circumstance. I'm just asking everyone in my audience, what is a reasonable reaction to if a gun is aimed at you? Are you, even if you have your own gun, are you pulling out your own gun to try to shoot that person? Or are you dropping to the fucking floor or running? I guess Tim Pool's answer is that if he saw somebody aim a gun at you, he wouldn't hit the ground. He wouldn't run away. He would, if he had a weapon, he would withdraw it and shoot that person. Opinion. I don't think so. If you're asking me what the law is for Tamir Rice, that was like literally the first thing I thought of when he was talking about this, but there's no point in bringing up like anecdotes like that because they'll always just justify the kid being shot. Which to us is disgusting, but to this audience or whatever, no, that's a great thing.
Okay.
How can you tell the difference between
a real gun and a toy gun?
It's probably difficult in a lot of instances.
Exactly.
Which is why it could be justified.
So that means...
Don't some have like orange caps or sometimes stuff like that?
So
we're literally talking about toy guns. We're literally talking about toy guns. It is relevant as to whether or not replica guns have features that identify them enough that from a real gun.
Filming a movie scene, on a property by myself, like I'm making a short film, and I have a camera pointed
Yeah,
at me.
then guys, don't worry. She was driving a toy car. Her intention was that she was just driving a toy car.
And I have a replica gun. And
Wait, but he said in this instance, even if your intention is that it's a toy, whatever the fuck that means, still justified. So, gosh darn it.
You're walking down the road, and I'm going like this, and then I point at you, and then you see the gun pointed at you. You can't shoot me.
Okay, well then,
Even
in those circumstances where it's like daylight, you're too far to be able to tell whether or not it's a toy gun
I didn't say
or a
that. You
real
can be standing
gun.
right in front of me.
Well, even, okay. Yeah, he didn't say any of that. I just assumed, crazy me, that in this circumstance, it's daylight. It's so justified that even if it were daylight, and you might be able, there's like a better chance that you could tell it was a fake gun, that you could still do it. That's what I just granted. I didn't say any of that. Those are circumstances where I can see an argument for imperfect self-defense, as you're saying. Yes.
So,
and then he makes it even more insane that the person holding a fake toy gun 2 feet in front of you puts it at you, and instead you don't have the reflexes to get out of the way. You don't have the ability to push them. You don't have the ability to snatch the weapon from them. You only have the ability to withdraw a weapon of your own and shoot them in the face. Great comparison. Thank you.
Okay, now.
Because what we're trying to analyze is the person that's using lethal force against somebody else and their state of mind. And it is rational to assume that if you have a replica gun that's being aimed at you from somebody who you don't know, that, think that it was a real gun.
Even if there is no intent to kill the other person,
like, we just gave, again, like a very narrow, very particular circumstance. It's already insane, given everything that he loaded into the stupid hypothetical so we could make it work. Person that you don't know, 2 feet in front of you, takes out a replica gun that is not identifiable with any visual landmarks as a replica toy gun, aims it at you. You are justified. Somebody else at the other end of that toy gun that they can't see as a toy gun, even though it's 2 feet in front of them, is justified in pulling out a gun and shooting them. Imperfect self-defense.
Person with the replica gun has no intent to kill anybody.
How that's relevant to anything that went on in this circumstance, I don't know. No clue. I should have asked him to draw the line for me.
Has created a real fear of death.
He's saying because there is a possibility that there could be imperfect self-defense in a very particular other situation, anytime somebody kills somebody else, there's no such thing as an unreasonable use of force. It's imperfect self-defense. Like, I should have asked him, under your understanding of what constitutes even imperfect self-defense, okay, and what constitutes a threat, a car is a deadly weapon in all cases, apparently, what would it take for you to condemn what would be an example of an excessive use of force? Using this doctrine, there is literally nothing that you cannot justify. Because even when it's not justified, we're pulling out it's imperfect self-defense. That literally just sounds like cope. It's just murder at that point. You have just created this bullshit scenario that you think a general principle could be extracted from it, that all of these people can just claim, people that, again, recklessly use a lethal force against somebody else, no matter how unreasonable it is, you can fall back on imperfect self-defense.
And it's called imperfect self-defense.
But of course, he would argue everything I just said was reasonable.
And that the person who is in that line of perceived fire can kill you. And they will not be criminally charged for it because they didn't know it wasn't a real gun.
Okay, but
the
what
point
if
is
the
this.
Can't debate the real debate. He has to whip out crazy hypotheticals. Hey, I'm all for it. Don't get it twisted. I'm all for the crazy hypotheticals because the crazy hypotheticals are where you can, like, testing the boundaries of somebody's logic to seeing, like, how far you can bend it till it breaks. That's what hypotheticals are useful for. But this is not a useful hypothetical because it is not an analogous situation whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. That would have been a useful hypothetical if I had said that there is no such thing as imperfect self-defense, that there's no such concept that exists in law, there's no such moral case for it, there's no ethical case. This would have been fantastic as an example of inconceivable circumstances that occur, unfortunately, and a tragedy results. And could we say that that person ought be legally culpable for murder if they assumed XYZ ABC? That's when it's useful, but I never did that, so it's completely irrelevant, and it's just a fucking red herring. This is here.
Let's get to it.
But you keep pointing to, like, the other woman saying,
does this individual
drive.
have a reason to believe he will be seriously injured by this car?
No.
Why not?
Because she's clearly, and this footage shows it, she's clearly turning away, and she said, he's asking me, does woman saying,
Does this individual
drive.
have a reason to believe he will be seriously injured by this car?
No. You already answered your own fucking question. You claim to be a reasonable person. And you said that you don't think her intention was to harm him, that it was to evade arrest, that it was to flee. So again, are you not a reasonable person, or is the officer? Either way, that dude gets in trouble under that doctrine.
Why not?
Because she's clearly, and this footage shows it, she's clearly turning away, and she said, "I'm fine, dude," or what did she say? Like, I'm
well,
good,
what you said
or I'm
before
not
only
mad at
proves
you.
prior contact, doesn't prove intent of anything.
I'm not saying it proves
the point
intent.
is this officer
if you're asking me
had
about my
already been
analysis
struck
of what
from
we
the
can
front
see from that,
6
like all of the different, they tell themselves so much, all of the different assumptions and all of that or whatever. Like anytime I draw, he asked me for my opinion, and then I start to give my opinion, and he's like, "That's an opinion." Yes, I know. All of this is a fucking opinion. It's not made it through a court.
Months ago, and dragged 330 feet. So,
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. If you're unable to defend yourself against a gun like this, then you shouldn't be in those situations. What is this?
When someone points 2 guns at you, first thing you want to do is move into a safety zone. That's right here. It is going to be very loud when he's firing. So, taking your fingers, putting them in your ears like this, so you don't damage your hearing as he fires. He eventually figures this out. He begins to point the guns at my head as I move down. The bullets hit each other at the exact same time. I catch them. I put them in his pants. Okay? So as he fires, hot lead, put it in his pants, hot lead, put it in his pants, hot lead, put it in his pants. He continues to point the weapons at me. I move down here. I redirect into the groin. He fires. I reach up, take the guns.
Why are they laughing? This is serious.
Present them to everyone around, knowing I have control of the weapons. He falls down. And then whatever's left of it, what do we always do? Restomp the groin. When someone
My
points...
most controversial gun technique.
we're talking about his
Thank
state
you, Eddie Bombay. Needed comedic respite.
of mind. Does he have a reason to believe that the vehicle will cause bodily harm? Yes, because it happened to him 6 months ago. He is
So
still...
he's not a reasonable person. So he has PTSD. So he's not reasonable. He's not acting in a reasonable state of mind. He has PTSD. That's the argument that you just went with. Would a reasonable person think that? No. Would a trigger-happy moron with PTSD? Maybe. Yeah. But they're by definition not reasonable then. Because they are traumatized. If a reasonable traumatic person, yeah. That is to say somebody who doesn't have a reasonable state of mind.
filming evidence of a vehicle. They're antagonistic. He walks to the front, lawful orders are given, and just like the last event where he gave lawful orders to stop, the guy hit him with the front of the car and dragged him, the same thing is about to happen. Not only do I believe that proves his state of mind is that there's a reasonable fear of harm, but it literally proves...
Oh, but intent doesn't matter, and we can't read minds, and we don't know anything about anyone, and we can't make inferences or assumptions off of people's behavior, the things that they say. We can't because we can't be in their mind. We don't know.
In the real world...
Except for this guy, and except for Tim Pool, who possesses the ability to mind read and to always accurately, precisely gauge somebody's intentions, state of mind, etc.
Does happen and did recently.
If trauma from 6 months ago makes you this trigger happy because of your PTSD, you honestly should not be on the field, in my opinion, as a cop. Because
that's a fine argument.
I don't think a person that's subjected to what he experienced 6 months ago, every single person would react the exact same way that he's reacting in the same set of circumstances. I think he's being way too trigger happy, and the 2 shots afterwards and him saying fucking... That's also a huge assumption that PTSD manifests in a way that it necessarily means you gotta empty fucking lead into people's heads like this. Give me a break. After the biggest self-report.
That fucking bitch. Because...
can't tell. Okay, we definitely know that the noise after the shooting, even though it's unclear at that point, what the fuck is going on in the video because it moves, we definitely know that's the car hitting him, but what we don't know is if he said fucking bitch. Maybe it was his friend. If it was his friend, why can't we just ascribe that to him? We're doing that with Renee's wife. She said, drive, baby, drive. That's Renee's problem. He said fucking bitch. That's now his problem. Under that same standard.
The other cop.
I don't know who said it. Fucking circumstances. I think he's being way too trigger happy, and the 2 shots afterwards and him saying fucking bitch after.
I don't know if that was him who said fucking bitch because
can't tell.
that's the other cop.
I don't know who said it.
But you're correct. This guy should have been taken off active duty. After experiencing that trauma, they should have said, we're going to put you on desk duty following this incident. It's traumatic. That doesn't change the fact that whether he should have, that's an administrative decision, and we can agree it was a wrong decision, but it doesn't mean that he should go to prison or that this was a murder.
I don't know that it would. Okay, it wouldn't. Like, he's actually not wrong that, like, just because somebody shouldn't have been on the field in the first place doesn't mean that, like, you don't have to factor in, like, he couldn't have been reasonably in fear of his life, right? Just because he has PTSD doesn't mean he couldn't have acted reasonably in this circumstance. It's not overdetermined. It definitely could have been the case that this guy had all of that background and not killed this fucking woman. That was definitely within his control, and I still believe that was in his control, which is why I think it's fucking murder, because he didn't act in a way that was reasonable. But if you're saying that, like, again, that trauma means that he's justified, then what will you justify? Let's say I was SA'd by a male cop, okay? And a male cop asked, a male ICE officer, let's be very precise, a male ICE officer SA'd me 6 months earlier. I have a lot of trauma from that. And they asked me to stop, and they told me to get out of the car. And they were coming towards me in a way that I perceived to be menacing, and so I shot them. Do we think Tim Pool would defend that? Do we think Tim Pool would say that because 6 months ago that occurred to me, that trauma can carry forward into the future and be used as the justification for using deadly force on somebody because you subjectively perceive them to be a threat to you because of your traumatic state of mind? I think we know the answer to that. Necessarily mean it's a murder, because it doesn't. If it's trauma that is leading him to act this way, then maybe you could say it's a mitigating circumstance that means it's not malicious, but then I still think you could be on the hook for manslaughter or some sort of, like, reckless homicide.
Reckless homicide I don't think is a thing.
Is reckless homicide? I meant to look this up. Of course he's wrong. Reckless homicide is a type of homicide and crime in which the perpetrator was aware that their act or failure to act when there is a legal duty to act creates significant risk of death and grievous bodily harm in the victim, but ignores the risk and continues to act or fail to act, and human death results. It is contrasted with negligent homicide, in which the perpetrator did not have the awareness of the risk, but should have had it. So I was exactly fucking correct. I hadn't even gone back and looked this up or whatever, but this thing that he said didn't even fucking exist. Not only does it exist, it is probably the officer's last fucking hope that he could get off. He could take a plea deal in which he pleads guilty to this version instead of murder, because he created significant risk and he ignored that risk and continued to act, and human death resulted.
Negligent discharge, negligent
or
homicide.
Like negligent homicide, these sorts of.
I don't think you're gonna get.
Straighterade. Does Tim have a skate part? This was in Florida. I wasn't at the compound in West Virginia, but my understanding is that he does have, like, a half pipe or something like that, based off of, like, I think Vosh was the first person that I heard him say or heard talk about that.
There's no way you're gonna get a cop on negligent homicide when he's been in active engagement with the subject.
That's why I said reckless. That's why I said reckless. Negligent homicide. Criminal charge brought against a person who, through criminal negligence, allows another person to die. Other times, an intentional killing may be negotiated down to the lesser charge as a compromise resolution of a murder case, as might occur in the context of the intentional shooting of an unarmed man after a traffic altercation. Negligent homicide can be distinguished from involuntary manslaughter by its mens rea requirement. Negligent homicide requires criminal negligence, while manslaughter requires recklessness. So he could be, again, he would be lucky to get either one of these.
For over 4 minutes, and they've communicated with each other, and then
who cares? Because they talked. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, what? Just because they talk doesn't mean that they're justified.
When engagement with the subject for over 4 minutes, and they've communicated with each other, and then when ordered to leave, within a split second, she accelerates the vehicle. They're like, tragic, shouldn't have happened. But let's just be clear: the circumstance is entirely at the fault of the woman driving. That's just it. She committed a crime. Listen, look, when we talk about fault, it doesn't. So let me put it like this: two guys go into a grocery store. They decide to rob one of the tills. They grab all the money out, and then his buddy turns around and runs and slips, falls down, cracks his head on the ground, and dies. His partner's at fault for that murder. and they will charge.
Fine, then again, Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines and he wasn't supposed to have that fucking gun. So he doesn't get to defend himself. He created the circumstances of his own death. End of story. That didn't fly in that case. Why is it flying in this one?
Charge him with such. When you commit a crime, anything that happens subsequently is your fault. So the way we approach this in law is...
What was that again? Stunning. Okay.
Anything that happens fault for that murder. And they will charge him with such. When you commit a crime, anything that happens subsequently is your fault. So the way...
When you commit a crime, anything that happens subsequently is your fault. I steal... Let's go with the grocery example. I steal a banana. I am detained by a police officer. I am SA'd in custody. Is that my fault? If I hadn't committed the crime, I wouldn't have been detained. If I had never been detained, that cop couldn't have hurt me. He couldn't have SA'd me. Therefore, that's my fault.
When you commit a crime, anything that happens subsequently is your fault. So the way we approach this in law is, did you commit a crime creating a circumstance that resulted in
saying the way we approach this in law, motherfucker, you dropped out at age 13 and you lost all your fucking hair practically and you wore a beanie until now you're in your 40s. You have a podcast. You don't know jack shit about fuck. You're certainly not the law. What are you talking about when we do this in the law? What are you talking about?
Death. Anything that happens subsequently is your fault. So the way we approach this in law is, did you commit a crime creating a circumstance that resulted in death, serious bodily harm?
He's talking about felony murder, but saying anything subsequently is so dumb. So if you run a red light and the cop pulls you over and shoots you in the face because you're ugly, you shouldn't have run the red light. Tragic shouldn't have happened, but... Yeah,
so the woman committed felony obstruction and felony evading arrest. And in the process, in fact, I would argue this. Renee Good, were she to have survived, would have been criminally charged. And I would actually argue, though it doesn't really make sense, she's responsible for her own death in the law by committing 2 felonies, which resulted in the death. In fact...
Stunning. This is like, again, we're 25 minutes in. Like, I can't... Like, just the sheer amount of incorrect things that he said, just boldly asserted, as though he has any authority to talk about anything, but in particular the law, is just stunning. A thing to behold.
I'd argue would have been criminally charged, and I committed felony obstruction.
I'm sorry, I keep going back. Like, I'm writing things down that he said that are just insane.
Felony evading arrest, and in the process, in fact, I would argue this. Renee Good, were she to have survived, would have been criminally charged. And I would actually...
Just keep in mind what he's doing here. It's not enough to piss on this woman's grave. We also have to slander her after the fact as somebody who would be like a criminally charged with God knows what the fuck. Because it's not enough to justify and victim blame for a murder. We have to add this on top of it.
Renee Good, were she to have survived, would have been criminally charged. And I would actually argue, though it doesn't really make sense, she's responsible for her own death in the law by committing 2 felonies.
The only thing I agreed with here that he just said, even though it doesn't make sense, she'd be a criminal. Yeah, I agree. That doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Doesn't really make sense. She's responsible for her own death in the law by committing 2 felonies, which resulted in the death. In fact, I'd argue that...
Wait, what are the 2 felonies that she's accused
felony
of?
Obstruction and felony evading arrest. The first of which is 8 U.S.C. 1357. I'm not sure the code on the other one. This woman right here...
But the Supreme Court has ruled You mean, when you say I'm not sure about the code on the other one, you mean you can't remember what ChatGPT told you, right? That's what you mean? You can't remember what the tweet said? Well, this takes us back to our earlier disagreement. I don't want to loop about how the Dave was saying that just because you're fleeing arrest and trying to evade it does not necessarily mean that you can an officer can use lethal force against you.
That's an argument for whether he perceived a threat after the fact.
And like, keep in mind, as he's saying all of this insane shit, I don't even know where to start because it's loaded with so many assumptions that are insane, as well as just the state of things that he's saying. Like, I wanted to go in on him, but I didn't. I still just tried to keep it to like, okay, just on these, like, this one thing, this or that. Just on this, you wouldn't say this, right? Or is that what you're saying? Or you're saying this. So you're trying to say this. Do you really think that?
But I think if it's 1 second, as he pointed out, it's always going to be argued that it was not 1, 2, 3. It was shots fired within the span of a second. More importantly, though, there's two things to consider. This woman potentially saying drive, baby, drive is, I believe, should be...
One more important thing to consider. The speech of another woman who was not making any sort of physical display of threat or force or any menacing behavior that anybody could reasonably interpret as requiring lethal force. We have to keep that in mind, even though we're talking about the deadly force used on a completely separate person.
If this woman potentially saying drive, baby, drive is, I believe, should be criminal. If it is true she said that. That's
Why would
criminal
Renee
charge.
Good be on the hook for something that somebody else said?
Renee Good?
Yeah, I don't think...
the wife, if the wife instructed Renee Good to commit a crime, that's also a crime. That's illegal.
When I said, again, this is what I mean, but like, there's so many assumptions being made that like, what he's arguing, I didn't respond to the claim because what he was trying to argue is that I'm just saying as a separate matter, her wife is also going to face criminal charges for saying drive, baby, drive. Okay. But to me, he's already said multiple times that that's a circumstance that gets loaded into his analysis that is aggravating and means that the officer is more justified in using lethal force. So I was saying, when I said, why is Renee on the hook for something that somebody else said? I was saying, why does that circumstance matter when we're doing a use of force analysis? Why would somebody else saying that even me, like, just because her wife said that, let's assume she said she did criminally, she said a criminal thing. Okay, I'll just grant it. Okay. Why would Renee have to face the brunt of that and get to be killed by a cop because somebody else said something? That's what I was trying to say.
That's a wife. If the wife instructed Renee Good to commit a crime, that's also a crime. That's illegal. That's a felony.
But why would Renee be on the hook for that?
Renee wouldn't be on the
Regardless,
hook.
do you think
Renee would be on the hook for what her wife did? Her wife would be on the hook for instructing.
Oh, so Renee wouldn't be on the hook for what her wife did. Interesting, because you were saying earlier that the officer could reasonably use lethal force or could have a reasonable belief that his life was in danger because of that very sentence. That was another circumstance, is what I mean. He already argued that. Now he's saying no.
Renee
be on the hook for that.
Renee wouldn't be on the
Regardless,
hook.
do you think
Renee would be on the hook for what her wife did? Her wife would be on the hook for instructing Renee to commit a crime.
Renee probably would have driven and tried to avoid arrest, regardless of whether or not the wife had said that. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yes.
And he agrees with me on that. He agrees. She was always going to do that, regardless of whatever the fuck her wife said or didn't say. Renee was going to be taking that course of action. She was already turning the wheel. She was already getting ready to leave. Why is it such a big deal that the wife said drive, baby, drive?
Accomplice.
Because you're suggesting it's like an incitement of some sorts, but to me it seems like she was trying to do it already.
But that again, well, we can look at it this way.
I don't know if it's illegal. I think it's dumb. Why?
She says drive, baby, drive before she accelerates.
But
I don't think they're going to bring charges against her. But the other consideration is that the defense will argue there was a pedestrian standing to the right of the vehicle. I was standing in front of it. I perceived a threat to myself and others. The only reason, look, I think if they have a state charge, no matter what, like Dave was saying, this dude is going to get convicted in 2 seconds in Minnesota. 2 seconds. Like Derek Chauvin was innocent and they convicted him.
Don't you? Okay. I'm talking to somebody who thinks Derek Chauvin was innocent. I should have asked him, does he think that Derek Chauvin should be pardoned? What do you think about him calling her a bitch?
2 seconds. Like Derek Chauvin was innocent and they convicted him.
Don't you? Okay. What do you think about him calling her a bitch after? And also,
well, we don't know that he did.
Okay.
The other cop.
Take it as fact for now that he called her a bitch after.
Well, why? I can't take that as fact.
Just for the sake of, he is such a moron. It's insane. He is so intellectually incurious. It's insane. All of the things, all of the different assumptions I'm granting him, all to engage with him or whatever, he won't just grant me this one thing. Let's assume, for the sake of the argument, that he was the one who had said that. If that turns out to be true, would your analysis be any different? Hypothetical.
Argument? Sure.
For the sake of the argument, right? Assume he called her a bitch, and also didn't he leave the scene after?
He did.
Okay. Does that change your analysis whatsoever? So let's assume after his life was in danger and he kills this woman and he calls her a fucking bitch and fleeing the scene. That is still not a set of circumstances that Tim Pool thinks it's reasonable to draw a negative inference against the cop at that point about their intentions. However, also, didn't he leave the scene after?
He did.
Okay. Does that change your analysis whatsoever as far as like
people have said things that could be incriminating that are dismissed because
people have said things. People have said things that are incriminating that got dismissed because blah, 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 blah. I don't like what, like, I would have been laughed out of that room if I tried to say people have said things that got dismissed once. Checkmate. But they just give themselves permission to give like literally the laziest arguments ever.
It's considered
like the scene after.
He did.
Okay. Does that change your analysis whatsoever as far as like
people have said things that could be incriminating that are dismissed because it's considered like heat of the moment or high state of emotional. There are actually people who have gotten away with. I don't want to say
this guy has like PTSD and trauma.
Indeed.
So I'm like I've seen
which
body
actually
cam.
excuses him.
I shouldn't have. No, it doesn't. I shouldn't have interrupted him at that point because he was saying something insane. I've seen.
I don't want to say
this guy has like PTSD. He was literally saying that there have been times where people made statements against interest, made incriminating statements that could have been used against them in a criminal proceeding related to the death of somebody else, whether it be a manslaughter charge, a homicide charge, a murder charge, but it got dropped because crime of passion defense, I suppose. But that is not how these things typically proceed. They use any and all evidence against you to prosecute you when it comes to the shit. This idea that something that you said right after you killed somebody could be excluded because heat of the moment. No, that's a thing that gets factored in. That's not evidence that they want to exclude. That's evidence that they need. And trauma.
Indeed.
So I'm like, I've seen
which
body
actually
cam.
excuses him.
He knows you're smarter and quicker thinker than him. He's scared for his life that you'll make him look dumb. That's why he can't grant anything. I mean, yeah, because he doesn't want to be led down some path or whatever. When I was trying to get him to back off the position, I wasn't trying to get gotcha questions on him to make him double and triple down. I was trying to get him to see that in another circumstance, or if this were the case, then you wouldn't say it was justified, right? Or like that or whatever, but they don't see it that way. They see it as me like trying to trap them. I'm trying to give them every single avenue to see that this is not a reasonable standard to apply or way to determine if deadly self-defense, lethal self-defense is justified. It's an incoherent it's not even a standard. It's a non-standard. It's a non-test.
I don't want to say
this guy has like PTSD.
There are actually people who have gotten away with. I don't want to say
this guy has like PTSD and trauma.
Indeed.
So I'm like, I've seen
which
body
actually
cam.
Excuses him.
I've seen body cam footage of cops that have used lethal force on somebody who they believed was threatening their life, and afterwards they're freaking out. They seem like they're hyperventilating. They're like, oh my God,
right,
what have I done?
He called her a bitch.
They're freaking the fuck out. I know, but for the sake of the argument. But I did have breakfast, 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 but I had dinner the night before, and then I had dessert, and then I had breakfast, I had pancake, I had a fucking waffle. He said that in combination with leaving the scene and seeming as calm as he was to be able to continue.
There's too many assumptions there. We don't know. We have no facts. We know that he went to the hospital.
It's for the sake of the argument. I'm saying that if those things are true.
I say no for the fourth time. No.
He's acting like he's being responsive to me. Like the idea, like this little temper tantrum that he's throwing right now is because I am laying out a fact pattern that is very hard for him to defend, and nonetheless he has already defended it. He's bitten the bullet, and he wants to get away from it as quickly as possible, which is the officer leaving the scene. And if it's found that he called her a fucking bitch, doesn't matter at all. If those things are true.
How many times did I say no? No, I said no already. You don't gotta ask the fifth time.
And I just keep moving forward. Just keep trying to go. Keep trying to go. Like, he kept trying to speak over me. I'm just not going to be thrown off and just keep trying to get my point out.
No facts. We know that he went to the hospital.
It's for the sake of the argument. I'm saying that if those things are true.
I say no for the fourth time. No.
If those things are true.
How many times did I say no? No, I said no already. You don't gotta ask the fifth time.
That speaks to his state of mind that he was not actually in true fear for his life.
No.
Why not?
You can't read his mind. You don't know what he's thinking.
I'm not saying I can read his mind, but I can draw inferences. I'm getting frustrated over this or whatever. Like, I never, again, this is about mind reading and not an evaluation of their actions. It's not a mind read to say he called her a fucking bitch in this. If that's determined that he called her a fucking bitch, somebody called her a fucking bitch. For Tim Pool's sake, he better hope that it wasn't that fucking ICE officer that shot her. That did happen, though. We're not reading minds. I didn't say, what if he thought that what if in his head after he did it, Key thought, fucking bitch. Would that change your calculation? I said, what if the thing that's captured on camera that you in that video that you just showed me actually could be attributed to the guy that just shot a woman 3 times in the head at close range for no reason that's reasonable? His behavior.
You can't use that in court.
The real tampon Tim was on his spirit. Yeah, the real tampon Tim. Is that, like, that's what they called Tim Walz that, right? All along was actually Tim Pool.
Otherwise, tons of rape
you
victims
can't read
would...
Renee. I can read his mind, but I can draw inferences off his life.
No.
Why not?
You can't read his mind. You don't know what he's thinking.
I'm not saying I can read his mind, but I can draw inferences off his behavior.
You can't use that in court. Otherwise, tons of rape victims would...
You can't read Renee's mind, and you can't read the wife's mind.
What
is he going to say about rape victims? I should have let him finish that fucking sentence.
Use that in court. Otherwise, tons of rape victims would...
You can't read saying I can read his mind, but I can draw inferences off his behavior.
You can't use that in court. Otherwise, tons of rape victims would...
You can't read Renee's mind, and you can't read the wife's mind.
I completely agree, which is why I did not.
No.
I said her intent never mattered. All that matters is she creates the perception of a threat of bodily harm.
How can intent not matter when we're trying to ascertain whether or not somebody is acting in a way that an objective, reasonable person would perceive as menacing or threatening? Okay, and like... You can't I think what he was going to say is that you can't use that in court. Otherwise, plenty of rape victims. Actually, I don't think he was going to say something really gross there. I think what he was going to say is that rape victims that defended themselves using lethal means, if they like shouted something at their at the person who was assaulting them or attacking them, would be found guilty of murder or whatever. And yeah, maybe depending on the circumstance. If there were other, I don't know necessarily. That, even though I think it should be, right? I don't know that somebody, even if they're doing it violently, like unless they're doing it with a gun or something like that, just being essayed triggers lethal self-defense. It might be one of those things that the law in certain states says you need to exhaust all means to get away from this person, you know? But like, I'm from Texas, so like in Texas, if somebody is trying to break into your vehicle and steal things, you may shoot them dead. If somebody's trying to do that to your house, you may shoot them dead. That's what the law says in Texas. In other states, it's not the case. Whether or not somebody is acting in a way that an objective, reasonable person would perceive as menacing or threatening. We have to try to understand what their intent is.
You agree that she was acting in a way that was menacing or threatening?
No, that's not what I said. Do you want me to repeat it?
Accelerating a vehicle.
I said, if like he's so desperate to strawman me, I literally said that if you're making the argument that she was menacing, if you're making the argument that she was threatening, then we have to be able to make inferences off of their behaviors, because what else are we supposed to go off of? But of course, this is somebody who thinks that me asking if he said fucking bitch, right? Or like, again, you can't read his mind when he fled the scene of a crime. So Renee trying to leave, that means that's a crime. And her death is justified because he said, what was it that he said? When you commit a crime, anything that happens after is your fault. Okay. But we can't assume that it's a crime. But like, let's assume it's a crime. Let's assume it's a crime. And this officer left. Why did he leave? And anything that happens after is your fault. So if you commit a crime, aka you kill somebody, you shoot a woman in the head 3 times, and you leave, and it wasn't justified, that's your fault that you did that. And that's an additional charge that you're going to incur because you fled the scene of a crime when you should have stuck around. At the very least, it's not in line with protocol. It's just so insane. Is acting in a way that an objective, reasonable person would perceive as menacing or threatening. We have to try to understand what their intent is.
You agree that she was acting in a way that was menacing or threatening?
No, that's not what I said. Do you want me to repeat it?
Accelerating a vehicle towards you.
I said, how can intent not matter if that's what it's going to come down to in a significant way when it's argued legally?
If I point a replica gun at you, you can kill me.
In that circumstance, yes. But what I didn't agree to... These like desperate gotchas, he's like trying to get on me or whatever, like trying to put words in my mouth because I haven't said anything that's objectionable, so he literally has to make shit up.
My intent?
If that's what it's going to come down to in a signific's way when it's argued legally.
If I point a replica gun at you, you can kill me.
In that circumstance, yes. But I said that there's a legal basis for somebody to act in self-defense with lethal force. I did not say that you can just kill somebody who aims a toy gun at you. I said there are circumstances under which it's reasonable to believe that somebody thought their life was truly in danger when another individual aimed what was actually a toy gun or a replica gun, but it was not known to the individual who was on the receiving end of the gun being pointed at them. Under all of those circumstances, then there's a legal argument to be made that that person acted reasonably. I didn't say you can just shoot anybody who aims a fucking toy gun at you.
Hold
on. Legally.
If I point a replica gun at you, you can kill me.
In that circumstance, yes. But
hold on.
Sean 3000, she shouldn't have been blocking the road and it got her killed. Stupid people win stupid prizes. Sean, please, would you like to talk to me right now? I'm going to be linking you this Discord right now, and I would like to have a conversation with you about why this woman's death was justified. You're playing a stupid game. You're in my chat talking a bunch of shit, justifying the murder of a woman. Your stupid prize is that you can join that Discord link. You can go into that waiting room, and I will drag you on to this stream where you can, in front of all of these people, justify the murder of this woman to me, step by step. I've got all night. And if you don't do that, the prize is that you're banned. This is... Let's see if they go real quiet after this. You had a lot to say. You're outside of your echo chamber. You have entered the lair of the communist Antifa super soldier that says fuck ICE and defends MS-13 gang members and criminals. You have breached a fortress that many on your side never, ever penetrate. Very impressive. You're here. You've got my attention. I'm willing to give you a platform. I'm willing to give you a mic. I'm willing to hear you out. I'm willing to hear how all of these circumstances make it so that a woman can be shot in the head 3 times at point blank range. We're all waiting. You're like holding up the content. Why? There's 178 people watching me. Where did you go? You're still in chat. I can see that you're still in chat. Maybe put on some music while Sean figures out if he has a spine or not. What I'm actually going to do is put on a timer. Because Sean has 5 minutes. Let's see. Actually, we can just use the Google one. He has 5 minutes to do this. You have 5 minutes before the only memory of you that will remain in my chat till the end of time is that you came in here and you said, fuck around and find out. Basically, stupid people win stupid prizes. And you would know a thing or two about stupid people because you seem to be one. But that will be the end of your participation in this community. I didn't agree to.
Even if you don't know my intent?
What I didn't
Without knowing my
agree
intent?
to.
Does my intent matter with the replica gun?
No, it doesn't. Because
why
like you
would it
said,
here?
you've created a circumstance where it's understandable that an objective, reasonable person could fear for their life without knowing, or without that, like regardless of what that person's state of mind was.
What's the difference?
The difference is that a gun, or a replica gun. What's the difference between a toy gun and a car? What's the difference between a gun and a car? What's the difference between a toy gun and a car? Both are insane. Is something that to people, they will assume, oh, that's a real gun. That could put my life in danger
And
right
people
away.
don't think being crushed by a car will kill you, right?
No, people do think that being crushed by a car will kill you. But in this particular circumstance, I've not... Everything, again, I'm bad faith. I'm irrational. I'm unreasonable. I'm an ideologue. I can't engage with reality. I have to be educated. Says guy who, we're 29 minutes in, and he has just abandoned all pretext of trying to critically engage and substantively engage with what I'm saying. seen enough factors that to me rise to the level or create, set of circumstances where somebody could reasonably be fearing for their life. I see the opposite, if anything, from this body cam. I see
a guy who was dragged
away.
6 months
I see
ago.
the other, what sounds
Do you think
like
he's
the wife.
traumatized?
Who?
The
guy who was dragged 6 months ago. Bringing up a totally unrelated thing that he's misrepresenting. Here's what he's talking about. This is, again, not just guy who was dragged 6 months ago. This is ICE officer of 10 years, if I remember correctly. The ICE officer who killed a Minnesota woman is a war veteran who spent over a decade working for DHS. A decade's worth of experience. January 9th of this year, before Immigration and Customs Enforcement Officer Jonathan Ross encountered Renee Good on a snowy Minneapolis street, fatally shooting her as she tried to drive away during a confrontation. He spent years working for the government and serving in the military. Now, as Minneapolis, and again, if you went through the military, you went through basic training, you know how to use a weapon. You know how to use a weapon better than the average person, better than a civilian. You've had training. You have 10 years of experience. Now, as you guys, we're all waiting for you, Sean. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to midnight. And I don't see you in the Discord. We're all waiting to hear you make really, really smart, great arguments. Now, as Minneapolis reels from yet another tragedy making national headlines, Ross is at the center of a debate over whether his actions during Wednesday's confrontation were justified. Trump administration figures, including President Donald Trump, have defended Ross and claimed that Good was an agitator who attempted to run him over with their SUV. Witnesses have told NBC News that it didn't appear Ross was in the direct path of Good's SUV as she tried to evade ICE officers. Videos contradict Trump's claim that Good viciously ran over, unquote, Ross, showing that Good's car didn't knock him down and that his legs were to the side of the SUV as it moved by him while he fired. On Friday, on a quiet suburban cul-de-sac full of multi-level homes. So actually, I said that I found a lot of different sources saying, and I've already read this article. I can't believe I forgot this when I read this article. I've had a lot of sources saying that they couldn't confirm one way or the other as to whether or not that video showed him making contact with the vehicle. NBC is going so far as to say that his legs were positioned to the side of the SUV and it moved by him and there was no contact. So you have one reputable mainstream outlet saying that they do not believe contact was even made with the vehicle. If you guys want to get into the Discord, you don't have to do exclamation Discord. It's linked in the YouTube description box or in my Twitch chat on the pinned comment. On a Friday cul-de-sac full of multi-level homes about 30 miles from the scene of the shooting in South Minneapolis, a few neighbors were out bicycling and walking their dogs. Hockey sticks lay on porches and "Let It Snow" signs decorated doorways. Some onlookers from other neighborhoods had come to observe the scene outside Ross's house where he lives with his wife and children. Someone had ordered pizza to the home and a delivery driver spent some time ringing the doorbell before returning to his car, taking the pies with him. Neighbors talked among themselves about getting away for the weekend. One female neighbor who asked that she not be identified by name for fear of retribution said she saw people packing boxes at Ross's home Friday morning. What I did see was 3 trucks and people moving boxes out of there. I texted one of my friends right away. John 3000 or whatever the fuck your name was or whatever. Sean 3002. Okay, rip bozo. Fuck off. Never come back. No one loves you. Go away. Forever. Go justify murder somewhere else. Or if you're gonna justify murder, actually get on voice next time instead of just hiding in the fucking comments after you say stupid shit like that. Since you just think you're so right. What I did see was 3 trucks and people moving boxes out of there. I texted one of my friends right away. She said, they were really hustling when I was down there. Asked who was moving the boxes. She said, no idea. Multiple neighbors told NBC News that during the presidential election, a pro-Trump and at least one "Don't Tread on Me" Gadsden sign had been on display. There were no political signs outside the house Friday, and Ross's political affiliation is unknown. A neighbor who asked not to be identified by name said everyone in the neighborhood is quote-unquote freaking out. She said the pro-Trump signage at Ross's home was noticeable because of part of the neighborhood is generally not supportive of Trump, so the house sticks out if they are. So far, Ross has not made any public statements about the shooting. NBC News has made numerous attempts to reach him with no response. None of the neighbors interviewed were aware that Ross worked for ICE, but one suspected that he had some kind of involvement with the military because they saw him wearing fatigue pants. Deployed to Iraq as a member of the Indiana National Guard from November 2004 to November 2005, Specialist Ross of the 138th Signal Battalion earned the Army Commendation Medal, the Army Good Conduct Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Medal, and the Iraq Campaign Medal, among others, according to the Guard. All of these sound like participation trophies. Literally every single one of those, for somebody who was there from November 2004 to November 2005, a year, sounds like they got a bunch of participation trophies. During his time in Iraq, Ross was a machine gunner on a combat logistical patrol team, court documents show. After he returned home, Ross joined the U.S. Border Patrol in El Paso, Texas in 2007 and worked for the agency until 2015 as a field intelligence agent who gathered and analyzed information on drug cartels and human traffickers. That year, Ross joined ICE as a deportation officer based in Minnesota, whose job, he testified in a case recently, was to identify and arrest, quote, higher value targets. Ross testified that he was also a member of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, as well as a firearms instructor and field intelligence officer. Ross said some of his work involves investigating organized crime and working on national security cases. Ross was not part of the hiring surge that began in August under Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. They are basic metals. I mean, they sounded like it's the sheer quantity. If he had one of those or whatever, I would think maybe it was more important. The fact that in just a year, doing like what you're supposed to be doing, it, like, again, just engaged in combat, even if you have valid kills and all of that, I don't think that necessarily warrants getting a bunch of medals. While Ross's name has been widely reported, the Department of Homeland Security has so far refused to, quote, expose the name of this officer. DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement, but the agency has confirmed that Ross was seriously injured in June while trying to arrest an immigrant who has refused to get out of his car. This is what it is. Okay. It was this one. ICE officer who fatally... Sorry, guys. This is the article that I thought I was reading, where they talked about the details of, like, him being dragged. Again, 50 yards. There's 3 feet in a yard. So, 150 feet. Tim Pool kept saying he was dragged 350 feet. It's a lie already. Or at the very least, a false statement or a distortion. ICE officer who fatally shot Minnesota woman was dragged by car during June immigration arrest. This was reported January 8th of this year. The ICE officer who fatally shot a Minnesota woman Wednesday was previously dragged by a car during an immigration enforcement operation in June, DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said. During the June incident, ICE officers in Minneapolis attempted to arrest Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala during a traffic stop. He was in the country illegally, DHS said in a news release, and was previously arrested for domestic assault and convicted of sex crimes against an underage teenager. When the man refused to comply, the officer broke his car window and reached inside. Probably protocol, yeah. Getting his arm stuck, according to court documents. When the man attempted to drive away, he dragged the officer, which was captured on video. Hold on.
Federal prosecutors say an escape attempt during an ICE arrest in the Twin Cities is leading to even more charges.
This home security video shows a driver taking off during a traffic stop, dragging a deportation officer with him. New at 10, WCCO's Uba Ali walks us through this. This home security video shows a driver taking off during a traffic stop, dragging a deportation.
And that still didn't kill him. And that still didn't lead to him needing to take out his gun and shoot the guy in the head. He lived. It doesn't make any sense to me that in this more dangerous situation 6 months earlier, where he was able to not use lethal force, where he was able to walk away alive, that in this other circumstance 6 months later, because of the trauma from this event, he would need to unload 3 different bullets into this woman's head and kill her when she was not even... She was driving away from him.
An officer with him. New at 10, WCCO's Uba Ali walks us through this video and the political firestorm behind it.
Even Male Rights USA saying, do not trust Tim Pool. What is going on here? My DEI conservative chatter.
Began as a planned federal immigration arrest, took a violent turn in this quiet Bloomington neighborhood.
Walked away alive was also not hit head on as Tim tries to play it off for the remainder of this conversation. I couldn't even picture what he was talking about when he said this man was dragged 150 feet or sort of like 350 feet. I was like behind a vehicle, like in front of them, like like this or something like that, and he got on, like he was hit by the car and then moved forward or something like that. Either way, obviously a more dangerous situation. And nonetheless, he walked away alive. He was back on the force not less than 6 months after that occurred, and you didn't use lethal force, but you were gonna say a completely different circumstance with no sorts of threats like that. Deadly force is justified 3 times. The officer suffered multiple lacerations and needed 33 stitches to close his wounds, according to court documents from the June incident, which identified the agent as Jonathan Ross. NBC News reached out to DHS requesting comment from Ross. McLaughlin responded with a statement saying that DHS would not expose the name of this officer, noting that he acted according with his training, which is not true, and has more than 10 years of experience as an ICE deportation officer, which only works against him because if you have all of that experience, then why is it that you're not able to control yourself and not use lethal force in the situation that didn't demand it? McLaughlin said he was selected for ICE's Special Response Team, which requires 30 hours of tryouts, a basic operator course, and continuous and ongoing training in several specialized skills, including breaching techniques, perimeter control, advanced firearms training, hostage rescue, and more. Oh my God, could you imagine being a hostage that's rescued by this motherfucker? You would end up dead. You would survive a hostage situation only to end up dead. The team also requires maintaining an expert marksman qualification on all issued firearms. It's just so insane. Anything that happens to you after you commit a crime is justified. Like, then just cops get to just be, they don't respond to crime. They are not supposed to transport you to a jail or to help facilitate that you, show up to court or anything like that. They just get to be judge, jury, and executioner all on the spot. What's the point of courts? What's the point of judges? What's the point of juries? If you're just going to say, anytime someone commits a crime and a cop is reasonably scared, really anything after is justified.
This guy from being dragged 330 feet.
Yes, I already said that. I already said you shouldn't even be on the field, and you agreed with me.
I do agree. So do you believe this person had a reasonable fear of great bodily harm?
No.
Even though he had just been dragged and was traumatized. You said he was traumatized.
He had just been dragged. He makes it sound like he had just been dragged by Renee. But he had just been dragged, just being 6 months earlier, by a different guy in a different set of circumstances who had a different criminal history in different in every single way. Yes, correct.
So his trauma doesn't factor in his fears?
They throw out a hypothetical to distract from the facts. This isn't even a hypothetical. This literally happened, and it doesn't fucking matter. And if it's impacting his ability to make rational decisions in the moment, then guess what? By definition, he's not a reasonable person, this ICE officer. He's already not, because he's a fucking ICE officer, but still. No, it does factor in his fears.
So why would have been dragged and was traumatized? You said he was traumatized. So his trauma doesn't factor in his fears?
Oh, so this. No, oh, so that. Oh, so you believe this. Oh, so you think that. Oh, so you think this other stupid thing you didn't say. Oh, so you're justifying this other thing that you never justified. Oh, really? Is that what's happening here? He just does this for 2 hours. Does factor in his fears.
So why would he be traumatized? You said he was traumatized. So his trauma doesn't factor in his fears?
So his trauma doesn't factor in his fears. Did I say that? No, it does factor in his fears.
So why would he be traumatized but simultaneously not fearing getting injured? How does that make sense?
No.
Traumatized implies he has an irrational reaction due to a past event.
Correct. Irrational. Yes, he's not reasonable. He's irrational. He's an irrational person because he has trauma. He's not applying a reasonable use of force because he is traumatized and he's being irrational and he's being trigger happy. Correct. Welcome to my argument. Okay.
Traumatized implies he has an irrational reaction due to a past event.
Okay. I thought that you asked me. Can you what was the question that you had initially asked me?
Do you think he is traumatized from being dragged 330 feet to be hospitalized?
That I agreed to. Correct. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Do
you think?
Okay. I thought that
rational reaction to a past event.
You asked me. Can you what was the question that you had initially asked me?
Do you think he is traumatized from being dragged 330 feet to be hospitalized?
That I agreed to. Correct. Yes.
Yes. Okay. If someone is traumatized, do you believe they will act the same way as someone who is not traumatized?
No, they're going to act unreasonably because they're unreasonable because they have trauma and they have PTSD, and that's why they shouldn't be on the fucking field. But since they are on the field, then it's overdetermined that they're not acting reasonably. They're not in control of their mental faculties. They have trauma guiding and dictating their decision making. Under this view. No.
So then this individual who was previously injured by being hit front on by a car and dragged, do you think that person may, through their trauma, which you agree he has,
maybe, or they might. I don't know why he thinks he's walking me up to a particular argument, and it like goes to show the difference. I'm gonna fucking toot my own horn a little bit. How I'm willing to. He thinks that he's doing the Patrick Wallet meme. He thinks he brought that up like later, that he thinks what's happening over and over and over again is a Patrick Wallet meme. What's actually happening is that the conclusions don't follow from the premises that he's laying out to me, and that I agreed to or disagreed. That I was willing to engage with, because I'm not afraid of engaging with any of these questions. They don't undermine or attack my position. Even if they did, I still wouldn't be afraid to engage with them, because if I'm wrong, I would like to be shown how I'm wrong and proven that I'm wrong and update my position to be correct. That's the difference between he and I. The only reason why he can even attempt to run this gambit on me, which is failing miserably in my opinion, is because I am willing to, in good faith, engage with every single thing that he's asking me. I want to answer his questions. I'm not trying to dodge them. I want him to ask me more questions. I want to clarify my position. I want to be crystal fucking clear.
A car and dragged, do you think that person may, through their trauma, which you agree he has,
maybe, or they
see
might
a similar
just be,
situation?
That also doesn't preclude, maybe, but it also doesn't preclude the possibility of them just being impulsive or angry. We're presupposing that trauma is the thing that's guiding his response. Could it be something that's guiding his response? Yes. I even think that could be likely, honest, given the past event.
I think you're just saying things to be on a tribe.
What do you mean? I think you're just saying things to be in a tribe. Guy who, up until this point, has said the following. You can see her spinning wheels before accelerating. So she was not yet accelerating. She was turning her vehicle the opposite direction away from the cops before even accelerating, therefore negating the possibility that she was attempting to ram her vehicle at the officer because she was trying to drive away. Already admitted that. The lawyer we had on earlier said the first shot was justified, the second and third, no. She's smiling and staring at him, and she was not in a panic. It's not good. It shouldn't have happened, the situation. The ICE officer was gathering evidence. The evidence that he's gathering against an American citizen, he's referring to him, the ICE officer, filming with his phone. It's not insane he wouldn't be found guilty. I mean, she hit a federal officer with her car. We're making the claim that hitting anytime an officer is struck by, clipped by, makes contact with a vehicle, that an officer can open fire on an individual. Apparently, even if I intentionally hit an officer with my car and it knocks them over and they get up, did you know you can't just pull out your gun at that point and shoot somebody in the face? Because they did that. Intent is completely immaterial. A vehicle is heading towards you. So because a vehicle is heading towards somebody, intention no longer matters. Neither from the person driving the car, just the act of driving a car in the direction of an officer means that they are allowed to use lethal self-defense. I believe her intention was to leave. Tim Pool admits he believes her intention was to flee, was to leave the scene, not that she was trying to hurt him with her car. He admits this. She was looking dead at the officer. It's awareness. He's acknowledging that the officer and Renee Good, for a sustained period of time, made eye contact with one another. They were addressing one another. He could see what she was doing. They were looking at each other. It wasn't a cyclonic set of circumstances where he was so confused. He didn't know what was going on. He was so scared. It was calm. She was calm. He doesn't think that was her intent was to do anything other than leave. And they're looking at each other, yet nonetheless, he shoots her in the head 3 times. A vehicle can be considered a deadly weapon in certain circumstances depending on the use and the context of the situation. Our friend Phil read that out loud. Did Tim Pool challenge it? No. They accepted this as the definition for when a use of a vehicle can rise to that of a deadly weapon. So in certain circumstances, depending on the context being somebody's intent, that's the only way you could divine if a vehicle was being used in a way to hurt somebody. I asked, why buy this car in this on ice? How come he didn't fall over? How come he didn't slip? No, well, because it was going a mile an hour. Oh, I said, wouldn't he fall over? I put why, but I asked, wouldn't he fall over if he had been hit by the car? No, it was going like a mile an hour and he's on ice. So even though the car makes contact with him, apparently, according to Tim Pool, the car was going so slowly, and even though he's on ice, surface that has almost no friction, that means it's very easy for you to slip on it. The officer still maintains a center of gravity and does not fall over, let alone get injured. How can you be injured when the car is going a mile an hour, you're on ice, it makes contact with you, and it doesn't even knock you over? Only one thing matters. She created the circumstance. So nothing else matters except the fact that she committed the crime. And the crime that we're talking about here is literally circular. It's fleeing the scene, fleeing arrest, and obstruction of justice. What justice is she obstructing? Her arrest. What is she being arrested for? Obstruction of justice. It's a tautological argument. He will go on to argue this. I remember it crystal fucking clear. You can't shoot, you can just shoot somebody who is fleeing unless you're creating a threat. Fuck, I think I wrote this wrong. We'll skip this one. I have to go back and see what he said. Could a reasonable person think their life is in danger? Could a reasonable person with trauma from 6 months ago act this way? So he asked these questions in succession. And if we're asking like could, as in, is it possible? Yeah. Is it plausible? No. And you're almost by definition, again, a reasonable person with trauma. If you have trauma, by that, you're already not a reasonable person. I don't know if that is him who said fucking bitch. It might have been the other cop, but you're correct that he shouldn't have been there. He spoke to the subject for over 4 minutes. It's tragic, shouldn't have occurred, but it's entirely the fault of the woman for creating the circumstance. So, I have to assume that when I wrote down, he said he shouldn't have been there. He's saying that he shouldn't have been oriented in such a way around the car. So he's already admitted that he's not following protocol. Not that that really matters in the legal analysis, but not even following protocol. Okay. Shouldn't even be there, but nonetheless, tragic, shouldn't have happened, but it's entirely the fault of the woman for creating the circumstance, but not the fault of the cop for not being for not following training and for using excessive force. He spoke to the subject for over 4 minutes. Again, speaking to somebody for an extended period of time is now, again, a pretext for using lethal force on them. When you commit a crime, anything that happens after is your fault. So anything that's done to you can be justified because you committed a crime. Doesn't matter if it's a nonviolent crime, if it's petty theft. Doesn't matter that it hasn't been proven in a court of law. None of that matters. Doesn't matter if you steal a dime from somebody. Doesn't matter if you run a red light. Doesn't matter if you're jaywalking. Those are crimes. You shouldn't have committed them. Therefore, anything that happens after is justified. I would argue this. Renee Good, were she to have survived, would have been criminally charged and legally, even though it doesn't make sense. Her death, but he said, I remember him saying her death would be her own fault. So like we precluded the possibility under when you commit a crime, anything that happens after is your fault. Why are you even arguing about justified self-defense and lethal self-defense or whatever? If your starting principle is that anytime anybody commits a crime, anything that happens to them after is their fault. Legally. He's not saying morally. He was very careful to say legally, even though it doesn't make sense. This woman potentially saying, drive, baby, drive, she would be charged with a crime. For saying drive, baby, drive, because he says that she's encouraging somebody to commit a felony, which is evading arrest, apparently. And then he said but then I said after that, I was like, what does that have to do with Renee? And he said Renee wouldn't be on the hook for what her wife did, even though earlier that was a circumstance that was used to justify the officer's use of lethal force. He said Derek Chauvin was innocent, so just keep in mind this is who is doing this analysis. Somebody who thinks that Derek Chauvin, who kneeled on George Floyd's neck until he died, is an innocent man. We already saw that painful back and forth where he said that the officer leaving the scene of the crime and calling Renee a fucking bitch, if that happened, doesn't change his calculation. He still thinks it's justified, even though he wouldn't have personally done it. Even though Renee didn't have any intent to hurt anybody, still justified. Indeed, he has trauma, and that's what justifies it. So his irrational state of mind, his trauma, justifies all of this. He said, you can't read his mind. You can't use that in court. Otherwise, tons of rape victims. And then he goes on to say that the things that you say in the heat of the moment as you're in the commission of certain acts can be discounted or not included, even though they're used against you. So he asked me, so his trauma doesn't factor in to his fears? He's traumatized. That's what it was. He's traumatized. He has an irrational reaction to a past event. He's admitting he's irrational. But what was that again, Tim? That could be likely, honest, given the past event.
I think you're just saying things to be on a tribe.
What do you mean? But I'm saying things to be in a tribe. I'm saying things to be in a tribe. A man who's committed to all of those priors is going to argue that I'm saying things to be in a tribe. Stunning. I have no words. I don't know what to say. Truly at a loss for words. And this is me. Yapper fucking Supreme Deluxe. I don't know what to say to somebody like this. Your brain is all sorts of scrambled. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to start you. I can't tell if he's missing a part of his frontal lobe. I have tried to connect this in as many ways as I possibly could in this short amount of time of 31 minutes, and it just nothing was computing for him. You mean?
I think you're literally just using sophistry and saying whatever you have to justify why you don't like ICE.
Well, I can easily justify why I don't like ICE. We're just not talking about that.
At all. Whether he did or did not do anything right, wrong, was traumatized or otherwise, you are going to make some kind of sophistry argument as to why it's wrong.
What is sophistry? Guy who said anything that when you commit a crime, anything that happens after is your fault. That I've engaged in here.
I mean, we literally have a woman who committed 2 felonies.
No. What is sophistry that I have engaged in?
Okay.
Not a set of circumstances that we looked at. What did I say that constitutes sophistry?
You making up fake arguments to justify claiming a guy who's traumatized.
By fake arguments, you mean hypothetical?
He's simultaneously traumatized, but not fearing for his life.
By fake arguments, you mean hypothetical, correct?
No.
What do you mean by fake arguments then?
So the sophistry is the implication that you're using arguments to mislead.
Yeah, you're the implication? Dude, that's a straight up... You just accused me of that. You just made an accusation against me. You said, I argue my positions in bad faith, I'm engaged in sophistry, simply because I'm in a political tribe that demands it of me, lest I be canceled.
Like agreeing he's traumatized.
And I use fake arguments.
Which presents an irrational reaction relative to the general public.
Which could
but that in this circumstance, he's not.
ICE has a right to defend themselves. We have a big brain in YouTube chat. ICE has a right to defend itself as I dump tea on it and it begins to melt. ICE has a right to use lethal force to prevent me from melting it in those circumstances, to defend itself from transitioning into a different state entirely.
He's not acting within the trauma. How could he? So the point is,
but I never said we know for sure that that's what we're doing. I'm saying that it's likely
sophistry.
That his... How is that sophistry? That's just not what
because
sophistry means.
Literally, if you look at the video, at car accelerate.
How is that sophistry? Because if you look at the video, we're already not talking about what the definition of sophistry is. So he makes this accusation. I ask him to substantiate it. I asked when he said I'm using fake arguments. He's not even saying, oh, because you're using ridiculous hypotheticals, which he's the one who's come up with stupid hypotheticals, not me. I'm the one who asked, can you grant, let's attribute certain actions that we know happened for sure. The one action being, if that officer said fucking bitch and fled the scene, which we know happened, he granted that happened. That's me doing fake arguments.
rates. You hear a noise that sounds like he's being hit, and she's staring at him, and you're like, nah. Like, okay, look, any
that's
reasonable
a disagreement.
person
That's
watching
not
this,
sophistry.
this
Sophistry
is the
when you
political
pay
divide in this
fast
country.
and loose with different terms to argue for a particular end disingenuously.
And that's what you're doing.
No, what do you think that I don't genuinely hold this position?
Yes.
I would just say if I thought that
No,
this was
because
a
you want to fit
justified
in. You're scared of
shooting-
getting canceled by liberals.
I should have asked what term did I play fast and loose with? What term did I change the definition of to suit my ends after I realized it didn't apply? Why
You'll
would I
lose
be canceled by
viewers. You'll
liberals?
lose money. So you're going to say whatever you have to justify this.
I feel I have only gained viewers since I went on this. But to him, of course, that's examples of my sophistry, my bad faith. Because any attention you get at the same way, anything that happens after a crime is justified to you. Any attention that you get after going on this show, regardless of the arguments that you make, is because you argued for a political tribe and you pandered to them. I feel like you're doing that.
No, I have no problem saying Trump should have invaded Venezuela and Trump lied about him getting run over.
You already said that you in this are my weakness of needing to keep liberals happy. Thing that I'm definitely notable for as a fucking communist, which people definitely love. Yep. Like literally that is what he's arguing. He like knows nothing. I don't expect him to know my life story or anything about me. Just like that statement in and of itself is fucking hilarious. You don't like you care about money at all, LOL. First time chatter. What? I don't like that I care about money? What? You don't look like you care about money at all, LOL. Oh, okay, so the big brain comment that you're making is, you have things behind you. You have a bunch of stuff. Got him. I got him. You say you're a communist, yet you have you collect things. Hypocrite. You sneaky communist, you. Got him. Got my ass. No? Question mark? What do you mean? You're the one saying that. What do you mean no? Are you just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks? First time chatter, and I think Tim Pool cooked your ass on this show. Yep. Literally. He really cooked that he forgot lefties. He's really cooked that he forgot lefties don't give a fuck about libs. True. But Maximum V, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. You've been subscribed for 6 months, and you're on a 6-month streak. Thank you for doing what you do while giving myself a lobotomy live on air while being the shade of paper because of his studio's terrible lighting. Circumstance wouldn't have done it, and that it's a tragedy, right?
Yes, right. Sounds like I'm consistent.
Yet, nonetheless, you are saying that it was justified.
This guy who suffered a trauma previously after being hit front on by a car and dragged, reasonable.
LMAO makes sense. You were a communist. This is YouTube chat. This is the same big brain who said ICE has a right to defend themselves. We have found one more Tim Pool viewer that has wandered outside of their echo chamber and made it to my chat miraculously. So they didn't try real communism, lol. He puts in quotes, a thing that I definitely just said, as we all heard. Go back and roll the tapes. The thing that I just said, yes, in response to that, we all saw that. Good job. And you definitely didn't just put words in my mouth. I'm linking you that Discord. I want to talk to you about why ICE has a right to defend themselves. You're going to follow that Discord link. You're going to enter in that Discord, the waiting room. I will drag you in, and you can talk to me and embarrass me, the silly communist girl, and in front of all of my 196 viewers, and explain how ICE has a right to defend themselves in this instance, how what they did was justified. I would love to hear you out. Not Tim Pool is a cuck. Oh, look, we agree, but we're not talking about whether or not Tim Pool is a fucking cuck. We're talking about what you said. And what you said is that ICE has a right to defend themselves. I have to assume that's from Renee Good. So you're going to come in and you have 5 minutes to enter that, or you're going to be banned. Since you're such a big brain and you know everything about ICE and self-defense and lethal force, and I'm a silly little communist who knows nothing, come school my ass. I welcome it.
Feared the same thing would happen as one was committing.
Sure, I'll join. Wonderful. We finally have somebody. But just to be safe. Just to be safe. And
Felonies.
you said in the same set of circumstances, even if you had that trauma, you still wouldn't have done this, right?
I didn't say if I had that trauma.
I thought you had. I thought it was
I said I've experienced life or death situations. And so when I look at something like this,
I wasn't saying that he had the same trauma as this guy. I was saying in the same circumstances, because he was like, you have to put yourself in the same circumstances as this guy. And that apparently includes having his trauma, his exact form of trauma in that hypothetical situation. So he was like, if I had that trauma, I would do it. But then he was saying, like, he misunderstood what I was saying.
I related to the experiences I've had, and I said I probably wouldn't have shot. My point is, so if we agree he had trauma, then he proceeded to try.
That's assuming you had the... No, Tim Pool said that you cared about money, and I said that you don't look like you cared about money at all. I don't agree with what he said. Little misunderstanding. All that I feel, if that's genuine, then I feel bad that I yelled at you in front of everybody. Trauma from 6 months ago? Because I am telling you, like, what you just said maps on pretty closely to... other people coming in here and being like, you say you're a communist, yet you own things, yet you have clothes on your back, yet you have stuffed animals behind you, yet you have things in your room. No,
you can't assume it if you've never.
Yeah, how do you assume an irrational reaction?
You're trying to put yourself in the same set of... So he's admitting it's an irrational reaction. Circumstances as this individual. So all else being equal,
the answer is simply yes.
This individual, it's you.
That's the point I'm making.
6 months of trauma. You're saying that you wouldn't have reacted any other way.
I've already said yes.
So yes, you would have acted the exact same way if you'd had the traumatic event 6 months earlier.
The
you couldn't have done anything
is,
else.
So the presumption is. The reason why I am saying he is acting this way is because I believe...
He already said in the previous episode he wouldn't have shot. He said that multiple times. But then in this, that's why I was like clarifying, like, are you sure so what you're committing to? And I didn't even point out that he was contradicting himself from earlier. I don't remember doing that. Maybe I do it next. But he was saying that, yeah, if I were a guy, this officer... I've walked the righteous path that this man has, and 6 months earlier, I had been involved in that same event where I was dragged. I even granted you're dragged 350 feet. I would have acted that way. Is that what you're saying? Like, I couldn't tell.
If any person, any rational, normal person who suffers a grievous injury being dragged by a vehicle after being hit head
but then becomes irrational
on
6 months earlier.
6 months earlier, very recent, would have the same reaction. Which includes myself, because my perception of behavior is based on my perceptions. It's projection. I believe that
there's projection going on. Correct.
I to have been rammed and dragged, I would react similarly to this guy.
He was never rammed. He was never rammed.
Yes.
So rammed and dragged 6 months earlier.
That's very recent. That means he was in the hospital 4 months ago.
I'm not saying it's not recent. I'm just underscoring that when you say rammed and dragged, you're not Although I didn't explicitly say that it's not recent, but I don't really think that 6 months, especially if it was an injury that got him back on the field that long, that is already kind of a while ago, to be honest. Referring to anything that happened around this incident, you're talking about something that happened 6 months before.
He was rammed.
The vehicle made contact with him.
Yes.
If you got hit by a car and reacted normally, you wouldn't stand in front of a car with your gun drawn. You would, apparently. And you'd shoot somebody in the head 3 times. Maybe. From what I saw, I did from the New York Times analysis that I saw.
It appears he was struck.
That was not. I didn't read. I didn't read the editorialization or listen. Okay, but appears is saying it's different than he actually was. It's saying that the video gives the impression that he was struck, and then they go on to say, but then from this other angle, when you consolidate the angles, it's not. It doesn't look that way.
No. They literally said from the video it appears the officer was struck.
I'm not disputing that. Maybe they said that. I'm saying I only watched it. I didn't listen to any of the editorialization. And I'm not lying about this or whatever. I had not seen the video, that New York Times analysis with my headphones on or anything like that. I just watched it. I didn't have the captions on.
What are you talking about?
Just from the consolidated footage of them showing the 2 angles simultaneously, I didn't listen to any of the way that they described the footage. I only viewed it on mute. And from what... Okay. And really quick, we're going to watch this. Okay, the New York Times, trying to find the video where they uploaded it. Let's see, where is it? Unless maybe they didn't upload it here? Damn, do I really have to go to the fucking article? Okay. The New York Times Renee Good video investigation. And what that video seeks to... The claim that it's interrogating primarily is the Trump administration's statements on it, which is that this guy was run over or whatever. Like, that's what the video is, like, analysis is doing. You guys. Let's see, somebody in the Discord. Oh, would you look at that? Waiting room, empty. Discord joins. No new joins. These fucking people, man. Brought to you. Okay, so this was yeah, J Darrow Kahidi 9153. He said they didn't try real communism. Lol. Timpool is a cuck. Sure, I'll join. And then he disappeared off into the night. Like the pathetic, scared little moron that he is. Waste of time. Okay. This is an analysis of footage from 3 camera angles show that the vehicle appears to be turning away from a federal officer as he opened fire.
In Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots, fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range. Here's how events unfolded.
I'm like, would he play this start to finish? No, he refused to.
Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in defensive shots, fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range.
Like, it doesn't even look like, at this point, it doesn't even look like there was any contact made.
Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal...
If you simp for Kristi Noem in either chat, I will ban you and never unban you. Stop it. You guys are fucking freaks.
Vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring.
I'm in there. Oh, look. You made it. They didn't ban you. I just deleted your messages that I meant to ban you. Welcome. Can you hear me? Jadero, the Murkith or whatever. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jadaro, the Murkith. Just another retard on me.
Correct. And you said ICE has a right to defend themselves. LMAO makes sense. You're a communist. They didn't try real communism. You put that in quotes. Can you acknowledge that I didn't say that?
Yeah, I can absolutely believe you didn't say that. I just assumed that's something you would say based on...
So you made an assumption, correct? We agree. Nah, Timpool is a cuck. Sure, I'll join. I'm in there. You're in here. Okay. So you said ICE has a right to defend themselves. That's primarily what I'm interested in talking to you about today. What is your position on this? I'm assuming that statement has to do... What that statement is a proxy for is that the officer who killed Renee Good was justified in doing so, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why was he justified in killing Renee Good?
Because he was doing lawful duties and perceived an imminent threat to his life, and so any person has a right to defend himself.
What was the imminent threat to his life?
Being hit by a car.
Being hit by a car. Okay. Do you have my stream pulled up on Discord?
I do.
Are you looking at this footage right here? Give me a second. I'm muting it and I'm turning off the captions because it doesn't matter what the captions are, okay? Just based off of this footage, does it look like the vehicle actually made contact with him? Here.
Shots.
That particular footage is murky. It's hard to tell because in one of the videos it's too far away, and in the other video there's a body in the way.
But this particular video is a close-up. So one more time, when they zoom in, and at this moment,
he fired 3 shots.
At that moment right there, as the vehicle is turning, both of his feet are planted firmly on the ground, and there seems to have been enough clearance for Renee to have turned, and it didn't touch him. So do you see what I'm seeing, or do you still believe it's unclear as to whether or not it made contact with him?
It's still unclear. We don't actually see it, and the video is slowed down.
Okay. Well, yeah, but regardless of the speed it's going, that's still what occurred. If it touched him, it would just be footage of him, the vehicle coming in contact with him at slowed down. Or if it was sped up, then it would be sped up footage of the vehicle coming in contact, but it would not change if the vehicle came in contact with him. But okay, if the vehicle did not actually make contact with him, would that change your mind that deadly lethal force was necessary to defend himself in this circumstance?
It would not, as he has a split-second analysis to make. He may make the wrong choice, but with no time to think about the long-term ramifications, they'll have to be able to defend yourself.
So the vehicle, regardless of whether it did or did not come in contact with him, you will still justify him shooting her in the head 3 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what other behaviors are on display for him to think that actually, let me amend my question. Even if I granted that he was scared and traumatized in that moment and subjectively felt that his life was being threatened by this vehicle and it came in contact with him, how does shooting at the person in the car actually stop the deadly car from hurting you or killing you? How does that actually extinguish the threat in this situation?
It does not remove the threat of the immediate action. It removes the threat of follow-up action.
Can you explain what you mean in more detail?
What I mean is the vehicle may still come at him, but if the person is neutralized, they can't throw them reverse and continue to try and down.
So, but if you're concerned, I mean, I agree that if you shoot somebody, it's probably going to lead them to be a dead body in the car, and now their foot is jammed on the accelerator. So yeah, it would eliminate the potential for them to reverse. But if the reason that you're shooting at them in the first place while they're in a car and you're scared for your life because of how the car is oriented towards you and that it might come towards you, all you're saying is that it eliminates the possibility that the car could back up. That would actually be the thing that would save you, is if the car could reverse away from you and not continue on the path that it's going towards, which is barreling towards you. So how does it make sense that shooting somebody in that situation, if you've just said it prevents the possibility of the car being able to reverse and get away from you, how does that make them safer or extinguish a deadly threat?
It's not the actions themselves, it's removing the intent that's causing the action.
It's removing the intent that's part of the action. What do you mean by that?
I mean, we've all seen serial killers. Obviously, this isn't a movie, but...
Wait, we've all seen what?
We've all seen, like, horror movies where there's stories.
Okay.
Obviously,
No, wait. I asked you, how does that remove the threat? Not if we've seen horror movies. And
Yes,
to explain the how it removes the intent. You said you said what you just said is that it removes the intent of the person. How does that save him?
Yes. I was trying to use an analogy so that the concept's easier understood.
What is the analogy? You said the horror movie thing. Like I was so lost as to where you were going to go with it, but I'll give you the opportunity to explain the analogy. But this analogy to my viewers is supposed to illustrate how shooting somebody in the head extinguishes the intent of the driver that's coming at you with the car because you've killed them in a way that is safe.
So in a horror movie, there's a killer, and if you just get away from them, it's not like they don't come after you again. So you remove the intent, i.e., the person's life, and they can't come after you.
So you're not wrong that if you kill somebody and they intended to harm you or hurt you in some way, that they would be dead at that point, and that it would make it literally impossible for them to hurt you because they're now dead. However, this is not a person that's on foot. This is not a person that has a weapon. This is a person in a vehicle that's driving away from this officer. And it's based on the footage that I'm seeing now, I am more firmly and comfortably saying that I don't even think it made contact with the officer. But even if it did, I don't think that the horror movie analogy that you just gave, even though I can follow the logic of it, that yes, if you kill somebody who has lethal intent, then killing them prevents them from acting on any lethal intent that they had because they're now literally dead. I don't understand how that makes you safer in this particular circumstance, or why it's reasonable to shoot somebody in a car to get them to stop, even though you already acknowledged that it would prevent the possibility of the vehicle reversing. And all it's doing, you didn't acknowledge this part, but this is just true, that most likely what's about to occur is you're going to shoot somebody in the head, they're going to be killed instantly, and their foot's already going to be on the accelerator, and their foot's going to be stuck on the accelerator now until the vehicle hits something or somebody to stop the vehicle.
That's absolutely a possibility, and yeah, I don't disagree with that person being dead.
Wait, when you say that's absolutely a possibility, you're saying it's more like, can you grant me that it's not just a possibility, that if you shoot somebody who is driving a car, what's going to happen next is in 9 out of 10 instances, probably their foot is now going to be jammed and stuck on the accelerator until the car crashes into something and something external stops it. Do you agree that's what happens when you shoot somebody who is operating a vehicle? In most instances, not is it possible, in most instances, that's what's going to happen next.
I won't grant you most instances.
Okay, thank you. So given that that's the case, would it not make more sense for this officer, if he feared for his life because of a dangerous situation that involved a vehicle that was coming his way, why is lethal force the thing that you should resort to instead of getting out of the way?
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world if he had an hour to think about it.
You need an hour to think about. So if you were in a situation where you were near a car and you felt that it was going to come towards you, you would withdraw a weapon and shoot the person in the car instead of just get out of the way quickly. That's your first instinct would be to reach for your gun and shoot the person 3 times in the head.
That's not my first go-to. However, I do.
What would your first?
That,
okay. But what would your first go-to be? Just out of curiosity.
My first go-to personally would probably be getting out of the way. However, I'm not having to think about the ramifications of everything else down the road, the potential threats that I citizens.
So you think do you consider yourself to be a reasonable person?
Somewhat reasonable. I do think that I have some takes that.
No. When
think
I
are
say reasonable, I don't mean if you have like, eccentric or idiosyncratic beliefs. I just mean, are you of sound mental and physical mind? Are you of sound mind,
As far as I know, yeah.
As far as you know, you're a reasonable person of sound mind, and your first instinct would be, in this identical situation, to get out of the way. But you think that another reasonable person of sound mind and rational mind could also think to withdraw their weapon and shoot somebody in the head 3 times in response to that.
Absolutely.
Why? You're a reasonable person yourself, and you just said the first thing to do would be to get out of the way. And I think it's because your first instinct to do that is because you know that deadly force in that particular circumstance doesn't actually make anyone safer. It doesn't make the police officer safer. It doesn't make bystanders safer. If anything, it makes it more dangerous because a vehicle is about to be discharged in any in any direction until the person stops or they hit somebody, because now they're dead behind the wheel. And it doesn't make the individual who you want to apprehend able to face justice or trial or be brought to jail because they're dead. So at that point, does it not sound like it's an unreasonable thing that somebody would resort to grabbing their gun and shooting somebody in the head 3 times in these circumstances?
If you don't think of any other situational context, sure, I can see how it would look that way.
No. Wait, not any. I can think of a different context and situation entirely that involves similar circumstances, but is different enough that I believe it's reasonable to think that deadly force was necessary to defend oneself. But in this circumstance, in this particular instance, with this set of facts, I do not. So I can conceive of a separate situation, but we're not adjudicating a separate situation. We're adjudicating the deadly force used 3 times on Renee Good while she was driving away from the officer in her car. You still there?
I'm still here. I mean, you have to think about the rest of the citizens that are in the area. If the person's showing no regard to the officer's life, whose else life are they going to show?
Well, not if you're claiming self-defense, right? If we're claiming self-defense, which is what this is all staked on, as per DHS's statements, our own president's statements, this is about a man who feared for his own safety, his own life, not the life of somebody else's, his own safety, and that he took these actions to defend himself, not other people. No one is even trying to claim that he's trying to help other people. They're claiming that he did this to help protect himself. And under that set of circumstances,
yes,
no, I don't see that. Wait, say that again?
Yes, but you also have to look at the person's behavior.
And the behavior is, do you acknowledge that Renee was driving to the right and away from the ICE officer?
I do see that on the video. She does have her wheels turned to the right.
Okay, wheels turned to the right. You acknowledge that.
I don't.
Do you believe that she intended to kill him?
No, I do not believe she was trying to kill him.
Do you believe she intended to hurt him?
I don't know whether she was trying to hurt him. I doubt it. However, I don't think she cared whether she did or not.
If she did. So you said, did you see that she was calm before? Did you see the video where she said, "I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you, dude"? Did you see that?
No, I did not.
That is like a lot of what we were looking at the beginning. Give me a second. Let me pull it up so you can look at it with me. Because I do think it's important to to see this footage to see if it changes it in any way. Okay. So this is the video that I was looking at on this podcast with Temple. So this is, to be clear, this is not actually body cam footage. The ICE officer, as he was discharging the weapon at Renee Good, right before and during, was holding his own personal iPhone and filming. That's Renee.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
She said, "That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you." From that, I'm not saying that she's not being cheeky. I'm not saying that she isn't obviously trying to, tease him or whatever in that moment. But do you agree that her demeanor is calm?
I don't know whether she is, but I wouldn't debate if someone said she was.
So wouldn't contest if someone said if someone described Renee as calm. Okay.
That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
So, did you hear the ICE officer said, "Get out of the car"?
I did hear that.
Okay.
Get out of the car. Whoa!
And did you hear the ICE officer say "fucking bitch"? Someone off camera said "fucking bitch."
Yeah, I definitely heard such a bitch comment. I have no reason to doubt it.
Okay. The comp said this. Did you know that the ICE officer left the scene after this happened?
Well, I would imagine so. If he was actually doing
Why?
attention.
After somebody has been involved in an officer-involved shooting, why would he leave the scene instead of waiting for EMS or medical services to arrive, as well as give a statement to local law enforcement, because this actually falls outside of his jurisdiction? Why would he leave? I'm sorry?
I said to seek medical attention.
To seek medical attention? You think that the officer sustained an injury that required medical attention, so he fled to go get the medical attention?
I think that anytime that you're involved in a situation like that, proper protocol would be to go seek medical attention to make sure that everything's all right.
Okay. But he did not make sure that she got medical attention, correct? You acknowledge this?
I wasn't speaking about for her. Yeah, that sounds...
No, I wasn't saying that you were speaking about it for her. I'm just saying that you acknowledge that the officer, after using lethal force on her, shooting her 3 times in the head, did not actually try to wait for medical services to come and see that she was given proper first aid and resuscitation, even though, yes, it's like all but determined that she's probably dead. Don't you think that he ought to have done that?
I don't think he necessarily ought to have done that, but I do think someone there should.
Why doesn't he have to?
Because he just fired upon her. Probably not the best idea to have him involved with her to that.
Okay. Well, so far, you have said that the officer coming in contact, not coming in contact with the vehicle doesn't change the fact that you think it's justified still. You'd say it was still justified even if the car didn't come in contact with him. You acknowledge that her wheels were turned to the right and that she was driving away from the ICE officer. You acknowledge that you did not believe she had any intent to kill the ICE officer. You said that you doubted she was trying to hurt him, even if she wasn't trying to kill him. You said you wouldn't contest if somebody described Renee Good as calm. You granted that the cop said fucking bitch right after. And then you acknowledge that he fled the scene and you believe it's to seek medical attention. It's unclear to me why you would defend this as a reasonable use of lethal force 3 times in 3 separate instances, with someone shooting into her head 3 times at close range, when you don't think that she had any lethal intent. You doubt that she was trying to hurt him, that she was driving away from him, and that she was calm. Or you wouldn't contest that she was calm. At what part of that, it sounds like there is just literally no threat from this person. The vehicle is going away from him. It's not clear that it even made contact with him. She's calm. She wasn't threatening him. She didn't make any threats towards him. You don't believe she had any intent to kill him. What is left as a threat for a reasonable person to believe that withdrawing a weapon and discharging it into somebody's head 3 times is necessary to do? What is left at that point?
Well, this is the benefit of hindsight. We can see the stuff and have plenty of time to mold over and see whether everything was justified or not.
But he saw that she was calm before she started moving the vehicle.
She may have been calm before moving the vehicle. That doesn't mean people don't just snap.
Yes, people snap, but there was no evidence that she was going to snap. You've already said you don't think she had any intent to kill him, and you doubted that she would have any intent to hurt him. So why is it reasonable based off this fact pattern to think that, well, what if she wanted to hurt him? That's like me saying, what if a bomb was in the back of her car? That could be true, but if there's no reason to suspect that there's a bomb in her car, then why are we going to base our decisions off of that assumption? And similarly, if she's not showing any threatening or menacing behavior, if she's not angling his car towards him, why are you going to make the worst assumption and use lethal force? And even if all of that were true, why wouldn't you just get out of the way?
Well, it looks like he did end up getting out of the way as he was firing upon her. But we do...
Couldn't he have just gotten out of the way? And shouldn't he have just gotten out of the way? Why did he need to discharge the weapon at that point?
I mean, we can go round and round about this, but I think I've already spoken about it.
Okay. I agree. We're at a point where it's like, if you still defend use of force, even though you don't think the person, you wouldn't contest if somebody described her as calm, you doubt that she had any intent to hurt him, you don't think that she had any intent to kill him, her vehicle was literally going the other way to the right, so the opposite direction as the ICE officer. She made no threats towards him. And you don't even know if it's clear if the vehicle made contact with him. Yet nonetheless, you're defending putting 3 bullets in this woman's head. You wouldn't even do it in this circumstance. You know that you wouldn't do that. You'd get out of the way. And I think it's because you know it's not reasonable and it's not a tenable position. And it is a trigger-happy officer that did this. And it was not because he feared for his life. But do you have any closing statements? Otherwise, I'm going to kick you out because I don't have anything else to say to you. I do appreciate you coming on, though.
The only thing I want to say is, sorry if I was being too rude with heckling earlier. Thank you for having a conversation with me. It was actually really fun. Thank you.
Thank you for having a conversation with me. Have a good night. Not bad. I just want these people to see that it's not justified. I don't want to own them. I don't. I want to understand, like, what if the logic is, if the standard that we're going to have for cops is literally just going to be anytime they get a little scared because something could happen, what we have opened up a dystopian world where armed agents of the state, anytime they subjectively feel threatened, can kill you and face no consequences or accountability. It's not the world anyone wants to live in. It's not the world that we should want to live in. It's not the world that we do live in. That is just not a reasonable standard. It should not, your life should not come down to whether or not a cop is jumpy that day. It should come down to whether a cop had a reasonable belief that his life or her life was actually in imminent danger, and that the only way to extinguish a deadly threat or save yourself is because you had to use lethal force. Those are the only times where we should entertain the idea. Anything short of that, no. All right, but let's do a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna call it a night because it's already 2:30, and I have to be up early because my dumbass is gonna do a stream with RM Brown tomorrow at noon, which means I have to be up by 11 so I can make it to stream. Pray for me, you guys. But we're gonna look at just a little bit more of this because they think that I'm being obstinate, even though I did not look at this New York Times footage. This is like the closest that I've seen it. At this point, like, I watched on my phone very briefly.
At close range.
But they're gonna think that I'm being crazy because I can't say whether or not it actually hit him.
Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of...
Trump literally just said it was because she disrespected him. I know. And even though I assume that that person might be a Trump supporter, he did say that Tim Pool's a cuck, so you never know.
The street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged that...
A lot of these people say don't tread on me. Yeah, but the thinking there is that they don't factor in that, like, a cop has more responsibilities than, like, the average civilian, that they have more training, that they have more power, and that they need to act and comport themselves more professionally and have higher standards that we ought to hold them to. They just see themselves as somebody who could easily be in a police force because usually those types, like, are attracted to the police. And they're like, well, if this crazy Antifa, leftist SJW, anti-ICE activist was coming towards me, like, in a car, I'd want to be able to kill them and get off. That's basically how they see it. So they're not thinking about it as, like, should an armed agent of the state be able to do this? It's like, if I did that, would I want to go to jail? Well, no. So it has to be justified.
The motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead. Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car, filming,
circling the car,
and disappears from view.
Filming.
Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent.
Oh, somebody said, I didn't make it clear why I said this, but I got him to acknowledge that he said, get out of the fucking car, and that she was driving away. I meant to bring up that, isn't it more likely to think that if he was reaching for her door, saying, get out of the fucking car, you've already acknowledged that her car is turning towards the right, that she was just going to try to leave, Not that she was trying to go forward, not that she was trying to hurt anybody with her vehicle. That's why I brought that up. Because no, it doesn't really have any bearing on like the use of force analysis. It's just to try to think like, if you were in those circumstances, if that just occurred, if you just witnessed that, would you really think that somebody was trying to do anything other than evade arrest, quote unquote, or just leave? Or would you really think, oh, she's probably going to try to run us over?
This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy, low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes. Synchronize it with the first clip.
You did.
We can see
this is the part that I wanted Tim Pool to show. It wasn't clear to me. If there was contact with the car or whatever, it grazed or clipped him, and it was from his upper body. It was not like the lower body. Maybe it happened, but I'm especially after seeing that like first zoomed in more clear footage, it does look like he wasn't coming in contact with the vehicle.
Agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road.
What the?
A bystander runs toward the collision.
It's such a waste of time to even give a shit if it grazed him. I know. It's to try to see like what we agree on as far as like what we're seeing. Because the reality is still, even if it came in contact with him, this same officer 6 months earlier was literally dragged by a car, a more dangerous situation, and he still didn't open fire on that guy. You know why? Because shooting him wouldn't have done jack shit to help him.
The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush to provide.
Y'all just ignore Grant? Correct.
Emergency medical care.
I ignored Grant and Twitch
Eventually,
chat, yes.
The agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call 911.
Shame! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse. No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician! I don't care. Understand.
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicle.
The more important thing to me is that he left the scene, but it's so gross.
And drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
Okay. So yeah, you're going to watch Tim desperately do anything to avoid watching that video. Just not even the whole thing. I didn't even want to watch the whole thing frame by frame. I literally was just like, it's unclear to me. And the reason why is because when you look at the footage where it's stacked up on top of each other, you can't really tell. What I saw, it did not look like the vehicle made contact with the officer, but it might have.
Here's lying.
Why?
Like, come on. His feet slide on the ground.
Do we want to pull up the New York Times footage?
Let me show you
where his foot sliding on the ground doesn't mean anything to me. Did the car touch him or not? Which frames? And I will be willing to concede if I see it make contact. Well, then show it again.
It's wild.
I'll be more than willing to concede if it makes contact. If it looks like it's made contact with the officer. You
now have 4 videos which show contact was made with the officers, and you're like, nah, but I just don't believe
Then it should be easy to prove me wrong right now.
I've already showed you the videos.
You can show it to me again, because I did not see at any point a clear instance where it touched him. No, wait. No.
Hold on.
The New York Times one. Are they going to pull up the New York Times one?
Watch the magic officer's feet slide on the ground right here. You see his feet?
We're not supposed to be looking at the
Man, he's better than MJ at that moonwalk. Look at that slide. Look at that slide. 1 foot.
It's painfully obvious that they're just forcing laughter to fucking flatter his ego, but as uncomfortable and unfunny as it is for him to insert these weird, unfunny jokes, it is even worse in person.
Foot off the ground, 1 foot sliding backwards because he can shift his weight. Like, you ever see the 1-inch punch from Bruce Lee? Are you going to pull up the New
York Times footage?
What about the New York Times footage?
You ever seen the 1-inch punch from Bruce Lee? Like, just desperately trying to, like, make jokes, get off the subject, doesn't want to engage, be like, oops, you're wrong. Anyway, moving on. Bruce Lee, I'll remember that. How about the Michael Jackson bit I just did that was unfunny?
What's the difference? This is the footage of the
The
incident.
New York Times shows both angles on top of each other at the same time.
Is this not footage of the incident?
I'm not saying it's not footage.
You want me to play an editorialized video where they're arguing?
You don't have to listen to the editorial. Okay. The editorialized, he kept saying this, right? And I even granted, like, fine, it's editorialization, even though by definition, this New York Times analysis is not an editorialization. An editorial is an op-ed. An editorial is an opinion. An editorial is not a video, like a video analysis from the New York Times that is using primary source material to give an analysis of an event that occurred. That is not an opinion. Opinions are not making it into this. Or to the extent that it's an opinion, right? It's an informed opinion. Like, if this were an opinion from the New York Times, it would be presented as such. You can play it on mute.
You want the video itself is editorialized.
I want you to pull up. And that is just a straight up lie. The video itself is editorialized. He's giving the suggestion that, like, the New York Times has deceptively edited the footage in such a way as to mislead or misrepresent or misdirect the viewers, and make them less informed than if they had not seen the New York Times analysis. It's not true. The video, and you can play it on
I'll pull
mute.
up their source videos for you.
Why won't you play that video?
Because editorial.
Like, I'm like, play the video. I'll pull up the source video. Like, dude.
Because they edited the footage.
I think now you're the one who actually won't show it because it might
I've already
pull apart
showed it.
your
I showed
argument.
it 15 times.
Then show it for a 16th
You're
time.
asking me to pull up editorialized, edited video to prove your point.
Sure.
How about we pull up the
Not
source
to prove
material?
my point. To disprove my point. Because you're saying
what's the problem
that
with the source
there's
material?
contact between...
What's the problem with the raw video?
There's nothing wrong with this. But
Okay.
we can get another angle from the New York Times one that
No, it's
shows
right
both.
here.
Why
Look,
won't you?
take
Why
a look.
won't you show the New York Times
I pulled
one?
it up.
Why won't you show the New York Times one? Why won't you show the New York Times one?
I did.
Tim, why won't you show it? And then, like, the New York Times one or whatever. When I should have been more precise. Okay, you pull up the New York Times one and you just show this like tiny snippet of a clip, not the part where they sync the videos to me right now, and show exactly where the car made contact with the officer.
It's on the screen.
I think it's because you know that there's a good chance that maybe
Guys,
it didn't.
am I losing
and
my
you won't
mind?
show it.
Did I pull the video just now?
This is not. Is this the New York Times one?
Yes.
No, the New York
What
Times
are you
one.
talking about?
The New York Times one is the analysis that shows.
Whoa. You're asking me to pull up the analysis editorial video.
I had already granted, like, I was already like, yeah, the editorialized version of this video or whatever. Like, yeah, pull it up. Pull up the lying liberal fake news New York Times whatever angle you're fucking getting at, dude. I have no fucking clue. Just pull it up. Yeah, the one that shows the two.
See, my presumption was you wanted the video they used showing the other angle because you said you're showing me one angle, so I pulled it up.
Oh,
you're
so you were
asking
just
for the
confused.
editorial.
Okay, so you're just confused. No, I'm asking for the New York
editorial.
Times one that shows the two
let's just-
angles synced at the
Okay,
same time.
I get it.
So you
Let's
can
slow down. Do you want me to pull up the editorial?
Sure.
Okay, I'll pull up the editorial.
You
I
can
thought you
pull
were
up
asking for
what
the
you
other.
describe as the editorial. Sure.
It's literally an editorial. It's called an editorial.
You can pull up what you describe as the editorial. Sure.
The literal definition of a video produced by a news organization is called an editorial.
Okay, you can pull up what you describe as the editorial. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God. See, this is sophistry.
No, this is being precise with my language and
No.
clarity.
The definition of the production. It's not an insult. It's not derisive. The definition of a piece of media produced by a news organization is called an editorial.
Sure.
That's the word. You're like, you call it that. No, the dictionary does.
Yeah, saying what you call is like the left-wing version of the fifth, pleading the...
Okay. Editorial, not that I like semantic arguments, but let's be precise with language, right? Adjective, relating to the commissioning or preparing of material for publication, the editorial team. Relating to the part of the newspaper or magazine that contains news, information, or comment as opposed to advertising. That's one definition. Or a noun, which is how it's being used, right? We're no longer using it as an adjective or to describe something, which is what an adjective is. We're using it to describe a person, place, or thing. The thing in this context is this particular article that he's saying is an editorial article. A newspaper article written by or on behalf of an editor that gives an opinion on a topical issue. An opinion. This is not an opinion piece from the New York Times. This is not a matter of opinion that's being presented. It is not. It is factual analysis and reporting.
the fifth.
So
What you
here's
call.
the New York Times editorial. That's the definition of what it is called.
Why
This
is
is
there always 8 fucking random guys nobody has ever seen on these shows? No fucking clue.
not the source material. These are the distinct words we use to describe things.
Like he's desperately trying to get one over on me by having something to like explain to me. And the thing that he's grasping at straws with is editorial, and he's not even correct about that. But it's not the point because I just want him to show the video.
Source material is the original video footage that was released. The editorial is when they combine two videos and make a statement about it.
Okay.
You want to watch the New York Times statement about it. I have no problem with that. So we'll pull that up. And
I have no problem with that after he just filibustered for I don't know how many minutes to avoid showing it to me. For 4 minutes, it was 4 minutes of filibustering, practically, to avoid just pulling up. I wasn't even asking him to play the 4-minute video. I was asking him to play literally like 15 seconds of it. Just the part where they consolidate the angles, because he had exclusively been showing one angle with poor quality footage, and then the other angle, but he never at any point showed the ones that actually shows what's happening simultaneously.
And go to the point where they, here we go. See, here's the funny thing. This is the video I pulled up when you asked me to pull it.
Still talking, still not showing the part of the video. The only part of the video that I'm asking. It's easier for him to do this shit than it is to just show me that part of the video for some reason. Can you go to the moment where they show?
I will. I just want to make sure this is clear that you literally just tried to argue the same video I pulled up, which on the New York Times and that I pulled up was not the video.
I love how the New York Times one, look at the difference in the quality between this one and the one that he pulled up. I swear he pulled up one that was like worse quality. So he pulls up this one. Let's see if I'm hallucinating. I'm sending that to myself in Discord. Tim, it's my show.
Here we go. Pro is when they combine two videos. We'll pull that up and go to the point where they, here we go. See, here's the funny thing. This is the video.
This is the video, okay? So now he's showing this video. Even though it's like a dumb gotcha on me because it's not, it's a dumb gotcha to me because it's not about the fact that I wasn't saying like, oh, pull up the video. Like I was saying to pull up a very specific segment of the video and he wouldn't do it. What do we think? He pulled up this one. He pulled up this one. Or this is the one that he pulled up, and then this is the New York Times one. But I wasn't asking for this angle. I don't know. Here's the funny thing, aka I'm scrambling. But looking at it, I guess actually I guess the quality is like similar to if you were to zoom in on this image more, you would get like the same thing as that. But like the point being that he did not want to those are the same video. No, he had pulled up like just the ABC one. But the thing is that he was just being obstinate about showing this one. Like he was like, you're realizing like here's the funny thing or whatever. Like I pulled up the same video, but it's like, no, he had never pulled up the clip where they show it at the same time. Were the synchronized angles ever played? Yes, he does.
Video I pulled up when you asked me to pull up the New York Times.
Can you go to the moment where they show?
I will. Okay. I just want to make sure this is clear that you literally just tried to argue the same video I pulled up, which is on the New York Times and that I pulled up was not the video. This is sophistry. You're just lying. Now I'll play the video.
I mean, it's like how is the New York Times video simultaneously an editorialization, opinion, crazy fucking propaganda from the New York Times, but also he was pulling up that same video from a different source or whatever. Am I misunderstanding what he's saying here? He sounds like you're getting triggered because I'm not showing the New York Times one. I'm showing ABC's, but they use the same video. But your whole argument is that the New York Times one shouldn't be pulled up because it's editorialized and edited deceptively But if you're saying I'm stupid because it's actually the same video, joke's on you.
Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV.
And I'm going to mute the commentary because I don't know why you want me to play an editorial.
He thinks you want to bring up the guy talking. I literally tell him, like, you can mute it and you can turn off the captions. It doesn't matter. I said you can play a mute. We're only trying to...
And I can't even remove the words they've included that are lies.
You can turn off closed captioning in the bottom right corner of any YouTube video.
Oh, there you go.
Just fucking... just seeing red, losing his mind. Not recognizing that the closed captioning that was on that video was clearly on YouTube. It was not ingrained in the video. It could be removed. Oh, there we go. So you were just fucking made a fool of yourself. You're like a professional podcaster and YouTuber and you couldn't recognize YouTube closed captioning.
Lies.
You can turn off closed captioning in the bottom right corner of any YouTube video.
Oh, there you go. So there's the officer getting hit. They circle him even. I'm sorry, they square him. To be precise, they square him.
This is all I wanted. Just these seconds, these consolidated angles.
And now they show 2 videos of him being hit. Okay, so
it's
what was
the same? It's the same. It's us. It's the same situation, just synchronized. Can you go back and slow it down? It's not clear to me if he actually is.
Let's slow it down as much as we can.
Now suddenly he's very interested or whatever. I don't think he even watched the New York Times video. I think it was just like closely. I think he was just triggered over the commentary that they gave over it.
Oh, playback speed.
Can't believe a woman made a baby with this guy. Why? There are lots of fucking stupid women in this world, believe me, who have children with terrible men.
Let's do the slowest possible.
And keep in mind, the statement that Kristi Noem said is that this person like ran over the officers.
Well, Trump did, and Trump lied.
And Trump and Kristi Noem both said that. Have they retracted those statements?
Play the video. Stop changing the subject.
Do you want me to tell you that Trump lied? I'll say it again.
It's the same subject. We're on the subject of the ICE murder. Trump's comments are relevant to it, which I only brought up because he was triggered over the fact that they say the officer, it appears that he was hit, but he was not run over. But that's in response to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem lying, because the entire purpose of this article is video contradicts Trump administration account of ICE shooting in Minneapolis. It's part of this topic. It's part of the New York Times' video. It's the same subject. I'm not changing the subject. The subject is not only the ICE murder, but also Tim has to bring in that this is an editorial, this is an opinion. Well, this editorial opinion, as he calls it, is one that's responding to the Trump administration's lies. And this fucking moron trying to be like, you're changing the subject. Who's like not even paying attention. He's literally on his phone. Over
and
the
officers. Well, Trump did, and Trump lied.
And Trump and Kristi Noem both said that. Have they retracted those statements?
Play the video. Stop changing the subject.
Do you want me?
They won't. They're so mad that I'm bringing up that this administration flagrantly lied about that. Stop changing the subject. Just play the video.
To tell you that Trump lied, I'll say it again.
Same subject. Do you want me to say that Trump? Yeah, our head of state lied. Say it again. Say it as many times as possible.
Trump lied. He put out a statement. The guy got run over, and that he's lucky to be alive.
But
and
he
that's
never
not correct.
retracted the statement.
Yeah, that's a bad thing. He should.
He's so mad having to say that Donald Trump, the president of the United States, told a bold-faced lie. He hasn't retracted it, and he should retract it. That was like pulling teeth to get him to just say that.
Watch the feet slide. The moonwalk.
Still, I'm cringe. You have no idea how much I'm cringing inside when he's doing this.
Oh, look at that slide. Man, he's better than MJ.
It's like a wedding.
I love how, again, the New York Times doing analysis of this is editorialization, is sophistry, is opinion, is spin, is propaganda, is lies. Tim Pool desperately trying to do his same stupid joke. Maybe if he repeats it for the 10th time, somebody will actually laugh at it and it won't be forced, right? Over the same video. That's not him trying to spin it. And that's not editorialization. And that's not commentary. And that's not opinion. And that's not propaganda. And that's not lies. Only when the New York Times, a reputable news outlet, does it. The paper of record, okay? And this is coming from somebody who has no love for the New York Times. It is still a mostly reliable publication in almost all instances. It is the paper of record in this country.
Yeah.
Like to deny that he was hit is to deny what you're looking at.
It might have made contact with him. It's unclear.
Come on! This is what sophistry is. You understand?
No, I'm saying... No,
how did his feet slide? How did his feet slide?
Because maybe... Now we're not even talking about if it made contact. We're talking about how his feet moved. And the reason why we brought this up is because he was going to show me the frames where it's clear that the officer was hit, And he never at any point pointed to a single part of the frame and went, oh, look, the car touches him there. It was, well, how else would his feet have moved? He reiterates the same claim that we started with that got us down this line. Either he could have moved back, he could have moved back suddenly or angled his body, he could have tripped backwards.
One foot is off the ground, 1 foot sliding. How do you do that?
It's also possible that the vehicle made contact with him. But I never said that the vehicle didn't make contact. I said based off the footage that I had seen, it was not clear to me that it had. And I still maintain that because it was far away. But if I had just watched the beginning, so I never actually saw this like all the way through. I wasn't lying, clearly. If I had, I would have told him to look at the beginning of this, because the beginning of this is when they actually come the closest to showing it, or like to make the clearest case that that it didn't make contact by zooming in that much. When they show this, like his feet seem to be on the ground the entire time. He thinks that just because his heels weren't touching the ground, that means that his foot was off the ground. But that's not what it looks like when it's zoomed in. It looks like he was standing in such a way that he was like this. I don't know. His feet are on the ground like this. He's just like kind of on his like tiptoes almost. And this still wouldn't change the fact that the 2 subsequent shots after are not justified. He was not being hit with the car anymore. You don't need to shoot somebody in the head twice after.
This is like in the NFL when your team makes the game-winning catch and then they do the
I just want to say it again. Tim is a skateboarder and he's asking that question about feet sliding.
replay and it's obviously at a foot out of bounds, and then they're like, well,
also,
I don't know.
so punk rock for a fucking like alternative like skate guy to be defending fucking ice murking a woman.
I don't know.
Really,
you know,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to be derisive or anything, but
they're making fun of me for being skeptical, having humility, saying I don't know. They're trying to insinuate that I'm hiding behind it, but this is just not something that they relate to, because these people only say I don't know when they're trying to avoid answering a question that they know will make them look bad. So they can't possibly fathom somebody else saying I don't know in good faith and it actually meaning, yeah, it's hard for me to tell. For these people, every time they say I don't know, it's to obscure what they actually think because they don't want to get canceled or shit from people on Twitter.
It really is that you're just denying the evidence right in front of your face.
Yeah, for political reasons.
We brought up the thing that you...
the evidence that it was like pulling teeth for them to bring up this footage or whatever. And then they were like, oh, wait, look, it vindicates me. Then, oh, you're denying the evidence that we so graciously brought up after we filibustered for 4 minutes to avoid showing it.
His foot slide. Bring up. You see his foot slide. The other one, you see the car contact his body, and he's pushed out of the way because the car contacts his body.
Even if it was hit, killing the driver does absolutely nothing to protect himself. Does nothing to protect himself. Is not in conformity with his training. Is not a reasonable. A reasonable person in those same circumstances would not think that lethal force is necessary. They would think that, like that other caller, the person who just came in, you get out of the fucking way if you see a car coming towards you. You don't withdraw a weapon and shoot at the person in the car, because that doesn't actually do anything to increase your safety or stop the car from coming towards you. It's not even clear to me that his feet are sliding. He could have been jumping back.
He wasn't jumping back. Look, the foot's sliding.
No. Tim asked me, how could he have moved this way were it not for the car? We're still doing the Michael Jackson bit. We're still doing it. We're still hoping that someone might laugh. We're touching him, and I'm saying it's possible he could have jumped back to avoid coming in contact with the vehicle.
Yeah, there could have been like a seance nearby.
Jumping backwards while keeping your center of gravity stable and sliding in front of the ground is very difficult.
It's just Tim, it is Minneapolis. There's a lot of Somali black magic. Maybe a spell was cast and it like slid him back. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities on the table.
I mean, his feet are sliding.
But I'll even grant, even if it made contact with him. So funny. That still, to me, it does not rise to the level. And this is not some like triggered lib shit. This is just like, these people are just painfully unfunny.
He's being hit by a car.
We can hit cops now?
Car is coming in contact.
I mean, to be honest,
can you hit a cop? Yeah. Can you clip a cop with your vehicle and reasonably expect to not be shot in response? Yes, that's true. Should you be hitting a cop with your car? No. Should you be able to do it and reasonably assume that they're not going to shoot you next? Yeah, that is true.
The left always
I guess that's devil's advocacy on my part. Crazy. That
That's
doesn't
true.
mean.
Let's listen to what the New York Times has to say.
How does shooting somebody, the penalty for clipping an officer with a car, even hitting them, should be the death penalty in a car? Stop.
Now we're moving the goalpost.
How?
Because you're like talking about how does shooting someone in a car, but it doesn't matter.
It's not a goalpost. It's a separate thing entirely. It's like I'm like, okay, for the sake of the argument, she hit him. How does that extinguish the threat? I'm moving on to another point.
Hit by the car.
It does matter because his training and his policy, as per DHS and ICE, is that you're not supposed to be in front of a vehicle, and that shooting at an individual in a vehicle does not actually eliminate a deadly threat coming your way from somebody in a vehicle.
It's that you can't, and we went over this with Dave, who pulled up the actual exclusion.
Dave, who said that the only time you can use lethal force in that circumstance is if you reasonably fear for your life for a reason other than the vehicle.
And it was, you can only use lethal force against a vehicle if the vehicle is being driven in a way that constitutes a threat of great bodily harm or death
This
to you or
is from
others.
NBC. The way ICE officers approached the vehicle involved in today's shooting was counter to their training, a senior Department of Homeland Security official told NBC News. The official said, "This is a current department official. This is not a former retired person speculating about it. This is somebody who works for them now." ICE officers are trained, 1, never to approach a vehicle from the front. 2, to approach vehicles or possibly armed people in a tactical 90-degree angle to prevent injury or crossfire. 3, not to shoot at a moving vehicle. 4, only to use force if there is immediate risk of serious injury or death. ICE officers are also instructed that firing at a vehicle will not make it stop moving in the direction of the officer.
And what was that part about if it's going to cause bodily harm or death?
Only use force if there's immediate risk of serious injury or death.
Once again, we're back to all of this just being
But again, ICE officers are instructed that firing at a vehicle will not make it stop moving in the direction of an officer. So again, my point was, they're disputing that. Not that I really care about their opinions, but they're actually disputing and saying that ICE doesn't know what it's doing when writing the policy. Because if you disagree with me on that, you're not actually disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with ICE's policies. You're disagreeing with DHS's policies. If the car you're saying that it actually does save lives to shoot at somebody who's using a vehicle dangerously or recklessly.
The officer is retarded. That's fine. He's
My
a
point
retard.
is, even if the car made contact with the officer, that does not mean that interrupting me, talking over me, won't let me speak, shooting at manning me, unfunny jokes. I could not get a word out at this point. But again, I love how, let's not forget the real hero of the story, Katie, defender of the Republic, over here complaining about, I couldn't get a word out. Meanwhile, I'm getting plenty of words out, even though they're doing their best to fucking railroad me. Didn't deter me from speaking, didn't stop me. This bitch gonna try to defend the fucking Republic when she can't even speak up for herself in a fucking conversation that's already slanted in her partisan direction. A person or using deadly force in this instance would be justified. And then this is still not even getting to the fact that he shot her 2 more times after.
In the span of a second.
The side, yes.
Yeah, in the span of 1 second after getting hit, he goes 1, 2, 3. Right?
Trump and others said the federal
agent... It doesn't matter that it was in the span of a second. You're just telling me that he committed a crime faster. That's it.
Was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video.
Could you imagine any other crime being justified in that way? If somebody, a bank robber or whatever, shot somebody fucking 3 times in the face while they're trying to rob a bank or whatever, and they try to argue, well, it just happened so quickly, you see. Or if I stole a bunch of clothing, if I went into a clothing store and grabbed a bunch of stuff, and then on my way out, I'm also trying to grab another thing and run out or whatever, and they tried to charge me for all the individual merchandise, and I'm like, you should basically just, the only theft I should face is the lowest price of one of the garments, because I actually wasn't trying really to steal every single sweater that I stole. I'm a size medium. I don't need smalls or X smalls or large or XL. I just need medium. But you see, because I'm trying to steal a sweater, I'm trying to go fast here, that I just grabbed them all, but I really didn't intend to grab them all. I just wanted to steal the one sweater, and it retailed for $32.99. So really, I only sold $32.99 worth of merchandise, and I would have returned the other one. So you can't charge me for we don't look at any other crime this way. It's so stupid to think that you get a pass on 2 additional bullets fired because it happened quickly. It doesn't matter.
Filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV.
It looks like.
It does indeed look like he's being struck by the SUV.
What did they say after?
That he wasn't run over. Agreed. Trump was wrong or lied when he said he was run over. That never happened.
Right.
But it does appear in this video he was struck, and I would also say his feet sliding on the ground basically prove it.
Stunning admission. Trump lied.
There's no way to do that. That's just not reality. His left foot is off the ground and his right foot is sliding. Okay? And then let's just do this because I love doing this. Oh, look, her tire's spinning out while pointed at the officer.
You can see the tire spin and the weight shift.
That's not what a spin out is from a tire, but whatever. And it doesn't even knock him over. This doesn't speak to the fact that he's amazing for being able to maintain a center of gravity. It speaks to me that if he made contact with the vehicle, and I'll grant for the sake of the argument that he did, then it was at such a low acceleration that to think that he was at risk for... He literally already admitted this to me, but I was, again, there's like 3 people like trying to talk over you, at you, or whatever. He literally already said this. He said, I said, why didn't he fall over? Wouldn't he have fallen over? And he said, no, it was going like a mile an hour and he's on ice. The fact that he's on ice cuts against his argument, but the fact that it's going a mile an hour is correct. So yes, it's so slow. Minute death or severe bodily injury is unreasonable to me.
I think
in other countries this would not be acceptable. In America, this is valid because of your laws. Agent will not go to prison for this. It's actually not valid even under our current laws that this use of force.
There's 2 different factors at play. One, political.
Normally I would agree with you, but this is like one of the first instances that I can remember, prominent instances that I can remember where no, it was not morally, ethically, nor legally justified.
Tribesmanship results in, and this is true of conservatives, but it's slightly less. I call it like 60-40, 40-60. There are a lot of conservatives that will say Trump can do nothing wrong, like literally whatever he does. And it's just like, that's stupid. But it's 40% of the time. And that's because the Republican Party has historically been a little bit smaller than Democrats, and Trump only wins with this moderate coalition that eventually came in. So people like me or Elon Musk or Joe Rogan, who are going to call out Trump in 2 seconds when he does dumb things. Like,
for what it was worth, I think it was Batman who was driving at the Joker. Are you Timcast viewers? Is this more TimcastIRL humor?
We shouldn't have gone in Venezuela. I think that was a mistake. We'll see how that plays out. Trump is lying about the cop being run over. It's clearly not true. But then there are people who are going to be like, no, Trump is right.
So the president is lying. And we want to pivot to, there's people who believe him in the crazy fan base. Yeah, all the people watching. Yeah. What do you want to bet that if you pull up like the live chat replay or whatever, they're like, he's not lying. Let's see.
It doesn't matter. Trump is lying about the cop being run over. It's clearly not true. But then there are people who are going to be like, no, Trump is right. Doesn't matter. On the left, it's an inversion. It's more likely they're going to just say whatever they say in the majority to defend the liberal tribe. And I think this is related to cancel culture because the right is
pull the audience.
Less likely to cancel you and the left is more likely to cancel you. So why is it so difficult for us to get liberals to come on this show or any other show? Because they're going to get canceled after the fact just for associating. And
repeal the 19th. That is all.
Conservatives don't do that. So liberals are more likely to just say, I will.
This guest makes me want to not watch. Okay, good. If you watch one less episode of Timcast IRL because I'm on it, that's a net positive to me.
Say anything to fit in with the tribe so I don't get canceled. Whereas the right has that faction, but is less likely to do that because you're going to have middle of the road people who say Trump is lying. I don't care.
She destroyed Tim on the closed caption thing.
You can believe whatever you want, but Trump is lying.
You think that the majority of like moderate voters agree with your analysis over mine?
Yes.
Well, no. I'm not.
I love how Phil was like, yeah, most normal people agree that this murder is not a murder. Not true. Ox motherfucking Box, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. You're on a 5-month streak. I really, really appreciate it.
I would say right now,
but then even Tim was like, no, chill.
Don't know. This just happened and we don't have a public perception. What I would say is we tend to find.
Suddenly we need like polling data, right? Right. Okay. I'm going to call it there. If you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. If you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed to me, would really appreciate if you did. That way you can know when I go live on whatever is your preferred platform. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. You can also sub to me on Twitch. You can give subs throughout the chat. You can also use your Amazon Prime sub and you will receive an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. Access to, that is. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can super chat. Send me a super chat or a super sticker. I will read it out loud and thank you for it. I'm at Straighterade_ on everything. And y'all are headed on YouTube to Riverboat Jack. And if you're watching on Twitch, I'll probably send you to Riverboat Jack's stream as well. But I mean, what do you guys think? How do you think I did? I couldn't really talk. Like, I could talk, but like, I couldn't talk without getting interrupted. So, actually, on YouTube, I'm sending you to Resi, and on Twitch, I will send you to Riverboat Jack, I think. Let's see. Who's awake? Who's awake? But, is it like the best performance? No. The worst? Nah. But All right. Riverboat Jack. They're talking about the ice, it seems, since it's relevant. All right. Tell her I say hi. Tell YouTube viewers, tell Resi I say hi. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will be back tomorrow, 12 p.m. stream with RM Brown, the one and only. We're going to be talking more about the Tim Pool experience, and I will finish this shit show, maybe, possibly, tomorrow. We'll see you then. Thank you guys for watching. Bye.